What's up, gang? Good morning. How's everybody doing? It's a new day. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Did you beat the sun up today? First thing you do, you got to beat the sun up. You can't get beat. Can't have the sun beat you up. I got that from old GC. Grant Cardone. Anyway, what's up, everybody? How you guys doing? I got a bunch of sleep yesterday. I was so tired yesterday. Friday, I'm going to be a little late. I'll post the stream. I'll be a little late tomorrow. Today should be a good day. We have a lot of data points today. We'll cover them. And we're going to cover where we want to be buyers and sellers. We'll cover some of the news. If you guys have tickers, stocks, questions, whatever it is, do us a solid. Throw it in the favor, or throw it in the chat. You know, if you have a question, someone else has a question. If you want to cover a couple things, Bitcoin to Coinbase, MSTR, NVIDIA, Tesla, we're going to cover all that. But if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you could, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do a giveaway. And we thank you guys for giving you or us or me your time. And what we're trying to do here. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to create a place for traders to go to, right? We all have our, what ultimately I'd like to be able to have a place where traders can go to. We cover the majority of the sectors, right, as individuals, and we say, hey, relative strength, relative weakness, here we go. S&P's, Q's, right, NASDAQ, Dow going higher. We saw yesterday the Dow was going higher, and we look to be long those type of names or short, the weak indexes, okay? Tech lagged a little bit yesterday. The Dow was strong. So financials, Cat, John Deere, stuff like that, right? So yesterday financials were really well. PayPal, JP Morgan had a pretty decent day. This morning we have Fisker, Netflix upgrade. Fisker is, I guess, according to Wall Street Journal, possibly filing for bankruptcy. I mean, I think we could all see this coming, but it's not official until it's official. Okay. So Intel was weak yesterday. We'll look into that. So here you go, right? 3M has been on a run the past few days. I don't know if there was news or earnings or something, but they were strong. I know that there was a bit of talk about 3M yesterday. Travelers, Chevron Energy. We've been watching XOM last week, this week. Matter of fact, and I wanted to do this, so let me do this now while I don't forget. So I don't forget. Let's go take a look at where. Oh shoot, sorry. RB. Okay, so this is working out. I drew this a while ago. I just want to make sure you guys can see it. The data sets, retail sales. Okay, so this is rising. This is all going to be. You have this huge gap here, so this is all going to affect your inflation numbers. If they, if it turns out, gasoline. I mean, obviously the Fed looks at excluding food and energy, but let's see here. There was something I was going to do. And I know, guys, I need a haircut. I need to shave. I know. It's coming. It's coming this weekend. Earnings this morning. Dick's. Dollar General. I think Dollar General or it's Dick's. Yeah, Dick's. And I think Dollar General's doing okay, too. I think. I don't know, though. Yes, they're doing well, too. All right. Dollar Tree. I think Dollar Tree. Which one was... I thought Dollar Tree DLTR was doing really bad. Yeah, so there's a clear disadvantage there between the two. Dollar Tree more so serves like anything under 5. I know Dollar General, they have a wide variety of sales, So we'll have to cover those earnings later today. See see what we can spot through Dollar General's earnings and then Dollar Tree's. What is the separation here? Why is one succeeding and the other isn't? Is it because they provide laundry detergent, like pretty much anything from appliances, clothes, food? You know, they offer a lot more than Dollar Tree does. Um, what's up, man? Exactly, I'm with it. Yesterday, I thought about going long, SOUN, and I almost took it at like 10:30, 11 o'clock yesterday. All right here at this level, literally right there on that pullback. I thought about going long. I was so exhausted yesterday. I was so exhausted. I took a nap at like 12 o'clock for like an hour. I came back, nothing was happening. And then I was still falling asleep in the afternoon. And then I went to bed at like 9:30, 9 o'clock last night. So I think I'm refreshed. I've been doing a lot, you know, by myself. So I don't know if it's just like catching up to me or what. I would assume that that's that. Um, Getting jumped by Zip Trader on a video he released yesterday. Yeah, oh Charlie. I haven't watched Charlie in a while. I think he moved to Florida. I haven't seen Zip in a while, man. It hasn't came up. It hasn't came up in my recommendation. I check in from time to time. You know, he's a good guy. I've never met him or know any, much about him, but you know, he's done well for himself, you know. So he has been pumping it. It doesn't surprise me. This thing's been really strong. There's a lot of people that have been talking about it. It's been kind of flying under the radar, and I think yesterday's price action may have just started something. But again, if like you say, if Charlie's been talking about it, then or Zip, if he's been talking about it, then we'll see what happens here. You do have this gap fill right here on SOUN at like, let me make sure that I get it right. There's a little gap right here at 895, 894. So we'll see what happens if we run into there. You can see pre-market. I don't know if you guys can see time and sales. You guys can see the clock, but it is trying to push up into it now. No, we're above it. Yes. Say no. Wait, 980. Hold up. I thought I just said 9. What happened here? Hold on. 895. Okay, yes, we are above it. Oh snap! Yo, this thing could be on. Holy cow. Let's do it. I'm going to be trading this today, I'm sure. More than likely, I'll be trading this today. So we're at 982. Yeah, if we can pull back and like we hold like that low 9s, 895. Shoot. It might be on. We don't have we really don't have anything stopping us to all-time highs. I don't know what the float is. If you guys can look that up, it's up to you if you guys want to. I don't know what the float is, but it has relative strength right now. So we'll just, be a buyer of pullbacks. Yesterday was a big day on an increase in volume. So what I would like to see, even if it takes a day, right? It might not happen until Friday or next week. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen at all. But I wouldn't mind maybe today if we get that pullback. See, I don't want to see 750. I want to see this $8 hold. Or wait, no, since we're above there. See, we're gapping up. I want to see... Man, I don't know. I think if you could get the 9 EMA and everything to line up at $8, then maybe it's on. We'll see what the volume is today. All right, we'll see what the volume is today. I'm sure it's... Look at pre-market. Look at pre-market. It's she's already pumping some volume today. So... What is that? Like 1 million shares already in a 5-minute candle? Yeah, what is that? Just under 1 million? All right, so 200, just under 200,000 shares. We'll see how it goes today. The S&Ps have I'm pretty sure that we gapped up a little bit. I had to restart my computer and stuff. Yeah, we're coming in with a gap up. Top of the range, you guys can see. It's obvious. All right, we're coming into You know, that 518 level, we're already surpassed it. So I would look for the range. I would play the range. Retail, I want you guys to know too, retail sales, I think, comes out at 10 o'clock or 10:30. So, you know, don't get too excited off the bell. No, 8:30. Okay. Hold on. Then what was it? Oh, inventory. I must have got that wrong. 4-week, 8-week bill, 30-year mortgage rate. All right. So, wait, today is... Why is this... I got to refresh this. Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, Thursday. There we go. Because it said Wednesday at the top. All right. So, we'll get it started. We'll kick it off. Again, you're seeing energy. RBOB, gasoline futures, rising. All right. This is the area I wanted to see if we can get back up to. It looks like that's happening right now. BTC, USD. Still pushing and pumping, guys. I don't see it stopping anytime soon, honestly. I think there's got to be a catalyst for both the market and Bitcoin. I got to be honest. And that is either the Fed not cutting rates between now and the summertime, or, you know, a big increase in jobless claims, a couple of banks maybe. Like New York Community Bank didn't have much impact when that news came out. The market didn't even care. If you guys remember, the market it was like the S&Ps, Qs, and Dow. It was like they didn't even react when New York Community Bank news was out. So, because I was watching. Let's do one thing real quick. Let's check up on TLT. TLT, nice rally on the pullback here. Looks like TLT may make this 94.50 resistance. Looks like it's trying to. Now we look at that because if the Fed is going to cut rates, or the market's presuming that they're going to be cutting rates, you're going to look for this to rally. But I think this would be the area to be a buyer. All right. You know, you have a nice double bottom there, but I would have liked to have seen this area hold. And it looks like it's trying to hold it right now. As we can see, look, yeah, right here. See how it rallied, pulled back? You had this little gap up. So that's TLT. Well, let's look at the VIX real quick before we start, and we'll look at the dollar. I'm sure the dollar's right where it's always been for the past 2 years. So, yeah, TLT just pulling back. Oh, so it's underneath the 200-day. That's not good. Oh, wow. Okay. Goldman Sachs upgrade Citigroup. We're going to cover that news and stuff too, by the way, guys. I want to get right into it. I just wanted to cover the dollar, VIX, TLT real quick. Let's see if TLT can get back above that 200-day. This is the 1, 2, 3rd time that it's just rallied above and just got stuck below. I mean, maybe it doesn't even seem like it's paying attention to it too much. A little bit, but see if we can find what is it using. All right, that's what we want to locate. 100 days, pretty good. That's a nice little hold there. Seems, look here. Yeah, so that's that. We'll see what happens. See what happens with TLT. Let's look at the VIX and see. She's been pulling back. Understand that the VIX has been putting in higher lows. All right, higher highs and higher lows. She's still just creeping, like just waiting for something to pop off. She's just like, yeah, I know something's going to come, but when? When? It's the timing. But, you know, she's been pretty, as far as volatility's been pretty subdued. And you guys have probably felt it. We got long UVXY on this day, by the way, too. That was a nice day. All right, so let's go see where the dollar's at. Let's look at Dixie, and we'll look at the other markets real quick to see what they're doing and see what, compare that to the U.S. markets, and then we're going to kick it off. So the dollar's still pulling back, which is good. I feel like this whole area we're going to consolidate a bit. I would like to see the dollar get back down to 98 or 99. I think it's going to be a little while before we get there. Personally, I feel like we could start to get a bounce. We could see a bounce, or we'll see if it falls in a little bit more. See if she, gets her bounce at like 102 on Dixie, DXY, the US dollar. Right down in this area. Let's go look at STOXX. Euro 50. So, making new highs. The DAX. Making new highs. What is it doing intraday? It's not going to give me it, is it? Oh, it will. Cool. Alright, so these markets are higher. Okay. What do we have here? I don't know what happened here. See what I mean? It's just acting up a little bit on me, guys. So you'll have to forgive me. I wouldn't mind seeing a pullback to 514 again. Well, we've already done that. 517. Alright. Let's get off of that. Again, if you guys have questions, throw it in the chat. Subscribe. Hit that like button. Let us know some ideas that you guys are looking at, what you guys want me to chart and go through. Let's start off with Big Cap Tech. Alright, the first one, NFLX. Alright, had a price upgrade today. Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Sorry, I just wanted to put this up side by side. I have so many whatchamacallits up that I need to actually watch. I have so many tabs up, and I feel like I don't know why the site's running slow today. I really don't. If you're new here, welcome. Don't be shy. Communicate. Ask questions. Say hi. Say hello. Alright, so here's some news. Let's go over some of the news so you guys can write some of this stuff down and you guys know about it. Bernstein raises Ferrari stock price target. Fiscal year 2025-2026. Forecast. Alright. 340, 365. Increasing the price target to 365 from the previous 340. Syngene, I guess that's how you say it, partners with Robot Lab and to expand AI network. Turtle Beach shares target raised $17. Price target upgrade on a positive outlook. I'm sorry. Adidas shares receive a price target boost from Baird. So a lot of upgrades this morning. GXO Logistics retains outperform rating a $78 target. Burger King parent restaurant brands named insider Samuel Sadell or Saduki as CFO. VinFast to debut Vancouver Auto Show with EV range. Goldman Sachs reinstates AESI coverage with a buy. High Crush acquisition. Let's see here. Come on. B of A raises Floor & Decker to a target of 140. Utz Brands to a buy. Williams Sonoma price target 300. Robinhood jumps after robust growth in assets under custody in February. Climbed nearly 13% pre-market trading on Thursday. Wow, let's look at Robinhood. Sorry, I know I'm going off track here, but this stuff's important. Wow. Okay. Cut up Coinbase too. As trading volume surges. So this trading volume always happens when market starts to get at highs. People like to come in, start buying. Maybe this is our sign that the market can start to get a pullback here very soon. I need to pull up whatchamacallit too real quick. We'll cover some of the top gainers as well. Yep, I can see already people are talking about they're talking about SOUN, so that's going to be at the top of the list. So they gained 12% on trading on Thursday. The stock already has gained 35% just this year. They're saying retail investors have returned to the market. All right. So Tesla, I have Robinhood. Hood, SOUN. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. Or if you just want to say hello, whatever it may be. Well, and we'll continue to go over the news as we go. I don't know if I should if I should buy SoundHound right now. Everybody's looking at this thing. Pockets got bad. Yeah, look at that volume. You're already that's about 500,000 shares in the pre-market trading. All right, so again, guys, we were saying that we don't have. The only thing you have, if we can clear 1050, you watch 1050, you get above it. I think I would prefer to get through 1050 on a pullback to yesterday's highs. Personally, I'd like a pullback to like $9, like that double top from yesterday. You guys may not see it, but look at the 15-minute chart bottom left. You guys can see it. That's a little bit of a double top from where we closed to that pivot high. That closes right around that pivot high from yesterday on SOUN. And then I would look to pull back to there and see if we can pull in some more volume to get through that 1050 mark. So I'm saying it now. That's what I would like to see. That doesn't mean that that's going to happen, but I really would like to just see us be able to pull it back into the close and get that entry around $8.70. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. We'll have to wait and find out. So we'll cover Apple real quick. Apple had an okay day yesterday. Tesla and Apple have been pretty weak, but Apple is kind of trying to turn itself back up a little bit here. I feel like its ultimate destination over time is like 155. But I think that we're going to need a catalyst for that. Maybe we can get to 165. But you can see here yesterday and Wednesday and Tuesday, we ended up making that 175. Yeah, 175 or 174. 174 resistance. All right. So I'll put that back up there. You can see yesterday we pulled right into Friday's close, and we held Friday's close, and you actually got a bounce there. So what do we think for Apple? I would like to be able to get another shot at the short side. Um, see what we do at like see right now. It's try. I would like to see if we can't get like 172.80 or 172.50 area. Um, and see if we can't have another test of the lows at like 169, 170 on Apple. All right, that's my opinion on Apple. So the entry points on this for me would have to be around 72.29. You have a little gap up there. 171.99. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. I think I'm not really watching Apple, but if you guys want my opinion, I think you gotta wait for that bounce back to 173.50. I think 173.50, maybe yesterday's pivot high, this like 173 area. So 173, 173.50 is where I would look to take that pullback. Now, could we get another bounce? Is this going to be a higher low? All right. So does that mean, if that's going to play out, does that mean we can get a long here if you pull back in the 171.75? We could find out. We can see. Maybe you get that long at 171.75, and you get another, take that bounce into 174. You could. Maybe it goes even higher. I don't know if there's any news on Apple or anything. Okay. Apple supplier Foxconn sees a good year with the help from AI. So bullish news. Tesla, what's today? The 14th. Tesla and Apple are dropping out of the Mag 7. I don't see what. Okay, McDonald's CFO Ian Borden said cash-strapped customers are increasingly buying food from supermarkets, choosing to eat more often at home instead of restaurants. McDonald's wants to woo them back with bundle deals for $4 or less, and is test marketing bigger burgers. I mean, push Dollar Tree to improve operations, so they want Dollar Tree. I figured it was operations. Alright, so this is from this morning. Alright, this news here. I don't see anything with Apple, though. Family dollar stores are more concentrated in urban areas. Yeah, I don't. Tesla and Apple are dropping out of the Mag 7. Yeah, okay. Alright, so that's that. Apple supplier Foxconn sees a good year with help from AI. Here's the thing with Apple. I think you got to watch out for the Indian market long term. There's a whole nother stage of growth that's getting ready that there's a beginning of. Now, does that mean like it's going to like go from 175 to 1,000? Maybe not. Maybe not in my lifetime. I'm not sure, but I do know that I feel like there's an opportunity coming for Apple. All right, I would take this time. I've owned Apple for a while now already. Buy the dip. Own it. Own it. I'm not telling you to own it. I'm just saying if my suggestions would be to own it, because it's not going anywhere anytime soon. All right. Microsoft been in a big consolidation, pretty strong in my opinion when you see these type of things, because it's not like the stocks, like you see Apple pulling back and Now we're trying to test these highs up here. Right now we sit around 418, like just under 419. So I would be looking, obviously, for this area. You got to think about possibly being a buyer now at the 415 mark. 415 now. Do we see if it held yesterday? Not really. It didn't hold yesterday. It did, but it didn't. It broke back down. If you guys see this tail, right, that means that the candle, like, it sold off, it went down, and it came back up into 5 whatever, and it closed below Wednesday's candle, or Tuesday's candle, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me put up a 4-year or 4-hour. I don't know why this does that. Alright, so Microsoft. Microsoft is. See, here's the thing. If the SPY, if we just continue, if the Dow's going to continue, then we have to look at Microsoft to go higher, especially if the Dow's going to go higher. All right. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. Microsoft is a big part of the Dow. You may or may not know this. Sorry, I know it's a little. So look, we have some resistance forming right here. This level, we got to watch. All right, 518 on, oh, that's the SPY. So we are struggling there on the SPY. I thought I put in the Dow. Okay, cool. So we are pulling back off of prior highs. Dude, if we could just get, like, here's what I think. I think if we get, like, a crazy low unemployment number. Retail sales come in really bad. Like, and maybe even PPI comes in high, right? With the labor market still hot, like at least initial jobless claims come in really low, right? Which shows a strong job market with sticky inflation, higher for longer. That's the picture we're painting to see if the market's going to pull back. Sorry, I don't mean to yell, but that's what I want to look for. I mean, I think, like, that's our. I'm shooting for 530 on the SPY, 520 to 530, but I can't remember if it was 520. But I feel like 530 was one of the. I don't know how I came up with it. I know how, like by measuring, but we got to see what picture gets painted. All right, look. Okay, so the SPY is going to break out past. It should break out. So the Dow is your leader right now. So that means we want to look at Dow names if the Dow is going to continue higher. Okay, IWM, same thing. Nope, never mind. The Qs are weak. Look, they're not up at highs. So, you know what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. This is why it's important to be here with us, because these are the things we talk about. Like, and what do we expect? Yesterday, I didn't expect the market to do much. And it didn't do much. It doesn't mean that news can't drop during the middle of the day, but if news doesn't drop, we pretty much have a feel on what we think the markets are going to do. So you can see the Qs are actually making that uptrend resistance. I'm really thinking about the short now. I'm really thinking about the short. So if you don't know and you want to know, and here's the thing, you'll have to find the tickers, the names that are like the sector in the names that are going to make this thing weak. So if I go here, all right, for the Qs, you can see these are all of NASDAQ holdings, QQQ. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon. It's mostly made up of communication services. Okay, there's 102 holdings, about $254 billion total in assets. Google, Okay, Cost, Costco, AMD, Tesla, Adobe, Pepsi, Cisco, Qualcomm, T-Mobile, Intel. So watch for the semiconductor sector. Yesterday they closed red. You had a lot of energy, and when energy is going higher, you can look for GLD, GDX, and some of the names like the gold and silver names, commodities. We've been waiting for this for a while now. If you're new here, we've been waiting for gold to pop off. So Qs are weak. We want to look at, and guess what I got for y'all? Bang! Communication information. All these names. So what we'll do is we'll look to see what sectors are weak pre-market as we go through semiconductors. We'll cover Nvidia, AMD. We'll look at PayPal. Financials were strong yesterday, so that helped PayPal. And well, like Texas Instruments, right? Very weak. AMD, in my opinion, has been a little more weaker than Nvidia. So we'll look to see what sectors in this are weak, right? Like I can tell you right now, like Palo Alto, Zscaler, like those type of names will probably be a bit stronger with what's been going on in the world. Micron, Marvell, I think it was Marvell has been really weak. So there's one right there. This has been really weak. So if the Qs are going to continue to the downside, you have this double top up here, triple top. Where do I put it? I mean, it pulled all the way back down to there. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with that right there. So Marvell's target 66. It's already there. But I think if the Qs are weak, you could probably get that to break, honestly. All right, so right now we've already spotted a name that's pretty weak. Now, are we going to sense also divergence? Now, look, you can see that this is trying to get a little bit of, put in a higher low. So if we get divergence, right, and the Qs actually start to get a little lift and the Dow pulls back, then we want to see, okay, semiconductors, right? Palo Alto, Zscaler flattening out. PNW is, look, see, that's not flattening out, that's going higher. All right, CrowdStrike. All right. So, but we'll cover that. Let's go back to Microsoft. I just wanted to, let's see if we're going to start getting a shift today, like in if we're going to start getting rotation. All right. Yesterday was a nice rotation into healthcare, financials, stuff like that. You can see energy's going higher, has been trying to. We'll see here if the Qs can end up holding 442. But this uptrend, look how intact that uptrend is on the Qs. Just even this part, right? Pulls right into it, support, breaks it, gets back above, makes it support, and then what's it do? It fails, bang, right? Boom, bumps right into it, bumps into it. And look, and even the trends go higher with the trend line. And then again, pre-market today, so that shows you that I've got this trend line in the right place. All right, down here. Down there, look at that, right? Look at the resistance up right there, right? So, and even this little support here. So these things will tell you if you got your trend line drawn right or not, right? You can see that support levels, and then it breaks. So, yeah. All right. Microsoft. Pockets got fat and call got loud. I don't know why I have Lil Uzi Vert in my head right now. Microsoft, see what happens if you pull back off yesterday's open. Yesterday's open, you had just pulled back right off the bell. You pulled right in off of the bell yesterday. I know there's a lot of lines in my chart. I do apologize. This was a nice little area for it to hold as support. I just didn't like the fact that, let's see, where did it close? No, it closed right at 415. You can see how it broke 415 because 415, 414 is that level. And then it rallies back through it. and then it pulls back, and it doesn't pull back to hold prior day's high, right here. Doesn't pull back to hold prior day's high, which would be some bullish sentiment. It instead pulls back, and they break it. Well, you know what? You could say this dotted line, this pivot high, right? That resistance made it support. It broke it yesterday, held it. All right, so what's going to happen today? All right, we'll see what the market does. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the data, obviously. Obviously, it's going to come down to the data, but what I would look for is a pullback into. So you made it support. I would look for a pullback here, guys, right here at 416.65 on Microsoft. Just give me 1 second. Let's do this. I know it's taking me a little bit.
Trump was right this time. We can agree that China is a dangerous foreign adversary. Chinese surveillance on our population.
418.15. 418.15 lines right up. That's it. 418. 418.15. Where's that take us here? Sorry, this is the work that it takes. I just want to see where it's at. See if it means anything. I'm not looking at it. Yeah. I don't know. You know, Microsoft, if we get a pullback into 415, I'll look to see if it holds. You know, maybe this is another failed attempt. You know, I just think that, you know, that's a nice hold of the 50-day. It's pulled back. Let's see if there's some relative strength. I'm going to look. We'll see if we can break the highs and have a nice day in Microsoft. But for me personally, I just think that we're going to need to see this data before we start talking about strength and stuff like that. So real quick, I know you guys are getting a little bored with it real quick. I know I'm going too long. But notice how you have resistance here, right? At 416, 415 and so. And then look here, right? 414, resistance. Breaks it, pulls right into it. What's it do again? Resistance. So technically you have resistance there at 416. You need to make it support. All right? So that's what I would be looking for, is if we can turn this you've turned 414 into support. Kind of turned it into support there too, but yeah, let's see. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but if we can get a pullback somewhere like near yesterday's pivot high, something like that, I would look for Microsoft to get long. All right, 416.50. 416.50. I just, you have some possible resistance up there at all-time highs. So just be aware. All right, you have some resistance up here at 421. All right, let's go to Google. I haven't looked at Google in a while. It's been doing pretty nice. It's actually into resistance right now. So, yeah, I would watch out. Wow, that's 125. All right, so Google. This chart is kind of ugly. I just feel like the chart is just... This is technically just a big bear flag. It could be. Okay. My question is, where are we? 142? 142. So we're near yesterday's high. I want to see if we reject the 50-day. And then So let me write this down.
of both arguments, and you can share them. Thanks for the assist there. March Madness. Sounds like you know.
I want to see if we can get a test of the 50 day and see if we can turn this like 142 area into resistance. Yeah, 142. I want to see if we could turn 142 into resistance. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And then see if we could swing trade this if it comes in below. Like if the data comes in and it's not too well, you would look to see if you can't take it back down to the 100-day moving average. Okay, so the 100-day moving average is good. Let me put this right here. Because ultimately I want to see if this level breaks, guys. Right here at, see if we can get a break and a resistance, right? You bounce, right? 50-day comes in. We meet the 50-day around here. And then see if we can pull it back, break this level, all right? This level right there, I'm going to make it a 2 because I want to see if that level can break. If you can see here, I know I'm doing a little much here, all right? And then see if we break it and get down to the 100-day. I mean, this is, you know, a $43, you know, 143 to 139, 138. Yeah, the 200-day or the 20-day moving average, 100-day moving average, all right there. 50-day rejection is what I would like to see. All right. It's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough because, yeah. If we hold this range, though, if you break and hold 142, then you have some upside in you on Google. So it's either 142, or is it gonna reject or is it gonna hold? All right, rejection or hold. That's gonna be the question. If it holds, oh my gosh, I'm sorry guys. I do apologize. I apologize. Then look for 146. So, you know, you have the 50-day right there. So just because like right now we're pulling back on it, doesn't mean you can see here how it's pulling right down into the level. You get a little bounce, and who's to say that you don't reject the 50-day when that data comes out? All right. So Google, I would like to see this. I know I'm losing viewers because I'm taking way too long on this, guys. I do apologize. This is what I'm looking for on Google, okay? A 142 hold, which I don't think. I think you get the rejection. I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that like I think it holds, but if it holds, then maybe we look for a swing trade. Not maybe, but definitely. You know, I would look for a swing trade to 146. Okay, and then 142 breaks and fails, 50-day rejection. Uh, 143. My target for that is going to be down here at 139. So that's my target there on Google. Let's talk about Netflix. Netflix has a price upgrade. And we'll talk about Amazon real quick. So Netflix has a price target upgrade. All right, TikTok has, no, not TikTok, Netflix.
I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok. You're trying to buy TikTok? I am, because there should
Steve Mnuchin saying he's trying to buy TikTok. He said, "Yes, I am."
that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something like this.
You gotta love Steve Mnuchin. He's just like
I'm working on.
he's just all about America and the people. And
WMT, Walmart Commerce Technologies, launching AI-powered logistics product. That's Whiskey Michael Tango.
622 is a bit of resistance up there for Netflix. I think this is going to be a tough level for him.
They suggest that it is almost impossible within a 6-month time period to truly
640.
to another group that frankly isn't a Meta or a Google, if you will. Because the data
Check the Scout report.
the users is in the US, but the algorithm and so much of the other operations are outside of the US. What do you know about, now that you've studied this business several years ago? And I
LICN,
imagine
reaching China, limited expands presence in international markets. Lima, India, Charlie,
Let me first say,
November.
I don't think this should be controlled by any of the big U.S. tech companies. I think there could be antitrust issues on that, and this should be something that's independent, so we have a real competitor, and users love it, so it shouldn't be shut down.
50-day.
I won't go into all the details, but the app
Let's see here. 100. The hourly chart.
there's a lot that can be done in 6 months, but I would work closely with the
It looks to me like Netflix is kind of just like given. It's just like, man, I've made such a big move that I feel like it may start to pull itself back. I think it may start to pull itself back a little bit. Look for a pullback on Netflix, and if you hold 615, 614, look for a rally back up through 625. It has an upgrade today. I mean, I don't see how it couldn't hurt it. All right, so pullbacks into 614.50, 615 area. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Right here, pullbacks into that area, right there. Bang. All right. It looks like a nice move there. I may even try it. All right, I may even try it. That's a huge gap up this morning. Huge gap up.
and directed by the Chinese government today, or do you look at this as a prospective
I should have went and got a breakfast sandwich this morning. I still might.
practice in a way right now, but the worry is that one day it could. Which is it?
Well, I'm not going to comment on what's today, but I will comment. There's no question that on a forward basis, they have both the ability to influence the data and
Look at that close from yesterday. You guys can see here.
You're not going to comment on today because you can't do that without giving away things that you might know that others wouldn't.
that's true, and also I think kind of the issue today, again, I think the focus should be.
You guys see this level
Should be controlled by a U.S. business. It's a great company. It would be terrible.
right here.
Lots of users use it, and we need a competitor.
Well, that's actually a level there, but I was looking more so right here. Right there. I don't really like it, but
I try to put myself in the shoes of others to just try to think through the implications.
all right, either way.
Chinese entrepreneur
Pullback. See, you held this yesterday, this level on Netflix. 607.50. I don't know if you get there. You can look for that to hold again. Or if it breaks, then you know you have room back down to 590, really. So, Netflix, I would watch 607. I'd be watching 607. All right, and then we'll cover Amazon real quick. So we got Google. We got Netflix.
A loss of 11 cents, gap loss of 11 cents per share in Alpha.
Do you think President Trump is now saying he signed that CFIUS bill,
That's more than a
CFIUS
7-cent
ruling
loss that was expected.
Why do you think he's now saying that he doesn't think TikTok should be sold or shut down?
I think he doesn't want it shut down, but because he's concerned about the power that would create for Facebook. I believe he would support a sale. He did.
614. 614.50 NFLX.
The answer is spoken to him about this week, but I believe he would support a sale.
What I found interesting about his comments about the Facebook pieces, and I appreciate this.
So we're either 614, 615, hold Netflix. If it does not, all right, I know, I'm sorry, it takes me a little bit. Look at this 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, whatever. This could set up really nice, and we're coming into Friday. So if you want to, I think I might allocate a little bit of risk, all right, on a weekly move. Okay, if we pull back into 615, like 614.50, right? 614.50. I'm gonna watch to see if Netflix holds. If 614.50 does not hold, all right, there's an upgrade. You have to remember there's an upgrade. So if we can pull it back a little bit, because you may end up holding 616, right? 616. I'm gonna write that down too.
Europe and Asia Pacific, Tango Echo Alpha Delta.
Right here. All right. If you hold, then you can look for that rally to 625 or 624.50. Okay. 624.50.
Logic and Zero Error Systems partner to deliver radiation tolerant EFP
623.
space applications.
Check the scout report.
Kilo.
Down on this if he doesn't want it shut down, but would like to see it potentially.
So if we hold 616 right here, 614.50, 616, because 616 is the pivot high, but you have, yesterday's high and Tuesday's high right there at 614.50, 614. All right, so if we pull back into 614 and you see it starting to hold and it pulled back on on low volume, look at the SPY, the Qs, what are they doing? Are they pulling into support with decent data? And we look for a rally off of 614.50, and we can look to take that $10 right into 625. Okay, but if we do not hold 614, 614.50, 614.50, I'm sorry, all these numbers.
Well, I'm telling my investors that I'm focused on my business and I'm very busy.
How unhappy will they be then if you're buying up stuff?
If that doesn't hold, then I think we have room back down to these lows at 596, the low 600s, at least 602. All right, so what I would look for is this 614.50. All right, if this does not hold, if this area, these pivot highs do not hold, then I would look for it to pull back, bounce into it, get short. Then I'm looking for 607.50. I'm taking that as we get down to 607.50. I'm gonna look. Do I want to start taking some of this position off? I mean, you could also call it 610. I'm gonna put a box here, just so I know that this is my area. All right, that's my area, 607.50 to 610. All right, that's what you need for a $600 stock, is about a $2 to $3 stop loss. So you got to give it the room it needs. Okay. So, and I'm writing down 614.50 doesn't hold. 614.50 rejection. 610 break. 610. 610 break. Then we're looking for targets of 607.50. And then 602. Okay, so that's Netflix. I know it took a little bit, so I do apologize. You do have a wedge forming here, and we know that wedges are a reversal pattern, but I don't think it's a bit like that big of a wedge. You guys can see here, we measured this move on the pullback. We said we were looking for 625 area, just under 625. That's exactly where it went. So it really helps measuring moves. We're way above the 50-day. You have resistance into this gap. So that's why 615 is dangerous, because it puts you in that top range. You guys can see here on the daily chart, this area is what I'm looking at. If we are up here and it holds, All right, if that holds, then I know I have room to 645. And what was the price target upgrade? There was an upgrade, I think, to like 640, something like that. 640 or something. I can't remember. But I know that it was in that area. So I'm going to look at this as like an area in which we trade. And I'm going to buy and sell off of the lows and the highs of that area. So do we get above and start to hold this flat top resistance up here at 615? Chances are we can, or we do. Chances are we do, because we have an upgrade this morning. They got a price upgrade. Analyst upgrade. Alright. So that's that. Let me use the restroom real quick. And then we're going to go right into like Robinhood's ripping. We'll look at like Palantir, some other ones. I'm not... Oh, Amazon. We have to do Amazon real quick. Amazon and Tesla. I got to hurry up. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay? Steve Mnuchin's on right now talking about TikTok.
Strategy, if I said
Talking about
business
buying
was
it.
worth if I was trying to buy it.
There have been
Just 1
valuations
second.
that
And yes, we're
speculated,
going to
let's
get
say, $50 billion.
SOUN. If you guys
over
could,
under,
hit that like
it's
button,
part of the game.
subscribe if you haven't already done so. I thank you guys for joining us. Say hello.
I think the number
Throw
one
some
issue
stocks,
that needs
throw
to
some
be
tickers in
solved
the
is
chat.
technology transfer.
Give me 1 second.
And if we can figure out a way to solve that, which I think we can, then I think the price is some large amount of money up front and probably a big earn out. Because you're right, the business, my understanding is, does not make money today.
And does that require the rollover of the current investing group into your group? And are they, would they be part of that?
I have spoken to some of the existing investors. I would propose that they would roll over, the U.S. investors, and my guess is they would.
Like Yaz? Like your guess is that they would be on board with this and would support it? So.
So this would be Bill Ford at General Atlantic, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Okay, what about Jeffrey Yass? We talked
Again,
to
I'm not
former
going to
president about him.
I'm not going to go through investor by investor, but I would give the existing investors an option to roll over. I assume that they would want that, and we'd bring in other investors, but no one would own more than 10% of it. So
How much competition do you think you're going to have for this asset?
You can see the SPY is still trying to make that previous
might
high.
also want to put together resistance. Perhaps they're working with you.
Yeah.
Well, let me
I
just
hope
say,
everybody's
the
doing
issue
well
right now-
also today. All right, so let's go over Amazon real quick. We went Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, and then we'll do Tesla. Let's go to the daily chart. So Amazon's working up towards its highs right now. Look at that resistance level. I got to put that up here. All right, got to put this up here. Right there, previous highs. 2.
It's a lot easier to get done. I was there yesterday. I'm going to see the private bank today. It's a top 20 bank. We put up a lot of capital, which will stabilize the business. Brought in Joseph Otting as CEO, and I think there's going to be a great turnaround.
Let me ask you just a very different question. Put your Treasury Secretary hat on for a second, which is, how do you think the economy is going?
I'm worried about the economy. So we're in a situation where obviously the Fed is on hold.
I would like to see Amazon get a pullback, but I doubt that's going to happen. We might be able to do it today. I'm not sure. We're going to look and find out. We'll read the charts. We'll read the scout report. Check the scout report.
3.5%. I think we're going to see 10-year treasuries in the 4 to 4.5% range for a long time.
I think Steve Mnuchin just gave that away. I think we're going to see, he said, I think we're going to see, he was talking about rates. He talks to Powell and Fed members.
Let me ask you, just a very different question. Put your Treasury Secretary hat on for a second, which is, how do you think the economy is actually going?
I'm worried about the economy. So we're in a situation.
PPI in 15 minutes. Sorry,
I agree that
I know
the
I'm an
Fed
idiot.
needs to see continued data.
But yeah, he pretty much just gave that away. 178. Already, we're locating what? 178 as an area of resistance. 178. We have the 20-day moving average down here.
AMIX, autonomics, completes first inpatient procedures and human clinical trial targeting
which means it'll probably be moving up a little bit with the chart. I don't know why it goes to the right every time. I don't know why it like pins itself up all the way over there. Hey, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, there it is. I was like, where's my volume profile? So this is a nice hold here of 172. What I would look for is to see if we can hold 175. Amazon 175.
Absolutely. The government spending is what caused inflation. It started in COVID and it continued on with multi-trillion dollar
Gasoline is still up 50% higher than what it is. And if your paycheck is still below in real terms,
And 175 lines up with the 9 EMA.
if you're buying it is average weekly
Lines up with the 9 EMA. It also lines up with prior resistance. Pivot high. We break. We pull back. We break. We pull back. Break. Pull back. Chances are, pull back. All right. You see how that goes? See how it goes? You break, you pull back, you break, you pull back, you break, you pull back. All right. So we're up. We're right at resistance. Right at resistance, everyone. It looks like for real, for real, for real, for real. This looks like a big ass Head and Shoulders. If like that upside move there kind of ruined it. But I'd be damned if that don't look like no. If that doesn't look like a Head and Shoulders there. Right somewhere around there. It's a 4-hour chart, so it may not look exact. But look at that. That's crazy. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Alright, so we'll look for 178 to be resistance. I can see it now.
I served in the Navy supporting SEAL teams. Today, I run Sabo Outdoors with fellow Special Operations veterans. Our mobile app connects customers with hunting, fishing, and other outdoor experiences. American technology has been essential.
And what did we say? 175? Yeah, we want to see if 175 can hold. You know, 176, 175.
You gotta stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself.
176.
And what you're gonna get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zenju.com.
In our previous home, we had wood. I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks have made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Riley from Riley's Realty.
I think this here could set us up if it breaks for a short. I do. Now, if it pulls back and holds it, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about right here.
NVEI, Nuvi, Master Group selects Nuvi to accelerate online growth. That's the Victor Echo India.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone
177.45. Look at 177.45. 177.45. See if that holds. This little area right there, because this could be our entry short if that's what it's going to do. I want to edit this to a dot or a line. All right, y'all. So we look for 178.50. Man, I would really like to be able to pull back and get like, see, that's only $1 or so. I don't know. I don't really like Amazon. I mean, there's a lot that I could say here with like even just being able to like long off of 174 or 177.50, right? And taking this thing right up here, taking it right to like 179. But it's not even 179. It's like 178.50. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't. That doesn't get me wanting to take a long. You know.
I guess you're kind of a Mr. Chairman.
nice ring to it. I'll agree with you there.
Jared, this is a lot of times we see a budget and we know that it is sort of a ranking of a president's priorities on where he wants to go and not necessarily something that is going to happen. But there are some things in that as an economist in the budget, and it's not due to this current budget, but because of our fiscal situation and long-term debt situation, there are some scary numbers there. And I'm just wondering if you have a way that we can grow
178.50 rejection. 179.
about the $34 trillion debt and the looming entitlement issues that we have. Is it addressed, in your view, effectively in this budget?
I think it is, and I can give you some numbers to, I think, support that view.
The thing is that Microsoft is still kind of strong. Kinda.
Concepts of the budget
It's holding up pretty well.
in the American people. Obviously, this is a project that is well underway, standing up domestic production of semiconductors, domestic production.
Again, my target for that's going to be down here at like 170.
A very strong labor
3?
market, 15 million jobs since this president got here, rising
Yeah,
real wages now,
173.
10 months
Is that what I said?
That helps on the consumer side of the economy. That's about 70%, and then add in investment, and you've got a lot of the shooting match right there. That's one of the reasons why debt service in this budget, that is real net interest as a share of the growing economy, stays quite low, and around the 1.5% range. So one of the best ways to achieve
I just want to see where, what was it, 172 I thought I said?
which is also robust.
175. So 175 support.
I guess it's $3 trillion in deficit reduction, assuming you got the taxes enacted, and also assuming that the economic growth stayed within the range of where the projections are. But the spending, it doesn't really come down. Just fractionally, we have a deficit this year. I think it's what 1.8 or so, and you're talking about, and that a lot of people criticize it because it's almost still emergency levels, almost pandemic levels, and you're only coming down just fractionally from that. Why spend so much?
That 20 days down there, 173,
Just cut some of the spending.
170.
Well, let's talk a little
Yeah, that was Netflix, so
Paul, in terms of deficit reduction.
176, 175 hold.
Trillion after President Biden took office. Part of that was strong.
From pandemic levels, you got to say that. I mean,
I was about to say that, so give me a chance. Part of that was pandemic measures running down, but also part of that was the strong economic growth, generating very robust revenues in 21 and 22.
All right, so that's Amazon, Netflix, Google. Let's go to Tesla real quick. I think I can tell you right now, Tesla, I'm looking for 165, TSLA. All right, you can see here we're making this area resistance right now. You're making that 167.30 resistance. All right, I think we're headed to 165. I'm just going to say that right now. I think that's our target. If we get a test of yesterday's low a day, this pivot low right there, there's a bunch of them. I thought about getting short this yesterday on this test. Actually, Wiz brought this back up in chat when we went and made that test up to there. But you know, it was wasting a lot of time off the clock. I'm not sure how much money you could have made if you got short yesterday. Okay, anywhere like if you did not get the 176 bounce, which you can see here, I don't know how much it would have paid you. All right, we like to trade momentum. This was clear direction, but at the end of the day, it didn't really move that much. I mean, maybe it did but you would have had to have gotten that rally there, and if you missed that, then right, like if you took your entry here, I mean, if you did this and you made some decent money, let me know. I'm not saying you didn't. I just don't know how much would have been on the table. Right? I don't know what the deltas were on those. Sorry. Let's see. Went to 169.50. Like really, like that's a 173 to 169. Like it's not bad. It's a couple bucks. It's just eating up a lot of time off the clock. Second, you know, the trade that we had, when was today? Thursday. Yesterday, This trade, not yesterday, but Wednesday, or yeah, Tuesday. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. Tuesday, you could have got over 100%. This was our top trade idea. Tesla, pull back to 178. This 177.99, 178, right on that bounce, right to pre-market levels. Bang. And you, by 9:40, you were already well over 100% and could have been done for the day. So yesterday I was a little leery because of how it moved the day before. And I would have much rather been short up at 180 instead of like the low 170s. That's $10 freaking dollars. You know what I'm saying? I need to be short up there at 179, 180, not 170 or 173. But either way, it was still a win for you if you got short. There was a downgrade. I mean, you see the direction. That Tuesday's rally didn't hold. You came in with the gap down, so that's telling you everything you need to know. That when you get this major sell-off and it bounces back, like this, if it bounces back in like a V pattern and that doesn't hold, it's telling you that, all right, that weakness is going to step back in. Nobody's going to feel comfortable buying it because that rally Tuesday never held, right? You wanted to keep seeing a sign of strength and keep it to give you signs of strength. It's still weak. I think 165 for Tesla. If you go to the 4-hour chart here, I need to go get a Red Bull or something. I need to go get something to eat. You can see here at this level, you have this resistance, support, double bottom down here at like 165 in the low 160s. All right, you have a gap also that's down here. I think we're still a little ways away from that. I think we're a little ways away from the gap, but yeah, like look, you have this gap there. Why is that like that?
Coming up.
Okay, so 152. That's a big gap, isn't it? Holy shit. All right. That's Tesla. Today, 165. All right, 165 is what we're looking for. I would like a bounce back. Maybe if we can get like 173. I just think that was yesterday's open, so I'm not sure if you're going to get that. But, you know, for whatever reason, if we're able to, I'll give you guys my entries real quick again. Let me get better at this. I apologize. 170. See, we're not going to get that level again. It already tested it because I had the chance to get short there at 173 yesterday and I didn't do it. I may leave Tesla alone today. So if I were anybody that was looking to get short, I would look at 171. 171 to 170. All right, Tesla 171, 170. Now you have to please take notice that the volume is there. If you try this, I think you have room down to 165. You know, so here we go. We're getting ready to get the data points, guys. Let's go. Let's throw up the SPY real quick. Let me go get a 2-minute chart. Plus 0.6%.
Plus 1.6% versus 1.1% expected. Core PPI year-over-year 2% versus.
Okay, month over month, 0.6. Oh my goodness, that's hella high. Oh shit. Retail sales 0.6. Wait. Yeah. So retail sales was decent. Core, I can't. Yeah, initial jobless claims 209. That's exactly what I said this morning that we wanted. Yo, we got it. We got a lower initial jobless claims. We got a higher PPI. Higher for longer. That's exactly what we wanted to see for a downside move. And we're kind of getting it. Watch this level right here on the SPY. Watch that level right there at 517. Let's pick it up. Higher for longer. She ain't doing it. The dip's getting bought. Why is this so loud? Why am I hearing myself? Let's go. I don't think it's going to pull back though. They're just trading to buy the dip. They're trading to buy the dip. So US PPI year over year 1.6, forecasted 1.2, previously 0.9, so it's up just a little bit. US core PPI month over month actual 0.3, forecasted 0.2, 0.5. Yields are rising. Let's listen to my guy here.
Okay, these are fine numbers. Expected to be up 1.2, up 1.6, up 1.6 on year over year, and that is
sales.
wow,
PPI is 0.6. That's so high.
The highest level going back to
they got that right,
September
right?
Last year when it was 1.8. Now the year
that's
over
really
year,
high.
Ex food and energy up 2%, equaling the rear view mirror, but definitely a bit hotter than we were expecting. So ex food, energy, and trade year over year up 2.8. That follows up 2.6 to find a higher number than 2.8.
Continuing jobless claims dropped to 118,000 or 181,000.
Now let's switch
whatever
gears,
that is.
shall we? Let's go to
1.8
retail
million.
sales. And remember, every one of these metrics was the weakest since March of 23 in terms of
this is what jobless claims 209. Wow.
So now are we
We're still working up,
we
but
certainly did.
we want to get out of that low 200.
However, that's still less than we were looking for, and that 0.8 that was the worst since March of last year now becomes minus 1.1. And if you strip out autos, it improves. It does not improve, and this really is interesting.
All right, gang.
When you strip out autos, and
all right, Joel.
That really gives us some sense.
So what are we going to look for?
Many of the other industries, it's up 0.3, 2/10 shy of expectations, and last month's worst since March of 23 becomes worse again from minus 0.6 to minus 0.8. Strip out autos and gas up 0.3. Finally, this is our first number that equals expectations. Following down 0.5, half of 1%, that now becomes down 0.8.
Come on,
and
man.
finally,
I want to have a
if you look
nice
at the
day
control
today.
Group, it's unchanged.
I want to have a nice
We're
day
expecting
today.
Up 0.4 last month, minus 0.4 becomes minus.
I don't know if they're going to
0.3.
give it to us,
The only thing
guys.
we have left is
I would
additional
like to see this
continuing
level
claims,
break
and
here.
I just dropped the
516
papers. Hold on.
break,
Let's bend down.
and then
Let's
look to
grab
see if we
them.
can't
Here we
ride
are.
this
We're back in
this
frame.
thing back down to
Initial claim,
514.
209,000.
514 target
209,000
SPY.
since Feb of,
All right,
24, which, of course,
514 is
this
going to
year,
be
not
my
that
target
long
on the
ago.
SPY
And
for
if
the
we look at
downside.
continuing claims,
514.
This is a biggie. 1,811,000.
Let me write this down.
We really need to pay attention to this
Oh,
number.
come on.
That's really an outlier, especially considering we're looking for our second number in a row to be up over 1.9 million as it was last week, and that was the highest since the third week of 23 in November.
Let's go to the
Now,
Qs.
here's what's fascinating. Not only is this significantly lower, there's a revision to last month that's unbelievably large. From 1,906,000 to 1,794,000. Huge revision. How far back do we have to go to see 1,794,000? That's going back to October of last year. So these numbers are really a bit odd on the claim side. That's
All right,
showing a
Q's,
labor market
438.
that's super tight, but I question continuing
We
claims
want more than that,
accuracy.
don't we?
On retail sales, well, a bit of a disappointment on many levels, especially on the revisions. And on PPI, you know, I want the experts to weigh in, and I hope they're not going to sound like CPI, where they're just going to push this back a bit. Hotter than expected, no matter how you slice it. We're now up to 421.5, 422 and tens. Tens prior to the number, we're at 420, but keep in mind, we were flirting with 406, 407, 408 not that long ago on an intraday trading basis. And the pre-opening equities, they're still dealing with this in a positive fashion which
Yeah.
is very interesting considering the numbers. I'm sorry, there's a lot there. Becky, back
that's
to
what
you.
I was going to ask
Yeah,
you about,
this-
Rick, is I'm surprised. Look, we were looking at the Dow futures up 165 as soon as the hotter than expected PPI came out.
I
You
would
saw
love
that
to get a
drop down
shot
to
at, like,
120 or something.
4:30.
It's picked back up. This seems like a shockingly, surprisingly positive reaction from the equities
Yes.
front. Yields aren't that much hotter. Watching what happened afterwards, are you surprised by any of that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm very, very, very surprised about what's going on in equities. I can't wait to see how the panel weighs.
I
in.
mean, I
And
want to
it's a
try to
very
get down to
similar dynamic
434 if we
to
can on the
CPI the day
Qs. I
before
don't know if we're going
yesterday.
to
It seems as
because
though
you have a lot of
investors
support up here at
are
438.
kind of brain melding with the Fed, and they continue to see easing in 2024. We could question
I'll
what
write down
meaning. Is it gonna be
438.
June? Is it going to be July? Is it going to be September? But they're still zeroed in on the Fed moving. And they don't look at PPI as intensely as
438 to
CPI.
434.
So I don't think the reaction should be that surprising, but it continues to amaze me that equities are so convinced that the rate of inflation is not going to be a huge mogul for some of these Fed eases, especially off all these articles. I'm sure everybody read the Wall Street Journal article today. People are a bit freaked out. They want deflation. They want prices to actually go down instead of going up slower. And believe me, the Fed, the last thing they want is deflation. The last thing a country with $34 trillion in debt wants is deflation.
Right. Rick, stay with us. We're going to talk a lot more about this data.
Okay,
For that,
so
we want to bring in our panel.
let's see
Veronique
what happens
Ferrugi,
here. The
who
Dow is
Global
pulling
Economy Chair and
off
Senior
of the
Research
previous
Fellow at George
highs.
Mason University's
So
Mercatus Center.
let's listen to them real
Rakeem
quick.
Mahmood, who is groundwork
I say this because we want to know the Dow was really strong yesterday. Financials, healthcare, names like Cat, John Deere.
Well, the first thing that's got to jump out at you is the
You know,
reversal inside
So
the PPI,
if the Dow is going to continue to lead to new highs, we're going to look in that sector. If we get the weakness, then we want to look at the Qs.
while services were
Okay.
pretty well tamed, which is kind of one of the things the Fed is looking for.
So that's why I'm writing these down. Wow, look at that.
Energy
Unbelievable.
obviously driving some of that up 4%.
I do kind of want to take a ride and grab a breakfast sandwich real quick. It's like 2 seconds down the road.
Services, this is the measure of profit margins, also declining 0.3%. I will say this, I think we're paying more and more attention to the PPI because what that's going to do is to feed into the PCE, which is coming out at the end of the month. And so that's really the key to it. And I think I'm a little less surprised than Rick about the market reaction. Guys, I don't know if you
It's
have
a
the
nice
January
double bottom.
2025 Fed contract. What that shows is the market has been banking this
We'll
year
see what happens
on
here.
less and less easing, so that's
We'll see
gonna
what
come
happens.
down.
All right, we'll just give it a
So it's
minute.
gonna come up to your right here,
Robin Hood.
the year-end Fed funds
Robin
rate.
Hood had a
But then you look at
big
where the
increase
market
here.
is,
So
stocks have been
S
since January
SOUN,
going up as well.
Robin
So
Hood
there's been this disconnect
are some of the ideas that I have for the
and
day.
the outlook for the Fed. They were married at the end all of last year,
And this
now
real
the market
quick.
seems okay. I think I do see though a pretty
Oh,
decent
Citigroup
rebound
with an
in
upgrade as well.
February
So that's going to help keep the Dow names strong. I think what they're forgetting on CNBC too, guys. What I think they're forgetting is you had a ton of upgrades today. Look at the amount of upgrades you had today. Right? If like you had earnings coming in good this morning, and then you had a ton of upgrades. Pro Research will ties into Amazon's robust cloud and AI strategy. Stuff used hires PPI inflation, retail sales, Century Casinos worse than expected Q4. Bullish Miriam Pharmaceuticals. Post earnings, buying opportunity, City. So they have earnings March 21st.
Does that tell you that the Fed is going to have a harder time cutting rates? Do you think it pushes off that date even further?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I was always surprised that anyone believed that we had achieved soft landing and that they were going to be rate cuts. I mean, we've had the CPI above 3% for the past 6 months and showing continued strength in both January and February. The PPI
Look at this. Canadian solar stocks edge up on Q4 revenue beat. Shares up 3%. Go Health. So Bernstein raises Ferrari's price target. Netflix price target. GXO outperformed. GXO. Adidas price target upgrade. Turtle Beach price target upgrade. Like, I think that's what's also holding up the markets. Okay, take notice into all those upgrades. That's just going to be a positive for the markets. No problems. You just talking. Yeah, I got such a migraine, guys. You guys might have to give me a minute. Let's go through a couple names. It's 8:41. Mostly dies in Amgen's diverse biopharmaceutical strategy. Democratic ETF paces Republican pure big tech bets. Guys, I want to go run over real quick and go grab a breakfast sandwich real quick. It's like 2 seconds away. It'll take me 10 minutes. I'm just getting a migraine. I need to get something to eat. So Robinhood, though, I would look for the we got a pullback already. You have an upgrade. It's at 1913, so it's gapping up big. There's a big gap up on Robinhood. Big gap up. I would look for.
I don't know if they're declaring a victory just yet, but I think the market's expectations for rate cuts could be pushed into a little bit of question.
Pullbacks into like $17.85, $18. No problems, you just talking. 23. You know, you don't have anything here on Robinhood. Robinhood, you don't have anything.
No, and I don't think it should, right? I mean, I'm a firm believer that
You know,
1 month does not make a trend, and when you zoom out,
This is 2.
yeah, it's not 1 month, it's 2.
data points do not make a trend.
Yeah, she just got hoard. Tell her, Becky. That's why I love Becky. Becky just so modestly, it's not 1, it's 2. Watch. Y'all see what I'm saying. I want to see if we reject the highs, though, on the SPY.
But in the history of the Fed, at least the last 20 years or whatever, the market has learned that the Fed will come
$24. Call it Michael Jordan. We looking for Michael Jordan on Robinhood.
That's where the disconnect is.
Rakeem, what do you think about
Right
all
here,
of this?
listen.
Does this pose a huge problem to the Fed's plans at this point?
No, and I don't think it should, right? I mean, I'm a firm believer that 1 month does not make a
Sorry.
trend, and when you
This
zoom
is not
out,
1 month. This is 2. Because people
well,
looked at January as
several
1
data
month.
points do not make a trend, and when you zoom out and look at the trajectory of PPI,
So funny.
input costs have been coming down precipitously. They are
Tesla getting a pop.
really coming down fast. Prices are coming
All right,
down,
so
but
we're
they're
holding
not coming down quite as
$19.
fast. And so, what is sitting in that gap, right?
Shit.
Your input costs are coming down, but your prices are high. That's big corporations sitting there juicing that gap for all it's worth. We see that in the data. We saw that.
All right, guys. Sorry about that.
53%
All right.
inflation
So
in the second and third
we
quarters
covered
of
those real
2023
quick.
Were driven by profit margins.
Pull back and
it's
hold.
Very, very clear to
Look
me
for a
that
rally.
This is a supply side problem.
We're looking
that
for Michael Jordan.
The Fed actually doesn't have
All right,
any tools to
24,
address.
25,
Powell himself has said this.
or 20, something
and
like
so,
that.
I think it's absolutely.
You don't
clear
have
that the
anything
Fed needs
stopping you
cut
to go
rates,
higher. You
stay
don't
the
have
course
much
on their
price action.
proposed rate cuts,
So low volume
and if
pullbacks,
anything,
you start to
do
see
that.
it. We'll
If
look
you're
for a
looking at the
bounce
Treasury reaction
on
today, it
Robinhood.
certainly seems to be agreeing with that. We did see the 10-year
Come
pop
on.
above 4.2%.
All right, guys. I want to go run over there real quick because I do not want to be late for the market. Look at Tesla.
Hotter than anticipated core,
Look at Tesla.
Hotter than anticipated supercore, both for the month over month and the year over year. We'll continue to puzzle.
Buy VIX calls to head potential rise in volatility, Goldman Sachs says. No, I said that before you, Goldman. I already know that. I already know. That's why I talked about the VIX first thing this morning. All right, guys. So Tesla, Teslonian going right to the level. Oh, look. Bink, right into the level. Oh, what a shame. Look at that, right into the level. Let's see what happens up there. I would watch. I don't know what happened. Is Lucid doing anything? Is Ford, Lucid? Nothing. Li Auto? Nothing. Ford? Nothing. Toyota's the best one of them all. It's at all-time highs. Not a single soul was talking about this except for me, and I literally called the top. Just about called the top on that thing. I'm not sure what's going on with Tesla there. I am not sure. Alright, I will be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Let me do this. Alright, gang. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. We'll cover the AMD. I just want to go grab a breakfast sandwich. It's 2 seconds down the road. I'll be leaving. I'll be right back. I promise. I'll be right back. Yo, I thought that I stretched everything over. Shit. You gotta be kidding me, bro. I hate that the volume's like that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. You're killing me, bro. Yo, no problems. You just talking.
Shares of Dick's Sporting Goods are up nearly, at this point, 4.5%, just around 70,000 shares of volume, reporting better than expected profits and revenues driven in part by a better holiday shopping
No
season.
problems. You just talking. See if I can get this.
To $1.10 per share, so watch the move there. Also on the retail earnings front, shares of Dollar General up roughly, call it 4.5%, just around nearly 250,000 shares of volume. The discount retailer also reported better than expected quarterly results on both the top and bottom lines, driven in part by both customer growth traffic and also market share gains. That momentum is also helping it.
So Tesla, you have AMD there, DKNG. We'll put up the
Welcome back to Squawk
SPY.
Box. I'm Dominic Chu. Let's get you caught up on some of the consumer stories of the morning so far. A couple earnings reports to start. Shares of Dick's Sporting Goods are up nearly, at this point, 4.5%, just around 70,000 shares of volume, reporting better than expected profits and revenues driven in part by a better holiday shopping season. Dick's also gave full-year profit guidance that was ahead of estimates and raised its quarterly dividend by 10% to $1.10 per share, so watch the move there. Also on the retail earnings front, shares of Dollar General up roughly, call it
Coinbase has fallen. We should have got short up there at 270. That would have worked yesterday.
Discount retailer also reported better than expected quarterly results on both the top and bottom lines, driven in part by both customer growth traffic and also market share gains. That momentum is also helping it forecast full-year sales growth above estimates. Those shares higher 4.5%. And we'll end on a non-earnings retail story getting a lot of attention. That's Under Armour. Shares are lower by about 6%. The company announced that current CEO Stephanie Linnartz would be stepping down from that role after a little over a year on the job, and that chairman and founder Kevin Plank will return to the CEO role. Meanwhile, Allianz chief economic advisor Mohamed El-Arian will become chairman of the board after serving as the company's lead independent director since the year 2020. So, and keep an eye on those particular moves here. Keep it right here.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I love you guys. I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. Again, I'm sorry. I have to get something to eat. Look at Tesla. I want to know what's going on with Tesla this morning. Tesla's going to be on our watch. That's for damn sure. Shit. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Right back. Be right back. Fuck, I gotta hurry up.
I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
You're trying to buy TikTok?
I am, because this should be owned by U.S. businesses. There's no way that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something
All right, guys, I'm back. Give me 1 second.
Earlier in the week, BofA went to 250 for the year on S&P EPS. Today, Savita has another note looking at what they call regime recoveries, which is essentially, in their view, a period in which the equal weight S&P outperforms the cap weight 78% of the time. It should do so. It's doing so this month. I mean, it's obviously, barely, not even halfway through the month. Obviously, if it became a trend of progressively higher inflation readings, where the Fed has to really rethink the easing posture, sure, we might have a gut check. If the 10-year yield blasts out of this range above 4.30 toward 4.5, maybe then you have to have a rethink of the whole thing. But for now, I think there's an ability also to pick and choose what we pay attention to in the inflation numbers. I know insurance was a big upside contributor to the PPI. That's been a big one. For CPI as well, you were talking about transportation services that being like,
yes.
Well, that's car insurance.
Like
Right? And it's and to a degree, and so it's not as if it doesn't matter. It's just
They did not have much left
not going to continue.
to choose from.
So we'll see.
Did anyone see what the news was with Tesla?
I guess the other piece I would
I guess Tesla's that's just a lower high being put in, which is expected. Let me reconnect.
managing to kind of alleviate a little bit of the meantime, we're watching. Insurance was a big upside contributor to the PPI. That's been a big one. For CPI as well, you were talking about transportation services at being like,
Yes.
well, that's car insurance largely,
right.
And it's and to a degree
what it
airfares,
was, right.
And so it's not as if it doesn't matter. It's just if you want to make the bet that that's not going to continue. So we'll see. I mean, markets.
I had to get something to eat. I was hurting. I just had a migraine. I didn't feel
I
good.
guess the other piece I would just more or less bring up is you do have earnings revisions.
And kinda
times.
craving
You
it.
mentioned Savita doing that, but even on a company by company basis, it's managing to to kind of alleviate a little bit of the immediate concerns about, hey, this is a really expensive market.
Meantime, we're watching the biggest loser year to date on the S&P, which is Tesla. Gets another note to the downside today. UBS cuts from 225 to 165. It's the third price target cut we've seen in about a week after Deutsche and, of course, Wells yesterday, which went to 125, one of the lowest on the street. Market cap, David, now below JPM.
We could probably look for a bounce and a rejection. We didn't get that 170 yesterday. Or 270. 270 short yesterday.
That's a bad company.
I should have took that. Dude,
We've talked about it, obviously.
a lot of the trades would have worked out.
Expect, and there it is. Yeah, JP Morgan's worth about $551 billion. Tesla's not. Sort of about $10 billion or so below that, at least as we begin trading this morning. And again, it was down yesterday on that downgrade from Wells Fargo that we discussed in terms of their belief that the price cuts are going to significantly impact profitability, as you might expect, and they really do question sort of the ability of the company to significantly grow. And there you can see Boeing obviously also along with Tesla in terms of its very poor performance. You know, Mike, people are going to start to say, oh, how much is he levered on and things like that.
Yeah.
I kind of hear that on Musk. That's, it's not part of this issue at this point, I don't believe. And they'll look at X, the old Twitter, and wonder, well, but he sold all the stock to pay for that. Obviously, the debt related to X is not related
All right, let's
to
get
his
it.
ownership. That's Morgan Stanley and a lot of other banks' issue
Exactly.
in terms of what they're doing and where they've got that marked. But it's got to hurt. Obviously, his net
His
worth
stake
has,
in Tesla is now worth around $65 billion.
Okay.
Under Armour,
Everything else got SpaceX,
5.3%.
Which we're on watch for another launch
Exactly.
today.
And so it's not as if that's somehow cutting close to the bone, $65 billion, but it's way down.
I could work with it. I could find a way to work
exactly.
with it. Yeah.
You know, if you're careful on the spending. I do think that what you're really seeing is just this massive premium bleed out of Tesla. Everyone's acknowledged that it was obviously valued as a lot more than an auto company. And now just the willingness to kind of give the company credit for being that much more, just because of the potential, whether it's full self-driving, whether it's AI and robotics or whatever else.
Yeah, although part of the UBS call is...
Sorry, I'm just reading
China
this.
risk,
United States Steel shares dipped 5.8%, adding Wednesday's plunge after reports that President Joe Biden plans to express serious concern over U.S. Steel's proposed acquisition by Japanese company
there's no doubt in my mind that the investor base that otherwise
Biden's
is
a
excited about
fucking
all those
retard.
things.
Biden's such a retard. And I use that word lightly. The U.S. works one-on-one with Japan. You know, he's such a goofball. He really is. Oh, I'm concerned. Why? Because it has the word U.S. in it? It's not like you and your currencies aren't pretty much tied together. So, damn, we ain't got hardly no comments today. Just trying to see what y'all looking at, what y'all watching. Alright, I'm gonna get my shit together. So, Tesla, Netflix, what else? Is there anything I'm missing? Keeping my eye on Palantir. We'll look at the scanner real quick. McDonald's did pretty bad yesterday. Why? What?
This comes one day after the House passed legislation that would ban TikTok in the United States if its Chinese owner ByteDance does not sell the actual operations here in the U.S. The bill now awaits a Senate vote. Biden has said he would sign it if it does come out of the Senate. And here is what Mnuchin had to say last hour on Squawk Box.
I've been watching Pfizer. Pfizer just... Market crowding is a worrying sign, says Citi. That's exactly what I said when the Robin Hood's news came out. What? Wow. Target. So they raised it. It's here to stay. That's so funny. All right, so this is our SentinelOne stock fell 9.5%. Cybersecurity firm delivered underwhelming full-year guidance that overshadowed strong fourth quarter results, causing the stock to suffer. Under Armour said that the founder Kevin Plank will return to the company. Why would it fall? Maybe that guy should be good if he's coming back. I love when banks upgrade or downgrade other banks. Like, yeah, we cool with you. Yeah, we rocking with you, Citi. As a Goldman Sachs, from Goldman Sachs to from one bank to another, yeah, we fucking with you. Yeah, we with you. I'm gonna let you know this by giving you an upgrade tomorrow. Bet, bro. So PBR. All right. Okay, let's get a clear game plan going here. Again, Robinhood is just hanging out at it's got a little ways to pull back, I think. But I would look for really your buying is at 1820 on Robinhood. 1820. Man, that's so close to my computer if it spills. 1820. So I'm going to do this real quick. 1820, 1815. Boom, resistance.
See TikTok's CEO also starting to try to get involved here, putting out a statement, Carl, talking about the legislation and what it would mean.
1880.
Yeah, well, those numbers you just mentioned were a big part of his, not just statement, but his response on TikTok, which he put out last night. Take a listen.
This legislation, if signed into law, will lead to a ban of TikTok.
All right, and then SOUN, guys. And then we're going to watch SOUN. Guys, again, I want to see a pullback to this double top. At least that's what I would like to see. Is a pullback to that double top. You also have that support there. Possible support here. At the gap fill. You have a gap there at $8.90.
Some other things going on regarding Israel and Senator Menendez and political points.
$8.90.
Schumer still uses a flip phone. So who knows what the radar looks like on that side of it all.
Yeah, I mean, even if the legislation does not pass, there is still a hope, I think, on the part of Mnuchin and other potential investors that over time, given the focus on TikTok and its national security risks, that there is some sort of negotiated solution here, which would end up with it being in U.S. hands, which they would obviously see as very beneficial.
No, fuck. All right, so the dotted line's $9.20, but really that 870 is where I would really like to see the buying opportunity on SOUN. All right. SOUN, what is that? $8.90, $9. No, where's 890 at, bro? $875, $870, $922. What's the SPY doing? All right, so Palantir looks like it's getting ready to pull back again to the 20-day. I said it the other day. I said, is 25 going to be a resistance point? It looks like it's trying to be. What's up, Ann? Good to see you, bro. I haven't seen you in a while. I do have that. It's so funny that you even know about Wawa. But I ran real quick over to... I was so hungry. I was getting a migraine. I was starting to fall asleep. And I was kind of just craving a breakfast sandwich. So I said, you know what? Let me go grab it. Let me just get a coffee, too. I think the coffee's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. I think. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's on, like, Tuesdays or something. But I know I paid for it. I don't know. I paid for it, but... So look at Palantir. You have some resistance up there on Palantir. Let's see what... Yeah, look, it looks like it's trying to break that level right now. You have some support down there at that daily 20-day moving average. All right, that daily 20-day moving average is some support. Looks like the 9 EMA resistance. I wouldn't mind trying to see if we can't get Palantir back down to the low 20s. 20, 23. Yeah, 23, 22.95. Injection. We got it. You got to be able to break the 20-day and, excuse me, $24. It's hot. It's hot. Look, financials were strong yesterday, and here's SoFi not doing good as well. So that's not a good look for SoFi. That sucks. I want to see this company make it. Or, like, do well. We might see SoFi pull back down to these lows of $7. All right, I would look for SoFi, pull back down to these lows, and maybe we can look for a 650 on SoFi. All right. Maybe we look for a 650 on SoFi. Well, it's like 718, 720, but whew, holy cow, man. So I'm not sure why Tesla bounced. I do not know why. Sarah Eisen. Look, and it's already pulling back. So there's a lot going on today, believe it or not. Under Armour, so there's 170. Sentinel 1, it's got an upgrade. NVIDIA stock fell 1.8%. Let's go through AMD and NVIDIA and ARM and them real quick, just in case they decide to move on us today. Let's look at NVIDIA first. All right, so NVIDIA's not even at yesterday's low. I think they were given a price target. I think they were given a downgrade. Stock fell 1.8%, continuing the recent sell-off of the dominant supplier of artificial AI chips. Elevated levels. The company annual developer conference is set to take place on Monday. All right, so that may mean that NVIDIA kind of like chills out a little bit, like the semiconductor as a whole, semis as a whole. Remember yesterday, right? Intel way down. There's news that they're not there with the administration talking about giving money to Intel for all these buildings. That may be taken back. Apple. Amazon was green yesterday. Top gainers and top losers yesterday. 3M, big day, up 5.5%. Travelers, up 3 points. I guess what was that, 1.5%. Chevron, 1.3. Caterpillar, Home Depot. Losers, Intel, McDonald's. All right, McDonald's saying that people are cooking more at home. Intel, again, I told you about why that. Then I think we all know what's up with Boeing. J&J, I'm not sure, and Apple, I don't know. I don't know why they were down like they were. So far, everything is green. Gold. Oil. If you see energy climbing, that helps energy, or that helps gold. For anybody that does not know. For anybody that doesn't know that. TD Crown's UiPath. Incorporated stock target 28 on strong momentum. Look, another upgrade 2 minutes ago. All right, you have Alta and Adobe earnings coming up. All right. The inflation print too high than I thought. It is higher for longer, but for some reason they are still buying the dip. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why. All right, so let's see. We have a couple minutes here. We have 10 minutes. Let me focus real quick. So Tesla, I don't really have a game plan. I don't like this. You know, I would like to get 173 short on Tesla. That's what I would like. Maybe we see if it bounces and you can get a long back to 173. I'm not sure. I don't know if I like that. Sound. I will be watching Sound. Listen, I was dead tired yesterday. Dead tired. I almost got long this already. And I was like, I just don't think I don't know how well I would have did trying to manage that trade. So I didn't take anything yesterday. And along with Coinbase, 270 short, we said, let's see if we get a bounce and get a short up there at 270. We just thought that was a nice solid resistance zone. So here we go. The dotted lines are my entry points for longs. All right, for longs. I would like a 870 long. The inflation question mark. Yeah, I said yeah, it was. Oh wait, the inflation hiked, so did the European market. Oh, there's absolutely a correlation to an extent, but I don't think either of them. STOXX. STOX. You can look at the 600. They're at highs. They're just pulling back, getting ready to bounce. 50. 50's pulling back. 50's pulling back, but that's still around the same area. So yeah, they're pulling back. You can look at the DAX Germany as well, pulling back. Very small though. It's still up higher. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just a pullback right now. It could turn into more. SPY pulling back. I would watch 516. I would watch 516 on the SPY. 515, 516 area.
Global financial advice with a client-first approach. It's the shape of things to come. Discover the Bear Difference at beardifference.com.
BTC USD. Bitcoin's starting to pull back too. And remember Meta. Remember Meta, Snapchat, Rumble, all those. Apple. Fuck, man, I need to hurry up. We got 5 minutes left. Alright, I'm just going to look for this level here on Apple and see what happens. If we are able to break above it, we have some room higher. I'm going to be watching Google also at the 50-day. You know, Apple has... like... Yeah, I would watch this level on Apple. That's what I'm going to do. I want to see if we can get a long on Apple. I'm watching right here. 170, 180. I'm watching 180 on Apple.
Rockstar is just how Doug feels when he uses Workday. Thanks, Rory.
I'll show you Rockstar.
180, 63.
Finance and HR Rockstar. Workday for a changing world. Thursday, April 18th, CNBC presents Changemakers. Join this groundbreaking summit featuring powerful women leaders transforming business.
Oh my goodness, why is this so difficult?
At cnbcevents.com/changemakers.
Take a look at some pre-market gainers. Got some retail in there. Dollar General with a nice beat. Guides above. Surprise gain.
Did I notice something? No, I did not. I did see this. Why? What is it? What am I supposed to notice? I haven't seen anything just yet, buddy. Buddy boy. Alright, let me hide this. Lock it up.
The biggest earnings, biggest announcements, and the perspective. You get the first analysis.
What are you watching tonight, Animal? Because I know your time zone is a little different. Alright, 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. So yeah, guys, I'm going to see if we can get a look for a bounce back. Maybe I take this as a swing trade on Apple. I want to see if we can take this swing trade on Apple and try to get another test back up to 180. I'm going to try it. I'm not just going to rush into it like a goofball, but I will see if we can start to, like, try to push up to that 20-day moving average. All right. Yesterday, Google found resistance at 142. Look for that 50-day moving average and 142. All right. I'm going to look at AMD. Let's see. Did Google hold? If Google can continue, I would look for Google to try and get back up to like 146. Is that what I wrote down? 139. 139. Huh? 139. 42 long, 146. Oh yeah, I did say 146. This past few years, every single country is like not doing great in the economy, even a single one. So where's the money going? You're right. No, you're exactly right, and it's sad. It's a damn shame. It really is. What I think is a shame is that these leaders are not getting together, picking up the phone and saying, yo, let's all just get in the room and come to an agreement on peace. We can do it. We can do it. Whether we agree or disagree with what Putin's doing, we can all probably disagree. But if a country's, like, you know, Ukraine and Russia were like this, they were like brother and sister, they leave and go to another country, they're going to feel some type of way. We get that. The way that Biden and Obama and them did what they did was pretty shady back in 08, 2009, 2010. I don't know if you guys know about all the Syria and all that stuff. I'm sure you do. But I feel like they need to pick up. They need to all just get in a room and come to an agreement. Xi Jinping, Putin, Biden, Europe, Australia, Canada, Mexico, even, I don't know. Have them all get into a room. Turkey, India, Iraq, I don't know. I don't know why Iraq would go in there, but just still, just get Brinks and United and NATO all together. At least try. A single country is like not that great. So, yeah. All right. Fuck, I need to hurry up. We got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Good luck today. Here comes the bell. Shit. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't even know what I'm watching today. Damn it. Oh, that's so loud. That hurt my ear. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, gang. I might have to trade the indexes. Fuck. Excuse my language. Come on. Hurry up. Hurry. Look for that resistance up here. Tesla right around yesterday's close. 169 rejection. I think you might have just got it. Bang, right there. 169 rejection. I don't know how weak it's going to be today after all that it's done. They'll probably look to take profits today on that. All right. Let's if you guys see anything that's strong or weak, fuck, I did not look at AMD. Fucker. Okay, AMD. I am going to look for 198. 198 to 196 short. Fuck, man, I'm so pissed. I wanted to get through semiconductors and I'm so mad, bro. That sucks. City. Watch City today. That's a nice pullback right into that level there. Look at that. That's a really nice pullback in yesterday's open. See what the volume is like. Comparable to...
Company earlier announced $2.26 billion Department of Energy loan for Nevada mine. That's Lima Alpha Charlie LAC.
Goldman's or Citibank doesn't have hardly anything in its way, guys. Citi has really nothing in its way. 59.60 it looks like. 59.60. Fuck, I need to pull up the SPY and the Qs and stuff. Fudge. That's a nice rejection on the SPY. That could be a really nice rejection there. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. Just give me uno momento way. Oh, come on, bro.
Walmart and Unspun collaborate on 3D fabric weaving technology. That's Whiskey Michael Tango.
So Walmart and somebody else talking about some fabric stuff. I don't know. Okay, Robinhood. All right, we said Robinhood to pull back, right?
OCEA, Ocean Biomedical, getting a pop here up 11%, $4.72. Oscar Charlie Echo Alpha.
Anmo, you have a great day, buddy. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. It's good to hear from you and anybody else that I haven't heard from in a while. I hope you guys are doing well. I do. You know, sometimes I get worried about the fan when I don't hear from them. Look at that flat top resistance right there on the SPY. The volume, though. The volume is pathetic. I feel like. come on, man. Come on, bro. I can't believe this. I hate starting my day out like this. No real plan. You know, other than possibly looking for that long at 516. 516 may have to be a long until it's not. Even if we could just take it up there to reject 519, 520, like, you know. What do we got, baby? 1, 2, 3, boom. Tesla going. Okay, bet. Bet. Let's go. I see the SPY. Let's go. That's some nice volume, too. Kinda. Yeah, that is some nice volume already. Okay. And look, it already pulled back into 160. God damn it. Excuse my language. Oh my gosh. See, this is what I want to see, guys. Look at the volume on Tesla. Was it because of the rocket ship that they let off? Dude. All right, I want to look for a long here and see if we can't take it to 170. Man, I don't want to get long this thing. I'm just asking to get hurt. What is this? 170. 174. You only got room to 173 or so. Doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to buy this just yet. RX. TSLM.
HOLO, microcloud hologram at the highs now. Hotel Oscar Lima Oscar.
Oh look, did we just pull right into that VWAP yesterday and that minor support level of 171 short? Looks like that's what just happened. Looks like that's just what happened. Bounced right into that level, and I'm still looking for a 165 short.
That's Bravo Tango X-ray, terminating its employees and explore strategic alternatives. That's B2TX.
Fucking talk, bro. Look at Google. Google's going. So Google is through. Google's through that level. Can we get... Oh, it already pulled back into it. You do have the 50-day you're coming into here on Google, guys. Fuck. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm trying to chase too many things at once, and that never ends well. That never ends well. I'm not watching something that has a catalyst either. Okay, sorry guys. Let me see here.
Microsoft shares moving here, hitting an all-time high.
Microsoft's making an all-time high.
Tango. 423.55 the high on Microsoft MSFT.
Oh man, fuck. I want to try Google, but I feel like I missed it. He said there is no going down. I love it. I love it. I love it. He said going down. We don't even know what that means. We build rockets. We go up. Go to the moon and Mars and shit. What you mean go down? Oh, look at that rejection on Microsoft, guys. Look at that rejection. It's a nice pullback.
Real quick, guys, just a quick mention. I think Courtney Reagan in the next hour will have more. But we've been focused in part on this potential deal to try to acquire
Okay, Robin Hood pulling back.
Coming up at 10, business inventory month over month for January.
Oh, my stomach. SOUN right there at $9.20. Damn, that's a lot of volume, guys. She going, bro. She's going to what's the level we have? I thought we had the level for SOUN. Come on, break that level, bro. Break it, break it, break it. Look, it just chomped it. It went right through it. Like you saw it just really tick up.
220, 10 now, off the highs of
Bro.
after a very strong report, hitting a record $3.8 billion
Hello.
in sales for Q4. That's DKS. Delta Kilo Sandy.
All right, previous highs up there at 1690, 1688. I don't know if I can pull up a 4-hour chart and try to come up with something. That's crazy. We don't have it.
Secularly strong part of retail, I guess you'd say, in terms of specialty, where there's still room, to grow. You don't have saturation. Obviously, they've kept.
All right, guys. So previous high there on SOUN is at 1054. Oh, oh. Boom, right there. I'd be buying it. That's a buy trigger. Damn it. Got to get above it and hold it. All right, let me see what the market's doing because I don't know how I feel.
Not by much, 0.7, but Street was looking for down 1, and they do guide above on full-year comps, a bit below on full-year EPS. But I don't know, does it strike you that we're spending more time talking about this stuff than NVIDIA?
Well, for today, for this morning, I think so, yeah. And it does show you that, we are at this moment where you're getting somewhat mixed signals from the companies themselves about the consumer. Not a lot of panic about it or alarm, but, McDonald's saying things seem soft and people are perceiving.
Look at SoFi, guys. Look at SoFi. I think we might get it. There was another one I had on here that I'm forgetting. Oh my gosh. Fuck. Damn it. I can't short this thing now. It's already done with. It's starting to turn back around now. I'd be an idiot to short it. I think it's still got a little room left. What did I say? SoFi, $6, I thought I said. Oh yeah, 650 because we wanted to look for that level to break. You have some mild support there, but that broke. Yup, she's coming down, baby. No, she ain't going. Ready to let it go. Fuck. Well, I missed that one. Hopefully you guys, somebody got it. Hopefully somebody's is taking this. Look here. This level, I already have that. Already have that. No, I don't know. There was something I thought I seen that I was going to show you guys, but I guess not. Look at that tail on Tesla. Tail on Tesla. Tail on Tesla. I'm so fucking pissed, man. I don't have a plan right now, and I don't like it. I think it's going to break. I think you get a nice rejection there. But you're taking it to 165. Like, why would you get short like 166 area, 167 when 165 is probably support? It makes no sense. I don't know who the hell's doing it, but I would watch out. If you're thinking about shorting Tesla, just be aware that that support level, which I think 165 breaks, I think we're going lower, but I just think right now it's...
How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more
173 on Apple.
wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up.
JMIA, Jumia getting a pop here on volume, $7.33. Jumia Michael India Alpha.
Guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5.
I know. You're gonna die.
Disciplined approach will help see markets ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement stock kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
So what we got, gang? Anyone see anything that they like? Relative strength, relative weakness, anything? Microsoft, new highs, AMD, turning back around sharply.
For your interior, there's seat protector and sunshade, plus mud flaps and bump step for the exterior. While the new impact liner with shock-absorbing rings safeguards your truck bed from costly damage. Order American-made products at WT.com. Surf's up.
They're all expecting more efficiency, more benefits, more growth. When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
Ask, now what? Here's what. You go with Prudential to protect, empower, and grow. With everything you need to deliver, you guessed it, more.
One more thing.
Who's your rock? Learn more at Prudential.com.
Cheers to 50 years of the players. Here's to the countless moments that make this the PGA Tour's gold.
All right, do we try it? Do we go for that short there? I don't know. That would be a nice entry right there if we tried the short on AMD. That's why you got to be careful. That's why you got to be careful.
Some of our viewers who've been watching for some period of time may remember Levin from the 1990s when he ran Time Warner, culminating to a certain extent with what was the fated decision to merge with AOL. It didn't go well, as we know, as we documented in our first documentary here at CNBC some 23 years ago. The film
Man, it still doesn't even have that much room either, though.
participate with me at that point in that documentary.
Fuck.
Take a look at the case where Levin
Because you have, like, you have the 20-day moving average right there, but...
Time Warner for its part under Levin, though, HBO.
Look, it's got... I can't even... Motherfucker. 190. You got $4, it looks like, to the downside. AMD. What was the other one I was looking at?
I had interviewed many times during the course of his stewardship of Time Warner.
PayPal. Looks like you have some volume stepping in there. It may start to pull back. See if this helps the markets pull back. Holy shit!
Netflix falling here.
Holy shit!
752.
Holy... Yo, and look, we talked about Netflix. We talked about Netflix. We said 610. Look for the 610. Look at 610. I know I'm being annoying right now. 610. 610. 610, baby. 610. What's going on? Look at the SPY. Falling out of bed. Come get some lead. Come on, where the fuck? Excuse my lingo, Fuck. What do I do? Just be patient. Just relax. which I am relaxed. I'm just upset that I don't really have a plan right now. 620, 614 broke. Guys, the spy is drilling, yo. What the fudge? Dude. What the... Goddamn. Fuck. Fuck ass motherfuckers, man. Fuck. I just wish I would have known about this like a candle or two ago. That's why it's fucking bullshit, bro. Like, there ain't no other communities on YouTube where I would have joined and not even done this and just do this myself. I can't go to Stock Market Live because that motherfucker don't trade a damn thing. You know, I like Josh and all, but yeah, he just don't do what it does. And it is what it is. That's cool. That's what he does. But I don't do that. All right, 434 on the Qs. 434 on the Qs. So 514 ultimately looking for 508.50. So we're looking for 508.50. 508.50. 508.50. Bro! Come on! What the fuck? Dude, I can't even get an entry, bro. This is such horseshit, dude. Such horseshit. Watch this minor level when we get down here at 511. Bro, this is bullshit, bro. Every day, man. Every fucking day. That's it. I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna fucking take it, and I'm gonna hold on to it. Motherfucker, yo. I can't even get a bounce back. This is fucking horseshit.
S&P futures continuing to fall.
Yeah, I know. Say something now. After the fact. You couldn't have said it when you got a huge increase in volume 10 minutes ago. You couldn't say it then. Fucking bullshit, bro. I had to find out because I looked at SoFi and SoFi just tanked. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I look at this. I'm like, wait, something's going on. Motherfucker, yo. I swear to God, this piece of shit. I wanted to look at Google Short. Let's look at what's weak right now. What's weak. Hurry. Come on, hurry up. Gotta be quick. So far, okay, Fortinet, Zscaler, CRM, financials, semis, Baba really red. Not that Baba will go down on the SPY. Bro, what the fuck? This is bullshit. Nvidia. Look at Nvidia. It's getting hammered, bro. Semis are about to just get hurt. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Well, like I said, I wanted to get short semiconductors, but AMD doesn't have any room. It's got room to 190. That's $1.60 away. So, fuck, man. Like, I would have loved to have seen this limit down. Oh my God. Bro, I swear to God, man. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. Fucking dickhead motherfucker ain't gonna give me a fucking bounce back. Look at the volume. The volume's kind of, like, not crazy high, believe it or not. It's a little high. You should get some support here. We should get some support here. I will see. The thing is I want 512. I want 508. So, like, here's what I'm thinking. Do I try to wait for a bounce back? Do I wait for a bounce back? How do I know if we're going to get one? I don't think we get one. 512. SPY, 512. Dude, they're going to suck me in this thing and they're going to shred me to pieces, bro. I know they are. I know they are. I'm just going to have to let it go if it goes. I'm just going to have to let it go if it goes. I need a 512. 515. I need a 515. It's not going to give it to me, you fucking asshole motherfucker. Don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it. Don't do it. It's going to do it. Here it goes. Whoop. And then it's flushes. Come on. Look, it's going to do it. It's going to flush. It's flushing the level. God damn it. If only... I'm sitting here looking at chat. I'm looking at whatchamacallit, and I don't see a single... like... a spy drilling or something. When it just flushed through that level right there would have been cool. Fuck. Alright, 512 is at least where we want to get to. We need a bounce back. I would like 508. I would like 508. That's the pivot high from yesterday. Nice little rejection point right here. Fuck CHR. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed, bro. I think I'm just going to buy it. I think I'm just going to buy puts and just wish for the best. If it bounces all the way back to highs, so be it. Alright, I got nothing on here. MO halted, news pending. MO. When was that? What time was that? 2 minutes ago. MO. Dude, no, not SPY MO. MO. Altria. So I guess I'm going to look for this area to be resistance on the Qs then. Alright guys, I'm going to look for an entry up here at 439.50. 439.50 if it gives it to me. I might be being made a fool of here. The market will probably make me a fool for doing this. 439.50! Just letting everybody know.
Almost 100% up above Michael, APM.
Fuck, yo. Sorry for yelling, guys. My bad, y'all. I'm just trying to let everybody know for the mother is in the back.
Continues to conduct business as usual and remain fully committed to implementing its plan to reduce leverage to its...
What's up, Wiz? Sorry for cussing, bro. I know you're probably at work or somewhere. It's just frustrating. I just can't. It's just frustrating that I can't have like a few extra eyes on other things. Like if I just saw that flush coming and that rollover, like right around here is where I would have said, okay, the size of the candles are getting real. Like look at the size of those candles. Just like the candles going like that, we're going higher. See how the candles got smaller? QQQ 439. Search QQQ. How are you doing today, bro?
What's this?
My new pony and I love him.
No, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah!
Do more with your money. Save 50% today at Quicken.com.
That's a lot of money.
Alright, and again, the Qs, I'm going to look for 434. That was a straight drill, like drill rap. Good, just watching. Yeah, that's what you said, I think, yesterday or the day before. I was really tired yesterday. I just watched pretty much myself yesterday. Dude, this is really hard to get short when we're way below VWAP like this. I don't know what to do. I want to try and just put something on.
The Fundrise flagship fund, real estate investing built for you.
You know when you have those moments, that time to reflect.
It's not about the unknown. I'm just scared that I'm going to be able to get a better entry. And just because I take it, it's going to go higher. But then if I don't take it, it's going to go lower.
Coming up, business inventories expecting plus 0.2%.
Is built to put your money to work with some of the highest rates in the
And I'm just like, what the fudge? What the fudge? What the fudge? Well, can't depend on volume. Jesus fucking Christ.
Business inventories plus 0, flat now, versus the plus 0.2% expected.
You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me.
MO Altria.
I guess I'm gonna look at UVXY. That's the road I'm gonna go. I can put a small amount of risk on and still be able to hopefully do something. I'm just gonna leave it on and I'm just gonna act like I'm gonna lose the money. 22nd, 29, 30. What is that? A $7 call. Let's run it. Even though I'm buying the high. Where's the SPY? Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Fuck. Yo, I'm so fucking pissed, man. This is insane. Dude, I can't even get a... That's it. I'm doing it. I'm in it. I'm in it. I'm in UVXY, March 22nd, $7 calls. All right, $7 calls. I'm in it to win it. Fuck. I just don't like this. I don't like it. Here, boo-boo. We're so far below VWAP and stuff. I don't like buying this high. Let's see. $7. See if I can try to put a hedge on here in case we do get a bounce. Again, I'm 2 weeks out. I don't know when the contracts expire or whatever. I would like to try to get to 720. That would be a break-even price. So I'm sure the market will decide to pull back here, bounce in a little bit. I don't know. Chris, what's up, buddy? Nice job, Bingo. Nice job. It's good to see you, Bingo. It's good to see you, Chris. It's good to see you guys. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Wait, did I just see 40 something on the bid? Yeah, look. Bidding that. The best bid and stuff. That was a little funny there. You know what I did not do on these, though? I did not look at the volume. Even though naturally the volume should be up. Yeah, the volume's good there. So UVXY calls, I'm probably already down $1. So this is going to happen to me. I know it is. I know that this is going to pull back. I'm buying at the wrong possible time. Let's see if it pulls back and holds 680. It's just frustrating. That's all it is. It's so frustrating because I ended up not being able to see the flush. And I'm scanning the markets and I'm not like, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh shit, I got a chat I can look at and say, like, you know, oh shit, we're drilling or something. I knew it. I bought the fucking high like a fucking stupid ass bastard. God, I'm so pissed inside. I'm so mad. But I still feel like, yeah, now look at the volume. I still think now that we're under 516, 515. Let me look at the SPY real quick. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, man, how's that go? A couple more parts need. Okay. Awesome. Okay. This week, I missed Tesla. Well, we called Tesla out a couple days ago. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. They're just gonna play games. They're just gonna play games. Look, this market's gonna go all the way back up to 515. And then here we go. I'm in UVXY, and then they're gonna be like, I'm gonna be down 50%. This is fucking bullshit, bro. So I was trying my best to sit here and wait for 514 to hold to get a test higher. It wasn't doing it. But now that I entered the position, it's going to go higher. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. I know it is. Just because I entered. We're only down 0.3% right now. So I'm going to give it a little bit. I got a little bit of time on those contracts. Maybe I try to average down if we get a bounce to 516. But Tesla on Tuesday was a beautiful trade. You know, I was just a little late right here. This day right here, Tuesday I think it was, we said pre-market lows, bounced right into there. I was trying my hardest to get in right up here, and then whoop, it went up, tested it. This 10 minutes over 100%. So the callouts have been great. The callouts have been spot on. You know, so everything has been okay. Yesterday I was really tired, so I didn't do anything. Like, so look. There, what did I say? 165 on Tesla was the target. There she goes. To a T. To a damn T. I still think she goes lower, though. I still think she's going down a little bit further. But, what's SOUN? I got to try to put on a long just to try to back this thing up. Bro, the SPY could bounce all the way back to 516, and I'll be fucked on that contract. Like, it'll be just... So what I think is going to happen right now is the SPY pulls back like a few pennies or a few dimes. Like I think it pulls right back into 514, like 15 cents. And it's just going to hold it and then it's just going to rip higher. So I don't know if I should try to be long SOUN or like Robinhood, like something that's strong. Down just a few bucks. It's all good. Hood. I'm trying to keep my eye on the SPY. We're only down 0.3%, guys and gals. Abby, what are you doing, baby? You okay? You okay, mama? You okay? Hi. Did I scare you? Fuck, man. Let's see here. So what are some of the things we talked about? Google. All right, Google. Look at Google holding up nicely. Google is holding this level nicely, guys. This is a nice hold. You did reject the 50-day, but you're holding that resistance level pretty nice, which means maybe I could put a long on Google. It's got some relative strength with it, or at least it's been going higher. The market's red. Google's up 1%. I'm going to try and back this UVXY short with the... Fuck. That's crazy. They want that much. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's because it's the 22nd. I was like, what the hell? Ain't no way in hell. 144. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to look at a 144 for this week. Damn, it's probably going to pull back. I don't know if this is a good idea here. I don't. I think it's going to pull back a little bit more.
Senate Majority Leader Schumer says Israel must make significant course corrections to achieve lasting peace.
I think Google needs to make 140 support.
Riding some of that NVIDIA wave, that SMH is roughly 27% weighted towards NVIDIA shares. So as NVIDIA goes up or down, these are some of the ETFs that have a little bit more range in terms of the ripple effects there. So keep an eye on that.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to pay attention here. I appreciate that, Chris. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate it, man. All right, this thing's going to pull back. Google's, I think it tried to make VWAP support. It turned it into resistance. Tried one last time, and then maybe we look here to see if it pulls itself back. I'm not in that yet. Come on, SPY. Like, I can't believe they just did. Like, I was just like, yo, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm going to get messed up on this. Like, if I don't buy, like, if I don't get short in some type of manner, it's just going to drill. If I do, it's going to go higher. Like, there was no waiting for a pullback. I don't think there was. I don't think there was any waiting for a pullback in this move here. All right, look, this fuck. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. She's just gonna run right back to 516, and I don't have enough volume on Google to trust Google. At least I don't think I do. Is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm missing?
You know, Doug, ever since switching to Workday, you've been a real rock star.
What do you know about rock stars? I'm a where's the skin tight leather? Shoes are leather. Where's the unnecessary fat thing?
Billy, Rockstar is just how Doug feels when he uses Workday. Thanks, Rory.
I'll show you Rockstar.
I should have just got long. I should have just got long. I should have just got long. They're already up. They had a delta of 30. They're already up to 48 cents. They're already up to 50. On 30, guys. That's fucking 70-some percent. They were 30 cents. I thought, right? You gotta be kidding me. Already? I can see why the delta's 30 now. Yeah, look, told you. Look, 35 cents. 30 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's been 10 minutes. If we can get it back down to like 37, 40, that'd be nice. See if you can't get it back down to 40 cents. You may not get it. You might have to pay 55, 45. Dude, the fucking SPY is going to keep going, bro. You're fucking kidding me. I'm sorry for cussing, guys, but this is bullshit. This is bullshit, bro. I do not want to have a day like this. I do not want to have a day like this. You gotta be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me that she's going to go all the way back up to yesterday's close. You have got to be kidding me. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I knew it. I knew if I did not get short the SPY, she'd still be drilling right now. Out of nowhere. Just be drilling like a motherfucker. Right in front of my face. If I did buy, she was going back higher. Sounds stupid. You can say that all you want. I prove it every day. Every day. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Look at Amazon. Double bottom on Amazon. Alright, I guess I'm gonna get out of UVXY calls. I do have some time on it. I would like to wait a little bit and maybe try to average down on like another half of the position because I did take it small in case this happened, which I pretty sure I did say that I was going to take it small. That's why I went with UVXY. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You're such a piece of shit. You're such a piece of shit. Every day. Every fucking day. Every fucking day. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, I gotta get out of it. It already regained yesterday's pivot low. Alright, look, it's already regained this level right here. So, I mean, I could wait for 516 to be resistance. I want to see 516 act as resistance. I want to see it. It's just sick, bro. It's so sick. Look, and they're above 514.97. See if you get a bounce right there, 415.97. I'm so much better than this shit, man. I know I'm so much better than this shit. CPI came out right up there. It's just crazy because if I don't, I've seen it so many times that like if I don't take it, she just keeps going in the same direction. I do. It's like you fight between I don't want to take it because it's on its lows and it's so far below VWAP. So, like, look how far extended it is below the 9 EMA. Look at the 15-minute chart. Like, it's funny. It's fucking hilarious. It really is. And then out of nowhere, boop, limit down. Like, it's crazy. Like, it just sucks. If I would have tried to wait, it would have just kept going and going and going and going. 2 o'clock, I'd have been like, damn, here we are, 5:08, and I'm still not in anything. Motherfucker, I got some real anger right now. Not really. I don't give a fuck because I went small, so I can hold on to this thing. I got 2 weeks time on it. But you got to remember that those contracts do, you got to watch with those contracts when you play UVXY. All right, so I'm going to go back over to Google. I want to see something that's strong. And so semiconductors bounced. AMD bounced right off of that level. So that's why the market's turned around, I guess. NVIDIA double bottomed right off of its level. Yeah, guys, I think I'm going to get rid of UVXY. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think I should just hold on to it? Look for a long here? Like look for a long there on, like, NVIDIA? NFLX. We said this morning if Netflix broke 610, look for the rejection at 610. 607, look, double bottomed right at it. Right at it. Spot on with the analysis. Now, look, VWAP is coming right into the resistance zone, right up there at 614, but they have an upgrade. So how does it react? How does it react here? It looks like the volume is telling you that it's going to react pretty well. I think Netflix goes higher. Let's see what they want for it. Let's see what they want.
Real estate with Macy's. So why could potentially this one make sense to do both of these things? Run the company and unlock the value of the real estate for investors.
Well, Fred, I lived OpCo, PropCo transactions for 20 years. Every time, whether we needed to or not, to make sure there was no way to unlock the value of
Let's see. I'm sorry, y'all.
Will they get it done this time? Maybe.
6:30.
There's an enormous amount of pressure on the operating side.
I mean, 6:30 for that's not bad, bro.
What basically amounts to full rent, right? And so you really
NYCB, New York Community Bank Corp shares moving higher following that 10K filing.
New York Community Bank. I'm gonna wait and watch. I'm watching Netflix. Yo, is this really UVXY right now, or is that something? Oh, I clicked on that. I need to go back to UVXY real quick, guys. I'm sorry. Just so I can. I mean, I already know that I'm up a little bit on it. I'm not up, but I am. I'm not as down as I was. March 22nd. $7. Okay, good. Good. Savage. I'm gonna set out a limit order for that for this UVXY. If you guys need help or anything, you know, it may not seem like it right now, but
Yeah, it's really been a great turnaround story, we think, and versus pre-COVID, their margins are up more than 2x. They're not the only alternative, but we do think they are the best alternative, and as they've gotten bigger and better, they've gotten more access to
Hello Group, moving off the low here, $6.07 down 21%.
just give me 1 second, guys. Motherfucker.
Sporting goods is a tough business, but they're executing well and taking market share at higher margin.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting too, the different reads that we've heard about the consumer from different companies.
It's already 10:30. Are you serious?
Good results from Dollar General. Dollar Tree, though, yesterday talking about pressure on the lower income consumer, particularly in the family dollar business.
Are you serious? It is already 10:30. It's 10:30 already? Wow. That's just like a flash. Am I the only one who thinks that the time just like ripped?
A little bit of a soft landing type scenario. Retail sales remain positive. What we saw today, if we adjust out the leap year for February on a year-over-year, non-seasonally adjusted basis, up about 2%. That's a solid number, but it is below historical averages, and we've been seeing it sort of slow the last couple of months. As it relates to Dick's, good quarter, very good margins, stocks up, but to be clear, the comp was for the quarter was it 2.8%? That's a good number. It's not off the chart.
You know what? I like where I bought this thing. I do. I like where I bought her. I like where I bought this thing, bro. Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna just hold tight for a little bit. I'm gonna hold tight for a little bit. I'm holding tight. I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom real quick.
Unit in space is a priority.
Very surprised by the announcement. Certainly surprised by the timing. You know, the company was struggling when Kevin stepped out, right? So putting Kevin back in, I'm hoping it's just temporary till they find somebody else they really want to run the place. But, you know, Under Armour needs to be reinvigorated. And I, myself, don't think Kevin's the guy for that. He was the guy that made it all work, that created it, that made it get bigger. It was a 55 times kind of earnings company priced at the point in time that it started to fade. Now it needs, right now, nobody cares if they're wearing Under Armour or not. Somebody needs to change that. I'm not sure that bringing Kevin back makes that happen. So I'm looking for the next person.
Oh, shit. I still think SPY goes up to test yesterday's close. I do. I think it tests yesterday's close. I kind of just, like, look at this, guys. Look at this double bottom here. It's pretty nice. You know, I think we caught the bottom. That's our entry down here at, like, 9:30 or so. 9:50, I mean. So, we're not getting the extension we wanted, but damn, I'll be damned if, you know what I mean, we didn't get a nice entry on this. We just need some follow through. Maybe we get that tomorrow. You can see here, maybe even next Monday. I don't know. We'll see. These candles are pretty big. Those candles are pretty big. I like the length of them. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to keep it on. I like it. I like it. Might.
We can't calculate our total taxes.
Do you realize how many different taxes we pay? Sales tax, different POS systems in all 7 countries.
And online sales?
That's a whole other system. And different regulations. There's real estate credits, solar incentives.
And we have no way to implement that.
What are you guys watching today? This could be a really nice support level. Hopefully it does, you know, it's able to break it. I just wouldn't mind seeing a pullback, you know what I mean? Get some dip buys down in there at 512. But we might have to contend with yesterday's close. That's the problem. PFE, yes, that is a good one. There was actually news, not necessarily news, but the CEO. Nice, that's awesome. That's a good buy, bro. It's actually in a good area. I was looking at trying to trade that today. If it, you know, had some volume. Yeah. Even back here a couple days ago. It's just giving you a little pullback. GLD pulling back. XOM going a little higher. AMD holding. NVIDIA. NVIDIA rejected VWAP. That's a good sign, but that's low volume. I don't like that. I think NVIDIA holds here. LX. Oh, man. Hold on 1 second. Come on, bro. We can do it. We can do it. I just don't know if the... Like, do it for the people. Give us that 512, bro. Give us that 512. Come on, Spy. God damn it, you're such an asshole, bro. LMND. What is that? Lemon. Oh, is that LMND? It's like lemonade, I think it is. Baba. I like. I still think that there's just problems that might be.
The U.S. military resumed flights today of the Osprey aircraft in Japan months after its grounding. The military pulled the aircraft from service back in December following numerous crashes.
That is funny that I haven't seen any Ospreys flying over my house.
Killed all 8 U.S. crew members on board. The military said it was caused by an unprecedented part failure. And SpaceX says it might have lost its massive Starship just before splashdown in the Indian Ocean as it conducts what was otherwise a largely successful 3rd test flight this morning. Today's test marks the furthest and fastest.
Look, the Spy's going to start holding it. Wait, hold on. Come on, Dow. Don't hold it. Let's go. Let's go, IWM. Start pulling back, baby. Pull back. Pull back. Dude, the fucking Qs are leading. I got to be long technology. Fuck. The Dow. See, I was hoping that the Dow wasn't going to hold this level right here at 390.18, but it looks like it's going to because the Qs. I forget what I was saying about whatever was going on with TV. The Ospreys, that's right. Yeah, it is funny. I was wondering why I haven't seen them in a while, and I've been seeing other other forms of, flight for president. I forgot about that. The Ospreys being down because they were crashing. I think like 8 people got killed, have been killed so far. So I guess they fixed the part manufacturer or whatever, and are fixing it up. Come on, man. Fuck you, Q's.
I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
You're trying to buy TikTok?
I am, because it should be owned by U.S. businesses. There's no way that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something like this in China.
Guys, I still think we're going to pull back. I don't know where that's going to be. The Qs are above yesterday's close. I think now they're just being a dick. You got Gat fills above you. I would watch out because this could get ugly to the upside. So I don't know.
Now, of course, he's not the only one who's looking to potentially buy TikTok. The Wall Street Journal reported that Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick is looking for partners to buy TikTok with him. But of course, to sell it to anyone,
See what I'm talking about, guys? See what I'm talking about? Fucking crazy. Fucking bullshit, man. I'm gonna get long Netflix. Still not above VWAP though. Fucking assholes, bro.
You also saw TikTok's CEO Shoshi Chu
Fucking AMD's already back up there. Fucking God. As soon as I go long, watch. As soon as I go long, it's gonna turn around. Watch. Watch. I'm gonna show y'all something here. Ready? Y'all ready for this? I hope y'all didn't leave, because I want you guys to witness this. All right, I want y'all to witness this. All right, I'm thinking about a gap fill 202 AMD call. 202 AMD call. 202 AMD call. It's out of the money. I know. It's out of the money. I get it. But, man, it's already fucking ran up so much. 202 AMD call. 202 AMD call. 202 AMD call. What's the delta on these? 11 cents. That's not bad. There's coffee in that cup too. Alright, let me take this long real quick on let's see. Let me look at fucking Google went, guys. Google did it. Google was the one. Google was the one. You gotta be shitting me, bro. You gotta be shitting me. God, I'm such an idiot. I don't know how much those 144s were going for. Yep. Look, 30-some cents. You're at 90. 90-some cents, bro. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. There's no way. Google was nice. That was a good call. I guarantee you nobody took it. Guarantee you nobody took it. $516.50 is what I'd be looking for on the SPY. $516.50. $516.50. $516.50, bro. For anybody out there, you know, I don't know. I don't think we stop. I give up. I do. I give up. I fucking give up. Here's what it is. It ain't hard. All it is, the market fucking makers are pulling this thing down where there's no liquidity. They just sell it the fuck off with no, excuse my language. They sell it off with big volume. Bang, sell it off. They step aside. They let them bid it up. And then just out of nowhere, they just step back in again, sell it off. Like, there's no way to know. There's no way to know. You know, you just got to shoot your shot. So what I'm trying to do is try to find a long to back this up with, because I still think we're going up to yesterday's close, and see if we can reject up there. But really, our resistance is up at 517. 517 is our resistance. So maybe I add again at 517. Hopefully. I don't know. You know, it just sucks because you may not even get to yesterday's close. But yesterday's close would take you like right here to like 516. Yeah, 516 area. And chances are it may not even make it there. Right here. Right? Like right around this level there. And look, 515.50. So that's actually, I don't know. It's just fucking bullshit, man. I'm just pissed off because I knew if I did not wait, or if I waited, if I did wait, we would not be here right now. We would be at 512 and then bouncing off of 512. So here we go. Here. So we've already tried to regain VWAP. So we're going to find out right now if we hold VWAP on a pullback right here. Does it hold VWAP on the pullback? They say you're the champ, or some say you're only the champ when you defend the belt. So what's the SPY do right now? Brian Belsky or whatever his name is on CNBC right now. He's making a good point. Well, I've been bullish financials too, bro. How can one not be bullish financials? Look, let's see. Where's Google at? Let's see. Let's see if it holds VWAP.
think we give politicians way too much credit. We've written a lot about how politics have nothing to do with the absolute performance of the stock markets.
I say that too.
In the stocks in general, like just look at 2020, Carl, into 2021. The reason why the stock market went up in 2021 is because of zero to understated rates. Nothing to get the big fear of the blue liftoff, as well as some of the tech earnings that I think are going to surprise.
What are
Remember,
financials doing right
seasonally,
now?
the tech stocks do very well the second half of the
Like,
year.
look
in
at
terms of their
Citi.
earnings.
Upgrade
So I
sells
think we're
off.
going to see continued earnings surprise there. So our
JP
260
Morgan
number,
trying to
which is our
curl.
bull case, I think is quite
UNH
attainable by year end.
Finally,
curling right
At
now.
what point does election risk or election volatility?
God, I
risk
should have got
begin
that
to creep in?
fucking
Is that,
Google call.
Is that a summertime story or later, sooner?
So she's pulling back right here into
I think we give
50 day.
politicians way too much credit.
It's
we've
really
written a lot
hard
about
for me to
how
take.
politics have nothing
Like,
to do
look
with
at
the
this
absolute performance of the stock markets,
144.
what's happening in the economy,
They were 30
and the
cents when
stocks
I
in
mentioned
general.
it back
Just
here.
look at 2020, Carl, into
They're up
2021.
over
The reason why the
100%.
stock market went up in 2021 is because of 0% interest rates.
Well
Nothing to
over
do with the
100%.
fear
You had
of the
90
blue
cents
wave
there
and
for a
all of
minute.
that, which everyone was worried about. And I think that's the
Not
best
sure if I
near-term
want to pay that
example again,
premium.
we give politicians way too much credit. However, I will say there could be some volatility come around convention season, which is obviously in July. So hang on to your seat.
Yeah. It's good to check in with you, Brian. Talk soon, I'm sure. Brian Belsky over at BMO. Thanks.
With turmoil in the
Thank you.
EV world, Fisker shares plunging on reports the company is exploring bankruptcy. Let's get over to Phil LeBeau with that. Hi, Phil. What are you hearing?
Courtney, the discussion about Fisker considering reorganizing under bankruptcy protection should not come as a surprise.
No.
This was reported yesterday by the Wall Street Journal.
That's a
Remember,
low
just a couple
volume
of weeks ago
pullback
when
so
Fisker
far.
reported its Q4 results, they
It's a
expressed
little.
serious doubt
That
about
1 minute
staying
volume's
in
pretty
business.
big, but
Why? Take a look at 2023. The high in terms of vehicle sales, 4,929, well below what they were originally targeting. Revenue coming in at $273 million. The debt, about $1 billion. So for Henrik Fisker and his team, the question becomes a couple of things. One, first off, how much cash do they have on hand as they
Just give
continue
me 1
manufacturing
second.
vehicles? By the way, they do not
give me
manufacture the
1
vehicles.
second.
It is a contract manufacturer in Graz, Austria, Magna Steyr. That's where the vehicle is built. Nonetheless, the question is, how do you increase your sales? Their fourth quarter loss of $463 million shows just how much they're struggling in terms of sales, particularly here in the United States, which is where Fisker thought that it would see a boost in sales. The goal this year is sales of between 20 and 22,000 vehicles. They've already worked with some dealerships in order to do sales through those dealerships. But you have to ask yourself, with the talk of bankruptcy, how many customers are going to say, yeah,
All
I'm
right,
in the
so
market to buy an electric vehicle, one that's well over $50,000. Take a look at shares of Fisker, literally a penny stock now, down 50%, trading at just over 16 cents a share. By the way, they are expected, if you go by their earnings report a couple of weeks ago, they plan on dropping a 10K on March 15th, which is tomorrow. We'll see if we get any news between now and then. Also, take a look at shares of Tesla, Rivian, BYD. Why are we showing you these? Barclays out with a note this morning saying the EV euphoria has turned into an EV winter. And they're bringing down their expectations in terms of global penetration for EVs. This year, they expect it to be just 19% of total vehicle sales. It was originally 22%. That was the expectation. And remember, by the end of the decade,
guys, sorry about that. Look, yeah, low volume bounce.
we might see EVs being half
Dude,
of
I
all
gotta go back
vehicles
to the
sold.
UVXY.
Barclays is now bringing down its estimate from 48% penetration down to 43%
So I can
penetration.
bring.
It continues in terms
wow.
of the
Okay,
very
bet.
bearish
Yo.
tone when it comes to EVs and EV stocks, guys.
Wait.
Yeah, Phil, Barclays has definitely made EV winter a bit of a catchphrase lately.
Yeah.
Thanks, Phil.
You
Phil
bet.
LeBeau. When we come back,
Sorry,
the
guys.
fallout facing the rent-stabilized
All right,
economy.
I might take
We'll get
this
to
off
Leslie
real
Picker with
quick
a
and
preview of
just
what's ahead.
be
Hey,
out
Leslie.
of something, guys. I don't know
Hey,
what to
Carl,
do.
yeah, the recent turmoil at New York Community Bank Corp and its exposure
feel
to
like-
the faltering rent-stabilized economy brought into focus this opaque corner of real estate. Behind this door behind me, number 9 is an uninhabitable rent-stabilized apartment that has been sitting vacant for a full year. The landlord blames a 2019 law that makes it too difficult to recoup his investment or the necessary renovation.
I feel like we
We'll
don't
take
have
a
enough
side
volume
after this
here.
break.
But the thing is the VIX keeps climbing, guys. The VIX is still climbing with whatchamacallit. Um, let's see if the SPY can break 514.50. I'm still in UVXY calls. So we had a little drawdown there. We need volume, though. We need to break this level, and that should help us. That should help the SPY pull back a little bit. 34, 33. See this? See how they're lining up these asks? I'd like to throw in like a 38, 39, if we could get it. Look, 50, 39. I don't want to show the market makers my orders, though. Like what I'm thinking. Look, somebody else just did it, it looked like. Look, and then they all drop down. Come on, what's the SPY going to do here? She's just going to get bought up. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this. Alright, I took some off there. Hold on, there's no volume coming in here on the SPY. I'm going to keep this up. Again, this is for next week, not this week.
PRST, Presto Automation, pricing their $1.2 million registered direct offering.
Watch, they're going to do it out of nowhere. We're coming right into 11 o'clock here. Look, 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 look. This area is resistance. Fuck. Look, I think that we just made 515 resistance. Let's see. Fuck, they're going to raise them up. They're going to raise it up. What are we going to do? We're going to break back through it on the upside. All right, what's the Dow doing? Look at UVXY just climbing, guys. So we exited right here. Right there. Fuck. Let's see. I think we start making this resistance. We got some downside on incoming. Fuck, man. Dude.
Nearly half of all apartments in New York City are rent stabilized. That's causing big
Come on, what are you going to do, SPY? Because I think you can make this support, but this level right there, like literally right where we're at. 515.02. No, you...
Yeah, David,
is like a level there. If you look, we made... We technically turned 515.47 into resistance on the SPY. So we're going to chop in between there. If we get back up there to 515.50, yeah. Are we going to go back up there? What you going to do? Right there. Bang. You should get a pullback right there off the SPY. Yep, see that little pullback? Look. It's making, it's advancing. She's thinking about it.
Over the last 5 years. A degradation that
look, the UVXY is still climbing. So protection's still being bought.
This phenomenon. The landlord of this apartment
I think we're still safe to play it, guys.
His revenue is declining with
I do. Oh wait, I had a 3-minute up there. I was wondering what was going on.
And interest rates are going up.
Seeing foreclosures
sorry.
left and right. You're seeing banks going under. You know, it's something must be done. The status quo is not tolerable. We are watching our buildings disintegrate before our eyes. There's no money to be put into it.
A recent report by DA Davidson found NYCB is the most exposed here, as well as Flushing Financial, Dime Community, Northfield, and Valley National. A new study, though, from the city comptroller said that the 2019 law has not
there
led
was
to
the
an
rejection.
increase in vacancies or distress among rent-stabilized housing. The city says the number of vacant rent-stabilized
All right,
apartments
man, I think-
unavailable to be rented actually declined 39%
Is it
between
gonna break?
2021 and 2023, guys.
Yeah, there's also some big name investors
I think it's gonna
as well
break.
who bought, sizable
I just
shares
don't
of
like
apartments
how-
some time back, Leslie, in the private equity arena, for example, expecting they would be able to raise rents commensurate with also putting in and investing in the property.
I'm going to show you guys in 1 second what I'm looking at.
Exactly.
And why I
Prior to
think it's gonna break.
2019, this was seen as a really safe investment.
Here comes
From
the
a
drilling.
credit standpoint, if you were a bank, it was seen as a very
Drill
viable
rat.
option
Oh
as
man,
well
they're
from a
holding
lending
it.
standpoint, and that's because you were able to basically raise the rent over a certain period of time, and once it got to a level maybe over $2,000 a month, you could deregulate.
Come on,
that
I want
rent and allow
516.
for
We
more
need
rates to
516,
apply, which made for a better
516.50.
return on your investment if you were to renovate these apartments. All of
Did
that
anybody
changed, of
take
course, in
UVXY calls?
2019,
Just wondering.
in kind of capping the amount that you could charge renters, which was seen as a way to protect tenants. But on the flip side,
I still
made the
think we
math
bought
much
them
more
at
difficult to swallow
a decent
in terms
area.
of these renovations that, as you
All
can
right,
see
so what we
here,
got here?
are very much
Wiz, what's up? Oil pushing hard this week. It really is.
You're not going to put the
It really is. We were looking at gasoline futures
Where
earlier.
are you, by the way? Like, what neighborhood are you in, Leslie?
We're on the Lower East Side.
So,
This actually was a former
I'm
tenement
going to show you
building,
guys what I'm looking at
100
here.
years ago. So this building is 100 years old. We're on the Lower East Side, kind of in the tenement area of Manhattan. So this was
You better watch for the
probably
crackhead that's
a
living in
family
there.
100 years ago that lived in
Yeah.
what appears to be about 500 square feet, moving to America. Since then, it has turned into rent stabilized in the 70s, and now, of course, it's sitting
So
vacant, needing a lot
I'm
of
looking
work,
at
to bring
this
up to
wedge,
2024
not wedge, but like this
Leslie, thank you.
this area right here.
Let's get an update to a story
Right
Bertha
here.
brought us earlier this hour.
You guys can see
SpaceX
that
now
little support
confirming the
level,
loss of that massive
and then
Starship
it turned it into
its third test flight.
resistance.
The company saying it lost
It goes up to
communication
test
during
it.
Atmospheric re-entry.
It looks better on my
Today's test of the
laptop
world's most powerful,
than
biggest rocket we've ever seen did mark the furthest and fastest the rocket has ever flown. I've been following,
Let's
of course,
see.
Elon Musk on X, who has been extolling
515,
the virtues, as you
515.
might imagine,
Bang,
of this
right there.
flight, this test flight. As he says, we're going to be a multi.
and then when I'm watching for the downside,
It's me.
Get us to Mars.
Is
And
that
this is
right
what's
there?
going to do it.
Obviously, SpaceX making progress. It hit some new milestones, but sadly, the ship itself is
Yeah, although
all right, guys. So look, is this going to be resistance now?
scheduled disassembly.
right.
Let's see. No, they made that support
trying again and again.
right there. Go higher, bang. So right there would hold it as support. Let's see what it does literally right now. Wow, look at the volume. It just fell off. That's insane. All right, let's go see what Google did. I can't believe Google was up over 100%, bro. Like, that makes me sick. That makes me sick to my stomach.
If you're planning to retire or already there, Fisher has the answers. And our fees are structured so we do better when you do better.
Call for your free Fisher Retire Right Kit. Call now. 1-800-305-2930.
Should you retire the way you choose? If your portfolio is $500,000 or more, call us today.
Today's Money Mover, first on CNBC, Sentinel One CEO Tomer Weingarten. Reaction to earnings, plus the future of cybersecurity. Carl Quintanilla, Sarah Eisen. Money Movers, today 11 Eastern, CNBC.
Do you Y2 Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
My side firmer. Sleep Number does that.
I promise we're gonna get. I'm gonna get Look, energy's pulling back. Is this going to help the SPY pull back? If we get everything to pull back? Remember, when things are bearish, everything pulls back. Everything. JP Morgan getting ready to sell off. It feels bearish, bro. It does. I think I could re-enter those UVXYs. Healthcare, UNH, got a little support level there. Amazon's ripping, guys. It really is. Amazon is really strong right now. Microsoft is just going ham, bro. Wow.
Reds.com.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Let's get to Dominic Chu.
Part of me wants to just take a long right there on the SPY, but I know out of nowhere it'll just flush.
We'll start in fintech and trading. Shares of Robinhood up, but off the highs of the day. We're riding that wave of a
Apple's going.
report on assets under custody after yesterday's close. Also helping today, you got analysts at Bernstein. They've initiated coverage of the trading platform with an outperform rating and a $30 price target, so those shares up 7%. Meanwhile, on the fast food front, check out shares of Jack in the Box catching a bid, thanks in part to analysts over at Wedbush, who've upgraded that quick service restaurant chain to an outperform from neutral, due in part to relative valuation of peers and expected positive momentum from the company's Smashed Jack burger lineup. Those shares up about 1%. And we'll end in aerospace and defense with RTX. Those shares are being helped by analysts over at Wells Fargo. They've upgraded that maker of Pratt & Whitney Jet, amongst other things, to an overweight rating, and the target price goes up to 120.
Here it goes.
They think RTX will likely see the worst of the effects of a recall.
Is she gonna fall? Like, they're just holding it here.
That happened last summer. Also a recovery in defense related.
Are they trying to suck people back in it?
Up 1.25%. I'll send things back over to you.
Very much, Tom. One area of the energy complex outperforming, hitting new highs. Pippa Stevens is tracking them for us. Pippa.
Talking about the refiners, Marathon Petroleum, Valero, and Phillips 66 hitting another round of record highs this morning before just now going negative, but still outperforming other areas of the energy complex. Fuel demand has remained steady while refinery utilization has pulled back, which has lifted product prices and therefore refiners' margins. As we move into the spring and summer driving
go or what?
season,
What are you going to do, SPY? Are you going to start
getting nearly 30% this year. The widely followed 3-2-1 crack spread has come down sharply from recent highs, but it's still over $20, which again, Capital's John Kilduff called phenomenal, noting historically they were in the single digits and sometimes even negative. In recent days, Ukraine has targeted Russian refineries, which could further tighten the global market that's already feeling the impact of higher transport costs. And in the U.S., capacity has declined in recent years as facilities close or are retrofitted to produce biofuels, and there are no plans for any big new U.S. refineries.
Guys, I think you should be buying the dip here. Unless you get an increase in volume, which I think might happen. There we go. So it broke. And then here goes UVXY. Those spreads should start to rip. I'm just wondering what the volume looks like here on the SPY on that break of that level.
Those names I just mentioned up well more than 1%. Microsoft leading the way with a 2.5%.
Doesn't seem like you're getting an increase at all. Look how low it is.
Straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
People who know BDO. Let's look at small caps. Kind of like what was it? SOUN? Hold on, was it?
Deal on iPhone 15 Pro, made with titanium. We mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. Says here inviting.
Yeah, SoundHound.
Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Dude, I think it's crazy. UVXY just keeps grinding higher and higher and higher. That's a sign. People are buying protection right now. So, if you don't know what that means, people are buying insurance for something that could happen. Well, really, that's not it. It's just volatility. The up and down movement. It's I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it, but SOUN SoundHound. Every time I hear SoundHound, I think it's Sexy Red. SoundHound. I think we already talked about this, but it's kind of funny.
RELL, Richardson Electronics, complete one
And there's the bounce.
retrofit ultra capacitors for energy pools.
Oh gosh, look at that volume to the sell side. Wow. Yeah, that's not happening today. That's not happening. Meta, NFLX, AMD, Nvidia, Tesla. Tesla's down.
Investors very focused this morning on the reaction to PPI, retail sales, and that move in yields. Joining us, of course, our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli. I wonder, Mike, if you consider this a starker reaction to CPI earlier in the week.
To some degree, Carl, it seems like the stock market was to try and put this in some perspective and look at the elements of PPI.
Look at Rivian selling off, guys. Rivian's out. It's down 7%. Fucking day late and $1 short. That's crazy, bro. I was just looking at these names. I knew this was going to happen. I didn't have a plan today. I didn't have a plan. I wasn't like sold on something like for sure. I wasn't sold on I just like Tesla Tuesday morning. I knew I wanted to short Tesla. I was like, hell yeah. I'm coming after this thing and I'm getting it. I'm going to step outside real quick. XOM. See if it holds VWAP. See if XOM holds VWAP. You can look at GLD, GDX. Remember, the days that you get those pullbacks, you need to think about being a buyer. The very last time I told you that, look what happened here. You got a huge, nice run up. It pulls back. Bang. Pulled back again. It's happening more frequent than in the past, but that's because it might start to consolidate. Start to build a position. Let's see here. Rivian. So I have UVXY there. GLD. What else is there? What am I missing? What am I missing? Everything is red for the most part. So you can see, what do you guys see? Only big cap tech is holding us up. That's it. That's it. And that's safety. Right? That's liquidity. Square. PayPal starting to go higher. I feel like it's just got way too much volume. Yeah, look at that sell side. That's crazy.
In terms of cutting later this year. Are payrolls for March also going to be part of that calculus? Labor data is absolutely critical as well, but the key focus is on inflation. It is important for the Fed to see that price pressures are moderating in a broad fashion, that this is not just a one-off good number before you start pulling the trigger on rate cuts.
But you do have some concerns in other parts of the market, things like leveraged loans, private credit. What are your expectations there?
Been up since 3 o'clock this morning. And
But about what happens next year with Fed policy and how that impacts a lot of companies that are highly levered. So if you think about it, if this Fed cycle is limited just to a few cuts, and we kind of done a bit like in mid-90s, where Fed cut less than 100 basis points, well, that is higher for longer environment. And if you couple that with the simple fact that if you look at a space like private...
JPM, Fed issues enforcement action against JP Morgan Chase, fines from about $98.2 million. Julian Papa Michael.
More than 10% in cost of...
some news there with JP Morgan. I'm going to step outside real quick. I'll be right back, guys. I love you guys. If you guys could, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. I do apologize for, kind of just being all over the place and, once again, a little tired. But I'll be late tomorrow. I'm going to go, yeah, I'll be a little late tomorrow because I want to know why I'm sleeping all the time. Not that I'm sleeping all the time, but you guys know what I mean. Tired all the time. Let's see. SQ net. Fair. Coinbase is down 5%, man. What the fudge? We said yesterday that 270 is short. And here we are, 230. Literally, this was on the watch list yesterday. Short. Short.
That are much more benign. If inflation moderates, economy remains in positive territory, then private equity sponsors will allow...
I gotta start listening to myself. It's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, but it didn't it? That's what I say. That's why I went there. I'm still watching it. Because and that's a sign too. When you see VIX or UVXY keep going up and the market goes up with it, like that doesn't mean that volatility is subdued just because the market goes higher. But when you see VIX and UVXY like start to go higher, I'm like, get it. Oh, good deal. Now I will tell you, I think the SPY is going to go higher. Or no, hold on. I was thinking that reversal might have just happened, but she's kind of just hanging out right now. So I feel like I hope you got yourself time. I think the better entry is 517 if we can get it. Or 518. It feels like the sell volume has just stopped. Like you can see in the SPY that they just stepped away. And I think it's going to take like a move like low liquidity or something to just get like a little bit of a flush. Like out of nowhere. For no reason. And then that brings in the volume by kicking off algos. But 34, 35. I'm looking to try and re-enter more of that position at a higher price. But I'm scared that even if I get a 517, 516 really, yeah, 516.50 is what I want to get. I want to get a 516.50 entry on the SPY. 516.50. But I'm curious if the UVXY just continues to go higher, because I think it could. I think it could. I mean, the last time we played UVXY, they were in excess of 150%. So I think we need to be patient and see if we can't get a little bounce. It just feels like we're not moving. Like it feels like see, even 516 looks like.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim.
Dude, you're getting tails that. Come on. I don't know. This is crazy, though. I know that. Because it's just sitting here. It's just sitting here. Like it's not, like it looks like it wants to go higher. Like, look at the volume. Oh, come on, man. Bro. This price action is so weird on the SPY. It's so weird. Like, look, now we're getting a bounce with, like, no volume. None.
What attracted me to financial services was the opportunity to make a difference. Amalgamated is a mission-based bank, which means we can take tangible actions to address things like climate and the racial wealth gap. I think of ambition as being the desire to do something greater than oneself, pushing above one's own personal limits to achieve something that's for the greater good. Isn't that what makes us succeed as a society?
Here goes to watch VWAP. You know what we could do, though, is the Qs were going higher. Qs were going higher. But look, but notice the volume, right? Notice the volume. So where is a point where the Qs could get stopped? 441, 442. You're holding this level at 440. You're holding that. I don't know, man. This sucks, bro. I'm just so frustrated with today. Just because it felt, it's just like, I didn't take Coinbase yesterday, even though, like, I'm not mad about yesterday. Like, I really was exhausted. I'm getting tired now. That's why I want to get up and walk outside real quick, because I've been up since like 3:15. I got up at like 3 o'clock this morning. I was like, I'm up. And now, after looking at candles for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6 hours, I'm getting a little tired. Alright, let's break out a little bit higher here. Let's go, Qs. The Dow. Let's look at, because I want to look and see what sector is going to take us higher. Or like if there is a sector leading. I think we're getting our divergence. Look at the Dow. You just saw the IWM. Right? Now look at the Qs. So I think I might want to be long tech. Look at that. It's up here. While the other ones are down here.
Reddit is on its roadshow
So,
ahead of its IPO expected
CRWD.
next week, reportedly telling investors it expects 2024 revenue to grow by more than 20% and to break even this year on an EBITDA basis after posting EBITDA loss of $69 million last year. Julia Borston has more on this one. Hi, Julia.
Well, Courtney, as Reddit targets a $6.5 billion valuation, 95% of its revenue comes from advertising, And that revenue is currently top heavy, with its top 10 advertisers accounting for over a quarter of revenue. Now, New Street Research sees that as an opportunity for the company to diversify with more smaller and medium-sized advertisers.
I gotta
down
start
the line.
working out and
But
stuff.
right
I gotta
now,
get.
Reddit's ad business is still relatively small.
I gotta start
with
getting
$804 million in 2023
better at,
revenue
like,
coming from its 73 million daily active unique users. But it has
Just
this
tired. Like, see, I
0.2%
can't be
US
upset
digital ad
that I'm a
market
little
share, which
that I'm a
Bernstein
little
points out
groggy
is
because
well
I've been
behind
up
its
since 3
peers
o'clock this
when
morning.
So now Reddit is looking at international expansion. 90% of its posts in the fourth quarter were in English, and AI could help translate those posts. AI is also being used to improve ad targeting and also the ad buying process. Courtney? Very interesting stuff, Julia. I'm going to be interested to follow along next week as we expect that IPO. Let's turn now to SentinelOne. Shares of the cybersecurity firm plunging this morning, despite delivering a beat on the top and bottom lines in the fourth quarter, with guidance for the year ahead in line with expectations. So joining us now,
She said, "You the worst. You the worst."
thank you so much for joining us, Tomer. Obviously, stock in focus today after you put up your earnings report.
Oh, really?
But I understand on the call.
It's the second time that we tried to get above VWAP.
Tell us a little bit more about what you're expecting for the year ahead and why the prudence.
Yeah, sure thing, and thank you for having me. We finished a very strong quarter, and that was a finish for a very strong year where we ended up again as the fastest growing, public software company in the entire world. So obviously, delivering that type of growth in this type of an environment, I mean, it's just a remarkable achievement for us. Very proud of the achievement of the team. I think if you couple that also with the highest margin improvement of our operating margin.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's see some volume step in here. She said, "You the worst. You the worst."
Like that for 2 years in a row now. So I think we're making all the right things. We're moving at an incredible pace, and that's only on the financial part. I think technology-wise, we also established pretty remarkable leadership with leading evaluations in our space 4 years in a row, being a market leader for in IDC research, in Gartner Magic Quadrant. So all in all, I think the future is
Keeping my hand off the mouse.
next year. We're the only company that's guided above 30% of growth.
See, this is what I don't like. This is why timing is important, because it's, it messes with your options, especially if you don't have time. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to screw you so that you don't buy the options at the right time and make a boatload of money. They just want to run them things dry.
We're very much focused on inflicting to free cash flow positive generation. I think that somewhat constrains our growth, but all in all, still a remarkable profile for the company.
And sort of on that last point, I mean, one of the analysts that we've spoken to sort of is wondering why you are trying to force that profitability now when the market's so strong versus letting it come more naturally maybe further down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always a debate between growth and profitability. I think we really want to showcase.
What are you gonna do?
Showcase our sustainability, and I think that will actually allow us to invest even more in the long term. So we recognize that this year is a year where we're gonna continue and build, continue and extract more operational efficiencies, but that will set us up, I think, for just an incredible future. When we inflict into free cash flow generation, I think our liberty to really
Earthquake hits Japan's Fukushima prefecture with intensity of 5 on Japan's 1 to 7 scale. That from NHK.
Earthquake again in Japan.
On GDP from technology, you've got these clients, they're under pressure to spend so much money on AI and cybersecurity and just refreshing their existing stuff.
I hope they're okay.
To what degree are you on the lookout or concerned about things like vendor fatigue?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I wish I could. That's awesome.
Helping customers transform their antiquated infrastructure. So arguably, I mean, this is one of the most critical points for most customers out there. I don't think they're fatigued by buying critical technology that solves their pain point. Maybe they're fatigued by buying things that don't really fit the bill and don't really deliver the value. When we engage with customers, we're not only trying to give them remarkable technology, we're also trying to give them a ton of value.
Earthquake. Earthquake.
Moving away from antiquated technology, typically very expensive on-premise technology, and
Dude, this SPY is once again just putting me to sleep. I don't like it. I need you to move. Start going higher. Or lower, something. Another earthquake.
NHK reporting that
Whoa.
the Japan quake has a preliminary magnitude of 5.8 on the Japanese scale.
5.8 on Japanese scale. Okay, 5.6.
So you have to have, AI really driving automation across the enterprise, and that's exactly what we deliver to customers out there.
Can you tell me a little bit more then about your purple AI product? I mean, is that sort of all encompassing what you're just talking about?
All right. Something's going to happen here because we're just stuck. Right now, we're just stuck on the SPY. All right, here we go. Here we go. Is this... See, we're still below VWAP on a 5-minute. Yeah, I think I gotta wait for 516, guys. If I don't get 516, I don't get 516. But that's what I'm gonna wait for. She said, "You the worst. You the worst." All right, Palantir.
CEO of Sentinel One, thank you very much for joining us after your earnings report. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Coming up this morning, Bernstein says Robinhood has another 75% to run on the back of this monster crypto cycle we're in. We'll talk to the analyst behind that call next.
Plus, we'll look at Under Armour. The stock lower after some management changes. Again, can the return of Kevin Plank turn the stock around? Stay with us.
Bro. As soon as I say I want to get this. Oh, look, we're putting in a big bear flag, guys. See if we bounce here and we get one more shot to the upside. Yeah, we're putting in a bear flag. I see now. It's clear. Clearly now the rain is gone. Faggot, mother. You guys see it? Y'all see that? You see that shit? Y'all see that shiz? Let's see what we got. What we got, dog? Closer. Closer. Oh, damn.
What is Circle? Circle is the fuel you need to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle, available at Walmart, drinkcircle.com.
I'm just scared it's gonna start breaking. I fucking do it. I know it. She said, "You the worst. You the worst." You fucking asshole motherfucker.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment.
That's alright. We should get a bounce. I'll be right back, guys. Keep an eye. So there you go. 40 cents. You're getting ready to push 40 cents again. I still like UVXY for the long haul. Just remember, If you do not take profits and the SPY does go back and it wipes out a bunch of time, you'll start to lose money too. You got to know how to play those, because tomorrow or whenever the contract ends, you could be like, wait, what's going on? You know. What I'm saying is it doesn't trade like a regular stock. So, if you're going to hold it, you need to know when the VIX futures contracts, whatchamacallit, I'm not even, it's been so long since I even paid attention to any of that shit. It's been a while for me. So I don't know if it's every day or every other week, once a month. I think it's once a month. I'm not sure though. You have to look. I can Google it. Let me Google it so we know.
Think big and get inspired. The Aspen Ideas Festival in partnership with NBC Universal News Group. Join brilliant leaders and thinkers.
I'm in favor of human free speech, not for computer free speech.
Sitting down with journalists for conversations that matter.
There's nothing better than a substantive debate with somebody with whom you disagree.
The Aspen Ideas Festival, June 23rd to
Look. This is gonna fucking break this level. Oh my gosh. I'll be right back. I gotta get up and walk, but
$2 million fine to two regulators on the bank side of things, the Federal Reserve Board and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. They've issued a joint enforcement action for that $348 million, saying that JP Morgan had not adequately put programs in place to monitor client trading activities and look for possible market misconduct. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency also says in their own statement that JP Morgan failed to properly monitor billions of trades across many global trading venues. So they are asking the bank to overhaul their practices, put new systems in place to monitor those trades in the future. But Courtney, it is a big fine, $348.2 million levied by the Fed and by the OCC. JP Morgan shares right now trading about 1.25% of the downside near session lows. I'll send things back over to you.
That is significant. Thank you, Don. Well, SpaceX launching the third test flight of its Starship rocket this morning, achieving some new milestones in the process. Morgan Brennan's been following the flight closely. Morgan.
I sure have, Courtney. Well, it was, as you mentioned, another milestone for Elon Musk's SpaceX as the monster rocket system Starship blasted off without people on board at 9:25 Eastern this morning from its Starbase launch pad in South Texas.
I'm curious what happens.
The Starship reached orbital velocity, meaning if payloads had been on board, it would have been able to deploy them in orbit. It's the most powerful rocket to achieve this, double the thrust of the next most powerful vehicle. But just before planned splashdown, the spacecraft was lost. It broke up over the Indian Ocean. Now, SpaceX had an ambitious plan for this third test flight attempt. It did carry out some of those demonstrations of new techniques that are going to be critical to future Moon and Mars missions.
Look at this. You gotta be kidding me.
First time re-enter the atmosphere as well, but that was also lost on the landing. Here's why all this matters. Starship is meant to realize Musk's vision of life on Mars. Nothing like this has ever existed before. Starship, I should say, is widely expected to not only disrupt the existing launch industry, investors and entrepreneurs are betting that it will help unlock the nascent in-space industry. There are literally startups developing tech in and
See, we need this thing to go. If you're gonna get those UVXY calls up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away so it'll flush, and then I can wake up. Look at that rejection right there. Look at the volume.
One more thing. Who's your rock? Learn more at Prudential.com.
At Chomps, we create snacks for people who are hungry to get the most out of life. That's why we use
It's just like, it feels like it's just like,
sugar and up to 12 grams of protein.
it's so hard to just get any type of follow through there.
Learn more at Chomps.com.
Here in Hawaii, there is always time. There's time to spend with family, time to enjoy with friends. There's always time.
And then there you go, right? The volume dries up, and then out of nowhere, bang. It just comes in out of nowhere. Maybe they come back in this afternoon. Because on a 5-minute, you got a lot of volume there on that prior candle. On the bounce back, see? Right here.
If you live in a bubble, you can't stop workplace accidents.
Let's see. Look, it just fucking flushed. That's crazy.
About workers' comp insurance from Pi, or visit piinsurance.com.
Here we go. I think...
Then Pi Insurance.
Wall Street forecasts over $100 billion in sales for anti-obesity drugs known as GLP-1. But these treatments are largely administered through cumbersome injections. Enter Luxeria Bioscience with her patented oral delivery technology. Early studies with GLP-1 suggest reduced side effects and better blood sugar control with reduced spikes. Luxeria Bioscience, transforming the future of GLP-1 drug delivery.
Liquid IV powdered hydration. Now it's sugar-free. Scientifically formulated to deliver 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink. Packed with flavor and 0 artificial sweeteners. Liquid IV. Now it's sugar-free.
Buy low, sell high. Easy to say, hard to do. Interest rates rose.
I want to try and get a 512. But it just... It's so fucking boring. She just... I don't know. I'll be right back. Maybe if I walk away, it'll start to... Watch. It's not on. Okay. Look to if we can break through VWAP. If you did take UVXY, look for a way to hedge your position. There's always ways to hedge. So far, it's been resistance all day, though.
The trajectory of fees. I mean, obviously, a lot of the flows that are being driven by ETFs are amid fierce competition.
I think we want to look for a 517, 516.50 retest. I think we desperately need to retest. You know, we did test that level. It just sucks because there's not much price action here, but there kind of is. I feel like there's less price action in the range below us. Like, if we can just crack this level. Damn, they're already up to 35, 36, 34, 36. They're just slowly grinding up. UVX, I'd like to be able to buy it again at a lower price. Microsoft, sorry, Ken, I stepped away. Is it still going? All the big tech is going right now because I feel like there's a flight to safety. Look, Google, Amazon, all right, Apple. They all were catching a bit. Now, Apple... Apple looks like... I want to see if it pulls back here. So Apple was not able to hold that level there. Wow. That's another tail up there. Fuck, I kind of want to get short Apple. Here we go. Let's see what happens right here, guys. I'm kind of curious. What happens here. Apple back down to 172.50. We could see that. Apple pulling back. 172. I would like to see if Apple gets back down to 172, 172.50. What's Tesla doing? Tesla just still falling out of bed. Wow. Fuck, I should have just got on that. Look, guys. Anyway, right to our entry. We put this dotted line here because that's where we said we would look for the short at 171. Literally, look. Bang. Literally, like, right to our dotted line. Those dotted lines are for entries and exits. She said, you the worst. You the worst. Let's see.
Upon his first day of retirement, Marcus Rogers made a contract with himself. I will never again work for another man or woman, or Todd, especially Todd. I lay down my bad.
I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick.
And I'll get a new plan from Consumer Cellular, without a contract, without sacrificing coverage. Let's go, birds. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. This is Poof, the most powerful pet odor eliminator in the world. It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. Powerful enough to eliminate the stink from any organic odor. Yet it's safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them. So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink? Get Poof on Amazon, Poof.com, Chewy.com, and select Walmart stores. If it's not Poof, it stinks.
You know what I love more than saving money? Saving twice as much money. That's why I love Simplify by Quicken. It shows me how much I'm spending on eating out, online shopping, and entertainment. It creates a personalized spending plan so I always know save. Simplify even tracks my refunds for me. How much more could you save? Take the Simplify challenge and find out. Named the best budgeting app by the New York Times Wirecutter.
50% off today.
Got this. Let's go. Gobble, gobble. I seen bigger legs on a turkey. Rude. Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech. Like this smart fitness mirror.
Dude, that thing is moving so fast. Look how fast it's moving.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pens.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
A new year of members-only C-suite experiences is here. Join us for exclusive insights from a preeminent collective of chief executives.
The pace of change is faster and less predictable than ever before.
Industry experts, risk takers, game changers.
Invest in them and send the best of it out to the world.
CNBC journalists, and an unparalleled network of peers with actionable ideas helping you succeed now. Register your interest at councils.cnbc.com.
Shares of Weight Watchers down about 20% today. Our Brandon Gomez has a market flash for us. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, so look, take a look at shares of Weight Watchers down this morning. Now, listen, the stock moved.
Okay, what's going on here? The volume just doesn't seem like it wants to come in at all, really.
This re-entry data.
Whoa,
and
whoa, whoa,
like we
whoa, whoa.
Now, I have to say that this company is now at a microcap level, market cap at just over 150 million. Shares, again, moving lower today, about 20%. Courtney?
Thank you very much, Brandon. That is a name that most of us know despite its very small market cap. As we continue to process this hotter than expected February PPI report, our next guest says don't expect any rate cuts until the second half.
So that's the second time. So we're fighting. You guys need to write these levels down. Make sure you're writing down 514.50. That's an area that's like somewhat important. Microsoft. I think they're going to start pulling back now. They should. Let's see what SoFi ended up doing. So it didn't go much further. Rivian. SoFi we already looked at. Rivian. PLTR. Double bottom. Coinbase is just dropping. Damn, I should have took that. I should have took that short yesterday up there at 270 yesterday.
Rather than what's been explicitly stated, and even looking at the summary of economic projections. So I think they're going to hold pat, go into June and start thinking, okay, have we seen anything change directionally on the inflation front, on the employment front? But right now, I think it's going well.
Do you think that we've successfully avoided a recession, or could it potentially still be on the horizon?
I think we've avoided it, and I think the reality is we went into
He said, "I think we avoided it." Bro, when you raise rates, GDP is going to drop. It's just a matter of time. So, all right. Let's get back to the SPY. So UVXY, 35 cent, 37 cent. Look at the Q. So Qs have fallen back down. The Dow. They're all like tied up for the most part, kinda.
I think it's slow but sure in the repair side. I think more than anything else, we need to see more mark-to-markets that are realistic and in line with where transactions are actually happening. I think there are a lot of players who are still using data that may be a little bit dated in terms of their pricing. But once these transactions ensue and there's so much money on the sidelines that can step in to start buying some of these assets, I think then we'll start to have a little more confidence. And where there are challenges, it's more idiosyncratic. There are a few entities where that may be a challenge, but not in totality across the commercial real estate sector.
In equities right now, today at least flat to slightly down. We've had a nice rally here year to date. Do you think it's sustainable? We're seeing names like Nvidia and Tesla losing some steam, and those have been some really high flyers for a while.
We think the momentum trade's going to continue, albeit we're going to get some volatility. There's so much going on a geopolitical basis, whether it be Ukraine and Gaza. But when you look at the broadening, and we now have over 2/3 of the S&P 500 above their 50-day and 200-day moving averages, which compared to last year, we had such a small segment of the market really driving returns. We think that broadening and even broadening out into the small cap sector bodes well. And those companies that quote Magnificent Seven have delivered from an earnings perspective. They generated in excess of 30% net income growth last year versus the other 493 stocks that delivered 1.9%.
I guess I gotta stretch it out to get that volume down.
Although some of the calls, the playbooks that count on a broadening, look to things like utilities, which you're looking to avoid. Why is that?
Well, I think real estate, utilities, consumer staples.
I know it's hard to see, guys. I'm sorry.
It's really tough to fight the rate curve and where we can invest from a bond perspective. So there's not as much interest there.
I don't know what to do.
As it relates to their operating margins, so it's just a little more challenging there. What we'd like to see is more in the industrial space, which is getting up a little bit.
Well, it looks like 515 is a nice rejection point. See if you get some volume to come in here.
And it's not perfect. We do believe that there's going to be some volatility.
That's your level, 514.50. It's still stepping down though. I'm debating whether or not to look for like a see, the volume's really dried up there, just to see if we can't get a little long and grind it right back up to like high a day. That's another so far another rejection at 515. You're just cutting it lower and lower and lower. I wonder what time it's going to be when they step back in with some volume here. I just went and made a little something to eat, grabbed a Red Bull, probably a little more caffeine to put me to get me tired even more. Let's see, man. Now's a good time to scan the markets, look around, go get lunch, whatever you need to do. It's 12 o'clock.
Meantime, it might be moot from the legislative standpoint. Axios is saying that Senate
Nah. It's lunchtime now. What you gonna do here, Spy?
You guys still Sharky and Emperador? You still watching?
Yeah, it's getting a little dicey on the shorts.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
flat. I'm thinking about getting long actually.
I'm thinking of flipping too, to be honest.
Should
I'm
have
just
been long, bro.
waiting.
Y'all should. I'm out of here, bro. If y'all just now thinking about flipping long, cruising for a bruising, man. You should have already been thinking that. That's why I came on here an hour ago and told you guys, if you guys went long UVXY, start thinking about a hedge. Think about a hedge or cut the profits. Even if it's small, you can get back in at a higher price if you want. And you just keep doing it. Bang, bang, bang. And just build that money up. All right, we don't have to hit home runs all the time. Just make money. Your job is to make that number bigger. Don't forget. Don't ever fucking forget it. Don't ever fucking forget it, man. Okay, man? Don't you ever fucking forget it, man. Your job is to make that fucking number bigger, man.
What I find over the last year and a half, 2 years is these kids don't know anything other than tech. And I understand it. Those have been the most exciting stories to watch. And that's what we talk about on TV all the time.
She said, you the worst. You the worst.
The rotation is underway. And right now, it's energy.
She said,
That's understandable. But people who've been doing this for a long time are diversified and are seeing other areas that
MCD, HD, W, Rivian.
has an average RSI, relative strength reading, of 52. That's the highest since last March. We haven't seen this many trending small caps in a year. There's a lot of money being made in that space. Now you go ahead and look at the whole S&P 500. Where is the relative strength? There are almost no technology names in the top 20. There's just one.
Damn, again.
Energy. And then when you look at the average RSI within energy, it's 68. These are uptrending, rallying stocks. So people need to look elsewhere. I continue to say that. I don't know for how long this period will last, but it could go on for months and months and months. Time to learn a new trick.
So, Jenny, Renaissance Macro today says they love the breakout in the Russell after the Golden Cross. It's still a laggard on a relative basis. They suggest it's confirming breadth, and it is starting to broaden out, as Josh would suggest. I would only throw out the problem, question mark, with this trade is higher interest rates. And you can see it today. Rates go up, Russell goes down.
Look at the, I don't know if you guys seen this or not.
So if the last mile, so to speak, of inflation is going to be the hardest, and rates are elevated, perhaps
The dollar.
longer, not necessarily more hikes, but just where we are.
Where am I at here? Where am I at here?
Future Fuel announced a special cash dividend of $2.50 per share and $25 million share buyback.
The dollar ripped. Ripped. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened to my stuff either. Looks like the Nasdaq's making that previous pivot high resistance, or not resistance, but whatever. That's a nice bear flag. Look at that. Look at that on the 15-minute. That's really nice. That's really nice. Really nice, guys. I wonder if that's the Ospreys or whatever you call it. They released the hounds today. Yup. No, it's a helicopter. It's a military helicopter. Oh wow, that thing's bad as shit, bro. So you know when like at least I can. Oh shit. I can tell when there's something serious flying around. Like you can just hear it. You can just tell. You can just tell. So 40 cents. It's a nice trade. I think you're up 20%. 28, 30, 40. Something like that. She said, you the worst. You the worst. There we go. You can see on lower volume. I noticed that on the 15-minute chart. See, that's what I need to keep doing. Look at that. 15-minute breakdown. Let's go. What do we got here? We need some volume, baby. Give us the volume.
It's up big, Jenny.
Really?
Yeah,
Must be because I've been eating a lot of it.
might be.
You know, but with that New York Community Bank, I had to eat some shack burgers to make it go right. But you see, starting now, starting in 24, things are starting to change. It's starting to broaden out. I would look at them this year.
Well, since you brought up New York Community Bank Corp, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. You sold it, you're out. You said you were selling, now you're out.
Now we're out.
So you just decided you're not.
Venusian is about to merge New York Community little bit of a re-rate out of the market.
My bigger point is, though, if it's so obvious to buy the Russell now, as you
it's not
sort
obvious.
of suggest.
Judge, people will fight you tooth and nail on this concept because they're investing in the rearview mirror. They'll cite a million reasons why the Russell is not working, and it's like, all right, but something is changing technically. So you either believe that the technicals lead the fundamentals and the market is smarter than the economists, or you don't. So I happen to believe that. I think the market is smarter.
But to Brenda's point, in the prior breakout of the small caps of the Russell, if you would have believed then that you were going to be at the cusp of a larger move in the Russell, you would have been proven wrong. You would have been early by a lot because that trade fizzled and it went back to large cap stocks.
Good point. Are we investing or are we trading? So I always come back to this on the show because it's really important to know which one you are. If you're investing, you could be early. You don't want to be, 10 years early.
I am both. So I think there are days where the Russell 2000 is going to rip 2% or 3%. And as a trader, when I do my commodity funds, I make sure I try to capture that. But as an investor in my wealth portfolios for clients, we tuck away a 5% holding of IJR. And I don't really.
By the way, we're leaving out $5 trillion worth of mid caps.
Yeah.
Which also look outstanding. This is not a binary conversation. Do I buy Apple or do I go on the pink sheets? There's a lot in between. And I don't think most investors start off with the premise of, okay, what are the smallest stocks I can buy?
Well, hold on, Jenny, real quick, because the mid-cap stocks are actually the ones that have been moving.
Yes.
Both outperforming on a one-month basis and year-to-date.
Pharma, home builders,
yes.
100%. Industrials. This is where, I think, diversified portfolios really shine. If you get this malaise at the top of the market cap,
I'm taking off the other half,
that goes on
UVXY, so I'm all out.
2 quarters. I know it's unthinkable, but God forbid.
It's a 50% trade right there.
For a few months.
I got to take it.
If that happens, that doesn't
We may go down further, but I still think we can get a pop to get back in that trade. Let me type it in chat right now.
The bottom 200 of the S&P 500. It's littered with 52-week and all-time highs. Every sector, maybe other than utilities.
Let's do another Jenny move. You sold Toyota.
Right.
Talk to me. Why?
Okay, so it was really paired up. This is in our international income strategy. So we sold Toyota, which is trading at 11 times earnings with a 2.5% dividend yield. We bought Mercedes, trading with a 6 times multiple and a 7.5% yield. I think it's really interesting. If you look at Toyota, they've been a huge beneficiary of the hybrid, the EV, but they've also mostly been a huge beneficiary of a lower yen, which has really, really improved their earnings and sales. So you take that and you step back and you look at the EV world and you know that EVs are more expensive to make, and you kind of take a holistic view and you say, you know what, I think the luxury And so then you also can see that further putting the wind at the back of Mercedes, our rate cuts will be beneficial for them and a stabilizing European economy. So it was a pretty easy trade. Just like that to me was just simple, decent portfolio management.
Okay, the other sort of portfolio management that we have reversed back to the opposite of what we've been discussing in terms of small caps and mid caps, and that's back to the momentum trades taking a breather, like NVIDIA, for example. Who knows about Meta, but you've trimmed both, Brenda, NVIDIA and Meta. So you're joining what is now a growing and long list of those who come on the program here and say, I took some off the top of NVIDIA. Talk to me.
Yeah, so last Friday, for the majority of our clients, we trimmed both NVIDIA and Meta, as you mentioned, and I think nothing fundamental has changed for either company. It's just recognizing the hype in the numbers, and especially if we look at NVIDIA, you could argue the earnings outperformance has been phenomenal. But what our concern is, what if NVIDIA just reports an inline quarter? And even if we look at the concentration
of nerve,
yeah,
can you imagine?
If we look at the concentration of what's been driving NVIDIA's business, it's estimated that 19% of revenue is coming from one customer over the last year. Still think fundamentals are great, but think it's worthwhile to trim some. Meta, similar story, where this has been a phenomenal change from a management style and focusing on profitability, tremendous job, Earnings are increasing. The multiples increased too, and I think that some of that is warranted. But when we look at what's happened over the last year, stocks up almost 200%, taking some off the top and recognizing that there are other opportunities out there.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, the target today goes to $1,000 at Wedbush. That's up from $850. I mean, so when the target gets run over, you raise it. That's how it's been. Bernstein says we think you should still be in NVIDIA, which remains the best way to play AI. Numbers appear set to continue inflecting higher and surprisingly attractive valuation. They're not, naive to where the valuation has come, but they consider it attractive. By the way, Monday, Tuesday next week, you have the festival that NVIDIA is having. So it's interesting to see the movement in the stock ahead of what's going to be a big event on AI next week for that company.
So I was sitting with a trader from one of the biggest banks who sits in the middle of a lot of flow, and the conversation was really not, is NVIDIA fundamentally still strong and going to remain strong this year? The conversation is how many years of demand have been pulled forward, because clearly, like the acceleration that we've seen, not just in sales but in margins, like a typical company isn't able to triple their revenue and have margins go from 20 to 50%. That's not how economics work. Okay, so we all know it's an extraordinary story, but are they now selling units that ordinarily they would have been selling in calendar 26 and 27? Because basically, if you don't have the GPUs, you can't build anything, and if you can't build anything, you might as well be out of business in the tech world. Like, that mentality of buy something now or we're going to the next name on the list, and you're basically out of the AI race. Okay, that's awesome. We're all having a lot of fun in these stocks because of that. How long can that persist, and how many years worth of demand are being pulled forward? To me, that is the only debate worth having on NVIDIA. No one's debating the strength of the company, the fundamentals, competitive position, the brand, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. Are we now pricing in 3 years from now into this current quarter? I don't think that that's sustainable, quite frankly. And I'm saying this as a long.
I know it. Very long. It's one of your largest positions. We know. You're in Meta.
Right.
Maybe we don't spend enough time talking about Meta and the extraordinary.
Is Meta their second biggest customer, by the way?
That it's had.
Is Meta NVIDIA's second? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Meta goes from its worst year in 22 to its best year in 23.
Right. And we've trimmed along the way, but it's really the point Josh made at the beginning of the show exactly, which is these are being used as ATMs. And it's not because there's anything wrong with the company.
Right.
It's because you've gone from a 3% position to a 9% position. And you just take some off, and how fantastic. You get to repurpose it, but you're still holding a 5% position.
This is a crazy question. You remember how bad Meta was as a story, as a stock, the people crying about it at its low. Is Tesla setting up to be the next Meta? It's now in a 50% drawdown from its high. Nobody will say anything positive about it on Wall Street.
Down another 4% today.
Okay.
It's down 7%.
All right, Meta was cheaper at its low than Tesla is now. We agree.
16 times earnings. When it was at $89 in November of 2022, it was trading at 16 times earnings with like 29% earnings growth ahead. That's complete.
It's also in a 70% drawdown,
and by the
not
way,
50.
Okay, but here's the other thing too. The barriers to entry at Meta are far greater than the barriers to entry at Tesla. Look at BYD, look at Rivian, look at like the comments I just made on EVs and Toyota. Like everyone's
Jenny,
coming
those are
for
pennies.
them.
Those are penny stocks.
It's true by comparison.
That's not.
But you can't.
Meta competes with TikTok. That's not a nonsense competitor.
You can't consider Rivian a real competitor
I'm just saying,
to Tesla.
Everyone can make an EV. Everyone is making an EV.
Yeah, but they don't.
The competition for Tesla is what's coming from China right now.
Charger network.
That's the issue.
Why I said
Is the repurposing of manufacturing in Mexico potentially? Have you seen the Mexican peso recently? Not to get off track here, but the Mexican peso is just going straight up because of what can take place in Mexico from a building standpoint.
You don't own Tesla, right?
I do own Tesla, but we own it from about 190. We entered it after earnings and
so
after
it's at
stabilizing.
160.
Yeah. It's not 160 yet. 160 is my level.
Excuse me.
Is my level. Now, some people would sit here and criticize me for saying, "Oh, I will manage my risk below 160." No, as a manager, what I would do is start to trim the position on a close, ideally on a weekly close below 160, and that's a breakdown level for me. I will be watching it very closely, and as a trader, have no problem putting the position back on once I feel more comfortable, even if it's at 180 again, because it's sized properly within our portfolio. That's the key here for people that are sitting here with it. a main position, the centerpiece of an entire portfolio for the viewers out there, you have to manage your risk in something. For us, it's in the bottom half of our portfolio, and I like it from a value, maybe not in numbers, not a balance sheet value, but from where it's been technically and what I see going forward.
Okay. You like the technicals in it right now?
There's a descending trend line that is 160, and if it's bounced off it before, if it can perform that, plus about a year ago it was bottoming at that range there. So a lot of volume has traded in that 160 range. I need to see a response on that 160.
I think it's interesting when you're talking about small cap and small cap from a technical perspective, and I'm talking about small cap from a very fundamental perspective, where I'm finding lots of value and compelling opportunity in small cap when I'm looking at multiples and valuations and the stories. But on Tesla, it's interesting because I get you from a technical perspective, but from a fundamental perspective, I think it's nearly impossible to make an argument, even at 160, that Tesla's compelling. Like, the math just doesn't work. The valuation just isn't
Humanoid
compelling.
robots, Jenny.
Yeah, but you know what I heard this morning on the radio? I was listening to CNBC driving in, and they were talking about, like, what if he starts creating those outside of Tesla? You know, so much of that valuation
No, I was
at
just
Tesla,
joking.
yeah, I know, but it's real, actually, right?
Yeah.
So much of that valuation at Tesla is on the hope that they do things like that, and he could easily just spin that off into
Right
a private
now, it's getting
firm.
priced as a car stock, an automobile
No,
stock.
it's not.
That's why it's
Not even
dropping.
close.
But before, when it was trading 200 plus, and pushing towards
It was
$300, it was a software stock. I still think it has the software attributes, and that's why we're in it. I like what it has going forward from an EV standpoint, but that's not the main reason we're in it.
But to be clear, if it were priced like an auto company, it would be down like 90% from
well,
here.
that's why it's going,
revenue.
That's why it's going straight down here the last 2 weeks.
Well, it should go
All right,
straighter.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, streaking stocks, we do have a handful of committee names on big runs over the past few sessions. We'll find out how the desk is trading those moves, and we'll do it next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Insurance.
Welcome back. We're going to trade some stocks that have been streaking of late.
Yeah.
All right, JP Morgan, that's yours. It's been on a 4-day winning streak. It may be down now, but it's been on a bit of a run. It's been around a new high. This is one of the standouts from that space.
I mean, this is one of the best looking stocks right now amongst large cap names, non-tech large cap names. This is a breakout. It's 3 consecutive higher lows. That's what we're looking for. The psychology behind the higher low is even when the stock sells off, it doesn't sell off to as low as it had sold off the prior time. What that tells you, the buyers are coming in faster and faster and faster. You have 3 of those in place. Now it's about 12% above its former all-time high, which was set at the top of the last bull market back in October of 2021. I've talked about the IPO calendar coming back. That plays into this company's hands. I walked past 47th Street and Park Avenue this morning. They're building their own Death Star in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. My president, Jamie Dimon, will sit on the Iron Throne on the top floor of that Death Star. I'm a proud shareholder. I love every which way JP Morgan is positioned for what's to come in the economy.
I saw your Insta post on that, by the way. Very impressive.
For sure.
DocuSign, Jenny, has been on it had been on a 6-day win streak. What do we think of this stock?
Okay, sorry, I thought you were coming to me on 3M actually. DocuSign. So decent earnings.
You want me to come back to you?
Yeah,
this
can
is
you
like
come
one
back
of those
to me?
game shows
Sorry,
where you don't have an
I'm
answer.
the worst. Kevin's so horrified.
Okay, all right, because DocuSign was on the script, right? Right
Yes,
there?
it was, it was.
All right, Southern Copper. Yeah. Bill, save Jenny and talk about Southern Copper so then she can talk about DocuSign when you're done. It's been on a 6-day win streak.
Yeah, talk about a monster move. This thing broke out to record highs. Now, we added to it, talked quickly on the show yesterday, popped on for it. We added to it again in January. It was a new position in the autumn of last year. I'm a big believer that Southern Copper is really one of the best, not just in the copper mining space, but across the entire mining space, one of the best run companies. But the real catalyst here was China, the smelters, cutting production, which takes the material, copper, which is going to be high demand for EVs and all kinds of building. It's now going to be less supply, and because the raw material has less supply. So this cutting is the catalyst, and it wasn't only a buy the rumor, sell the news type of move here.
I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all good.
So DocuSign.
It's all
so
good.
they report, and I forgot what the earnings were.
You can still, when they do the final feud on Family Feud, if you pass and you still get the answer within the time, and you still win.
Thank you.
So you passed, I'm coming back to you now.
This is the nicest you've ever been to me, and I appreciate it.
Please.
So DocuSign, they announced earnings last week, and they were really good. They were 76 cents. They were expecting 64 cents. Or it was like 8% revenue growth. It's trading at, you know what, this goes exactly to the point of broadening out. Trading at 17 times earnings as a 7% free cash flow yield. We were worried going into earnings what they were going to say, you know, because we've heard a lot less noise from the activists that were in there for a while. And so I think going into earnings, the stock kind of plateaued and backed off a little bit, worrying like, why aren't we hearing about the activists? Are bad things going on? So when it came out, the business was fine. The stock lifted from there.
Okay, let's do waste management. It was on a 4-day win streak, Brenda.
Yeah, so this one, it's a sleeper. Waste management has been a great stock over the long term. And I think it's really, if you look at, they have a huge moat. This is not a business that's easy to get into, nor is it easy to deal with the regulatory environment. But on top of that, this is a company that's really been focusing on automation, and that has really contributed to really nice margin improvement, especially more recently. So I think that is primarily the reason why it's starting to act even better, but it has been a great stock over the long term.
Okay. You want to do 3M?
Sure.
Are you good with that?
I'm totally ready.
All right, all right, all right, cool.
Okay.
That was on a 5-day win streak.
Thank you. Yes, 3M's going streaking. So 3M's interesting, up 11% in the last month, and the reason being is there's some really stabilizing and clarifying things finally coming out. They've announced precisely when they're spinning off their healthcare business. That's going to be called, the ticker's going to be SOLV, Solve. They announced a new CEO, really, really well regarded, a guy named Bill Brown from L3 Harris. So that's positive. And then they were at the JP Morgan conference yesterday, and they actually guided Q1 earnings up. They said Q1 revenues are in line. And so we're starting to see real stability there. The cash flow, the consistency of the core business is just fine. But between the lawsuits, there's been so much ambiguity in the stock. As soon as that lifts, I think we actually start to move up.
Bill, what about Target? It's been on a losing streak of its own.
Yeah, 6 down day in a row, but guess what? A week ago, it crushed earnings, was up 12%, consolidating down. I think the story from 2023 really was playing out as the inventory glut got cleaned out. Now, the one concern here is producer prices starting to pick back up. I mean, as they restock inventory, there could be a little more cost to that, consumer questions, whatnot. But I think they're in a good position as restocking at lower prices and keeping their sale price at the same level it was.
All right, Bertha Coombs is going to give us the headlines now. Hi, Bertha.
New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is considering a run for re-election in November as an independent, according to NBC News. The Democratic senator is currently facing 18 federal counts in a bribery case where he allegedly used his political influence after receiving gifts, including cash and gold bars. The senator's term is up in January. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will hold a hearing today on a bill that pushes the U.S. work week to 4 days. The 32-hour Work Week Act would gradually reduce the work week over 4 years without impacting pay or benefits. Sanders says that Americans are working for longer with less pay, despite being far more productive than in the past. And a piece of history from the development of the atomic bomb has sold at auction. According to Boston-based RR Auction, a report signed by Robert Oppenheimer and members of the Manhattan Project went for just over $50,000. Meantime, the movie has grossed about $1 billion, Scott. Back over to you.
Yeah, big winner for the home team, too. Bertha, thank you, Bertha Coombs. All right, coming up, your energy playbook. It's the best performing sector this month. Crude oil's back above 80 as well. Lots of ownership on the desk. We'll tell you how to play it next. Talk energy because crude oil is above 80 bucks. Best sector in March. Phillips 66, Bill Baruch all-time high. I mean, refiners been doing good. Marathon Petroleum all-time high as well. You own that. Been talking about Valero in the last several days. ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips doing well. And Piper Sandler says they're both uniquely positioned for compounding success. You own all those. Talk to me.
Yeah, we're between 10 and 15% energy in our portfolio, kind of throttling back and forth.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. We've been as high as 20 in 2022. We got as low as 7 some last year. We're starting to throttle back in there. Refinery margins have been on a tear since the end of last year. I think that's really a centerpiece on why you see Marathon and Phillips 66 continue to make new highs. But crude oil is also out above $80. there's the news yesterday from the weekly inventory, big drawdown in gasoline inventories, but you also have what is a positioning standpoint in crude oil. So we're breaking out above $80, and the April futures contract is expiring right now. Options expire tomorrow, and when we break out of a range going into those expiries, it's a positioning thing, and are getting a directional move. I think this could be a breakout that has some legs as we move into the summer. China starts to wake up a bit, and it's going to be a continued tailwind here for energy.
Josh Brown, what do you think?
I agree. I mentioned the RSIs in the space. You look at the names in the XLE, they're all starting to move higher. It's been a long time. I would mention that if we go out this week with the XLE positive, that would be the 5th consecutive week. We haven't seen a stretch like that in a really long time. It doesn't necessarily mean you have more gains coming, but historically, that's been a pretty good sign. This sector tends to be streaky, and those streaks could last for months, if not quarters. So I think if you're not looking here, you're not focused here at all, maybe this is your wake-up call.
Why do you, so you have the IEO, why do you like it better than the XLE?
I think the XLE is maybe a little bit too slow for my taste. If you really think that this sector is going to kick in, you're going to get more beta from the names that comprise the IEO. They're smaller, they're less dividend-oriented. They do pay dividends, but that's not really what the shareholder base is looking for.
Okay.
So if you're a believer that there's upside in the space, you're just going to get more bang for your buck in the IEO names.
40% of XLE is Chevron and Exxon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the thing there. So you're not really getting that oomph from the refinery.
Yeah,
margins.
they should both work.
Yeah.
But do you want the beta? If you want the beta, you're not overweighting Exxon.
So I like playing it a little bit of a different way. I like saying, to all of us, we know that the U.S. is awash in LNG, right? I hate the price movements. We know that it seems
you don't like LNG at less than $2?
No, but you know what I love? I love that we still use LNG and that it flows through all the pipelines.
Well,
so I like playing the midstream side of it better because then I don't need to worry about LNG at $2. I don't
They
need to
do
worry.
move with the prices, though.
Not like barely at all.
Do you remember 2016?
Yes, and that
they
was
all went to single digits.
That was a totally different time, and you shouldn't refer back to that because what happened in the midstream space then, this is like a history lesson, maybe we should have an offline on this, but what happened was kind of like 08 to 16 when there was a chase for yield. If you look at the number of MLPs, they exploded from a couple dozen to several hundred.
I was there.
And then they all came down because they weren't real MLPs. So what you have now in the midstream space are the actual pipelines, the old school ones like Enterprise, Energy Transfer, One Oak, Kinder. Those guys just transport the fuel. So if you look now versus the prices of oil and natural gas for the past 5 or 6 years.
But the problem is natural gas. When you have a market moving like this in the future space, it doesn't stop until there's a capitulation.
Okay.
I like Cheniere. It's a holding of ours, but we reduced it because it could be thrown out with the bathwater if you get that capitulation. So it was around our top 10. It's in our bottom 5 right now, and I want to add to it once we get that capitulation natural gas. That's what I'm fear of.
Brenda has Cheniere and Chevron.
Wait, can I just finish my one thing
After
now?
Brenda.
Okay.
The show is an hour, so.
Brenda.
Yep. So we have Cheniere and Chevron. We don't have a huge commitment to the energy space, but from our perspective, Chevron, it hasn't acted as well. It's had, some operational problems. But when we look at the amount of cash being returned to shareholders this year, it should be around 10% yield. And in our mind, that's attractive. Cheniere, we own, just given the global demand for liquefied natural gas, we think is going to continue. They're well positioned. They're one of the lowest cost producers in the world. So not acting well today, but we think it will maybe after we get that capitulation.
Yeah.
But what I just don't. Thank you. I just don't like needing to hinge on these things. That's what keeps me up at night. So I think if you play the midstream space, you can have things like Williams, Kinder, One Oak, Enterprise, Energy Transfer. The yields are between 5 and 9%. Like that's a really nice way to double your money every 7 years or so, every 10 years or so, without needing to stay up worrying about those. I think,
You do the K1s for your clients? Or
you know what?
do their
Thank you so
accountants
much for
send you
asking.
Christmas gifts?
So you might have noticed some of those are midstream things that are incorporated as a C Corp, no K1s. So
Yeah.
if the clients want the K1 and they want the tax deferral of that income, they can have the K1 payers. If they don't, they have the other part. So it's the client's choice.
All right. We'll leave it there. Don't ever mention 2016 again, okay?
That's
the moral of the
You'll get a
story.
history lesson.
That's my takeaway.
I won't.
All right? Seriously. All right, coming up, calls of the day. Caterpillar, IBM, RTX, Chubb, all right in front of me. We'll trade them next. to our calls of the day. Caterpillar, which you own, Bill Baruch, new all-time high today. It's one of those stocks we've been talking about in the group of large cap stocks that have been hitting new highs. This is the NVIDIA of earth-moving equipment, obviously.
Yep.
What's your take?
Well, earth-moving equipment goes into mines. We're seeing them move in copper. I mean, this is a great tailwind to Caterpillar, tremendous exposure there. I mean, one of my stories, one of my themes for increasing Caterpillar over the last couple of months as well was I do believe the Inflation Reduction Act and the money that's tied to it is not going to really trickle out until the middle part of this year, and I think that's going to be another tailwind for Caterpillar.
Okay. I was only kidding about the NVIDIA comment, just for anybody thinking I was serious. You never know. Never know. IBM, price target raised to 220 from 200 B of A. Jenny, you own that.
Right, so I think two things here. One, we're seeing a real narrative change at IBM, whereas for so long it was like sleepy, black box, no one knew what was going on, nothing happening there. And we've really seen this shift towards the AI conversation. But really, my investment thesis has always been based on big data, cloud, scale. What I think is interesting about this upgrade is it's not an increase in earnings, it's just the analysts giving them like one multiple point, taking it from a 17 times multiple to an 18 times. I think expanding the multiple on IBM is fair. I think 220 sounds good to me.
Okay, Bill Baruch, you sold RTX in November. That stock got upgraded today to overweight from equal at Wells Fargo. Price target goes to 120 from $100. Over 2 years, we think that stock could hit 160, they say.
Yeah, it had fallen out really hard. July, and then again, it got tanked with bad earnings. I mean, it had the engine defect, and with what's been going on with Boeing and just kind of following that stock forever, going back to then, I wanted to get out of it. I actually used the money to buy more Caterpillar and rotate within the industrial space then. But I mean, it's definitely on my radar coming out of this now, and it's a stock that I've loved for many years. I think if they could put that news and the bad news behind them, which they have, then there is definitely some upside, and $100 at least should be reachable here.
All right, what about Chubb, Brenda, which you used to own? Say you sold it a little too early. All-time high yesterday, back to 93. Price target gets raised to 275 at Citi. Did get downgraded, though. So what's your take?
Yeah, so we sold this in June of last year. We replaced it with Autodesk, which arguably has done okay as well. But if we look at all of the insurance companies out there, you know, they've really benefited from a year where they've been able to raise premiums in many cases pretty substantially. And that has obviously contributed to a lot of growth. I just don't think that's repeatable going forward. So I agree that probably taking some off here for anybody who owns it would make sense.
Also maybe taking off some Nick Chubb. I don't even know if he's going to start the season.
I don't even know who that is.
He had a second surgery in November, and now they're pulling more running backs onto the team.
Okay.
So little concern in Cleveland.
A lot of running back movement in free agency, too.
That's right. Back to you, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. Mike Santoli's next.
at night.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us now with his midday word. And after PPI, I guess we're turning our attention now to Powell midweek.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the initial attention has to be on the bond market's reaction to PPI as sort of the second, or depending on how you count it, the third hotter than expected inflation report. And, you know, Scott, I've been talking about giving the market credit for being able to protect itself through rotation over this period. But the last couple of weeks, I've also thought and said that it's a lot to ask for that choreography to be perfect and to completely hold the index harmless. You're working on the 6 down S&P 500 day in the last 9. So quietly, the market has been digesting and pulling back. And it's happening at a time when you probably need to cool off sentiment and positioning a little bit. If that's all it is, you got another couple percent down. You're still just at the 20-day average. Not a big deal. But I do think you have to be alert for the idea that it changes the story enough on the yield front. Maybe just this higher metabolism economy we have to get used to, and all of that implies about asset values.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much at the highs of the day or thereabouts in terms of the yield on the 10-year note. I guess one thing that we definitely can't afford if you're bullish this market is any suggestion by Powell next week, or frankly anybody else, that you got to start thinking about the possibility of another hike. I know as foreign as that sounds to people still today, you know, people are going to be talking about that.
Probably some people will. I think there's just a huge distance between the published forecast of 3 cuts this year and then dialing that all the way up to a potential hike. Maybe somebody on the committee does, and it's going to be, you know, the median's going to move. Who knows? I don't think there's been a great cost for Powell to keep kind of deferring the timing of the potential first cut. But yeah, it gets a little trickier to try and figure out exactly where we are here, especially when it seems as if in most measured ways the economy is not struggling with rates at this level, though I do think you have to look at things like decelerating labor demand and consumer spending.
Yeah, if anything, it just complicates the window, whatever window exists with the election and the distance, too. Mike, thanks. I'll see you on Closing Bell. We're right back after this. We're back with the setup ahead of earnings and overtime. We got ourselves some Adobe, Bill. What do we think here? It's an important stock in an important space at an important moment.
Yeah, it was a top 5 holding of ours. We did trim it a little bit about a month or two ago on the news that when OpenAI released Sora. In that video, Adobe was down 7.5% that day. So see what kind of response from there. The Creative Cloud, the price increase. This is now a full quarter of price increases. What type of momentum they have from Firefly, and then what type of response they have after the termination of the Figma agreement there. So curious about
Got
that.
something real quick. What you're looking for?
Sure. I think the big story in our mind is they gave pretty conservative guidance for this quarter, last quarter. And so I think the market took that and then along with these other competitive issues and said, oh, there's competition coming, business might be slowing. I don't think that's really the case, but obviously we're going to get more clarity on that tonight.
Yes, we will. We'll do final trades after this break. I hope you'll join me on Closing Bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. Light Street's Glenn Kacher with me. Good time to catch up with him about the tech trade. Bank of America Merrill's Chris Heisey, I tried to say, and Alicia Levine. So I hope to see you all then. Final trades. You want to talk Live Nation for a minute?
I do, because it's a new 52-week high. Stock is 103. The highest level it hit back in 2023 was 98, so it is now above prior resistance. Stock looks really good, and I think this summer is going to be another big summer of shows. You'll hear about Olivia Rodrigo. You'll hear about Luke Combs, Drake, etc.
Okay. Bren?
Estee Lauder. Stock's been under a lot of pressure, but we think it's at a new inflection point with things troughing, new focus on innovation.
Alphabet, love when things are out of favor, back above the 50-day moving average.
Jenny.
Supporting Bill's bank stocks, Columbia Bank shares, 7.75% dividend yield.
All right, good stuff. I'll see all of you on Closing Bell. Just a couple hours. The exchange begins right now.
Indeed it does, Scott. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to The Exchange. I'm Tyler Matheson. Here's what's ahead on a busy hour. Inflation is sticky, the labor market showing signs of resilience, and the consumer is still spending. The market now sees the Fed's first rate cut in June, 3 maybe for the year. But one former New York Fed analyst thinks that may be an overestimate. He'll tell us why. And the so-called TikTok bill now on its way over to the Senate. Will the Senate take it up or not? What we do know is that one billionaire has laid out plans to buy the social media company if that bill becomes law and China is forced to divest it. The fate of that social media company here in the U.S. and the impact it could have on the upcoming election. Plus, a meat makeover, a plant-based one that is, the company moving into the red, not in terms of meat, in hopes of converting more carnivores. But we begin with today's market action and Dom Chu with the numbers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so it's red across the board right now, but we saw kind of both sides of that unchanged line overall. The way that we want to look at it right now, though, is that the S&P is relatively stable. There are no records today, but we're still within striking distance of those record highs, especially for the three major indices. The Dow Industrials currently down 141 points, about 1/3 of 1%, 38,900. The S&P 500 at 5142, down about 23 points, or half of 1%. We were at one point up 11 points in the S&P and down roughly 27 at the low, so tilting towards the lower end of that range. A similar percentage decline for the NASDAQ Composite Index, down 69 points to 16,108. One of the things that we're watching with regard to the earnings season as things wind down is really what's kind of happening to the consumer side of the equation. What we did have is positivity in both Dick's Sporting Goods and Dollar General at one point during the day. On the Dick's Sporting Goods size and Dollar General, both of them beat their quarterly estimates. Each actually gives a pretty decent outlook as well. But you see Dollar General is tilted now down 5% on the session. Meanwhile, Dick's Sporting Goods is up 15% as well. So keep an eye on that retail trade. And then the stock that you want to watch right now is what's happening, the indicative perhaps of the market right now, not just on our side for stocks and bonds, but also with cryptocurrencies, is Robinhood Markets up 5.5%. That's off session highs right now. But Tyler, just yesterday, the company came out with some metrics with regards to assets under custody that came in better than some analysts were looking for. Also, analysts today starting to kind of look at the coverage of this company. Bernstein saying that there could be a big amount of upside there in case crypto keeps moving forward. So keep an eye on those particular stocks, especially Robinhood. Ty, I'll send things back over.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Stocks sliding after that hotter than expected read on wholesale inflation. Meanwhile, retail sales posted their biggest increase since September, and the jobs market showed further signs of resilience. So what can we expect from the Fed next week? Joining us now, Kathy Bostjancic, Chief Economist at Nationwide Mutual, Jake Schurmeyer, Portfolio Manager at Harbor Capital Advisors, along with CNBC Senior Economics Reporter Steve Leisman. Steve, what did you see in today's data, and how might it affect what the Fed does?
Yeah, that's where it all sort of leads to. Forecasters are plugging the fresh data, Tyler, today into the inflation and consumer spending numbers into their models and coming up with a bit less growth and a bit more inflation when it comes to the Fed's preferred inflation indicator, the PCE price index. Here's the data. Retail sales 0.6 versus minus 1.1. That's a 0.2 miss for February and a 0.3 revision downward for January. Ex-auto 0.3 versus minus 0.8, sorry, a miss by 0.1. PPI coming in double what was expected and double the prior month, up 0.6%. Core PPI 0.3 unchanged from the prior month. Plug it all in now. Forecaster survey this morning by CNBC. See the Fed's preferred inflation indicator, that's the core PCE, to be released at the end of this month, coming in at 0.3 as well. That would mean only a modest decline year over year from 2.9 to 2.8, suggesting progress has stalled over the past several months in bringing down inflation. First quarter GDP marked down as well to 1.8%, a distinct slowing from the 3.2 in the prior quarter. Markets might be overlooking one positive from the PPI report. A measure on profits for consumer goods wholesalers was negative again, and it's been negative for 8 of the past 12 months. That's really good for the service sector. EY Chief Economist Greg Dako tells me businesses are no longer increasingly marking up their prices. They're marking them down. On the negative side, you did have goods deflation turned around, and that has helped bring down inflation in the past year. Okay, to answer Tyler's question, finally, the probability of a May rate cut fallen to 11% from 15% for May to 60% from 69% for June. That's as of from yesterday. Much depends next week on how data dependent the Fed is. Will they take to heart the stall, the stickiness Tyler was talking about, or see it as noise and rely on their own forecast which does see inflation coming down this year, Tyler.
Isn't the March meeting is basically now a non-event in terms of
Rate
what gets
cuts,
done, rate
yeah.
cuts.
But
But
the
it is not a
projections-
it is not a non-event in terms of projections or in what the commentary says. What will you be looking for?
Well, it takes only two dots to tango, so to speak. In other words, two dots moving upward would mean that one of the cuts that the market is looking for is priced in. If you look at the January 2025 contract, there are 3.2 cuts built in. And it would take just that to move it to get rid of one of the cuts. But again, it depends on, I'm talking to a lot of economists who certainly see January as noise and maybe February. The trouble is you put 2 months in a row, and what do you need for a trend? Three months. So we're getting close.
All right, Kathy, let me turn to you and get your thoughts on what this latest inflation number might mean for the course of Fed rate cuts this year.
Yeah, Tyler, happy to share our views. I think this underscores the recent cautious mood that we've heard from Fed officials, that they want to wait and see more data, be convinced that indeed inflation is, on its way and can continue to be on its way to 2%, over in the medium term. I think overall we're still in a disinflationary trend, but I do think it delays the timing of Fed rate cuts. So we actually were thinking it was May. We revised that after seeing the CPI data, pushed that back to at least until June. So we would be in agreement with the markets. I think June is still on the table. Remember, we'll get 3 inflation reports, and we'll actually get the May CPI report the morning of the second day of the meeting. So that's going to make it very interesting for the Federal Reserve. But I think, later, sometime in the summer, and we still have 3 rate cuts in for this year.
Why has inflation proved as sticky as it has? Where is the sticking point, so to speak? And what do you expect from here on the inflation numbers?
Yeah, the stickiness continues to be in the service sector, and particularly, core services. And then when you remove housing, so you look at the super core number, that's really where inflation's stalling out a bit. Although worth noting that in February, core goods deflation stalled as well. We had 8 consecutive months of declines. It was up modestly. I don't put too much in that, but it kind of underscores what Chairman Powell says. If core goods deflation stalls out, then we have to rely on core services to keep slowing, and there's where the stickiness is.
All right, Jake, let me turn to you. For much of the fall and into this first start of the year, to the start of this year, equities were moving up with high anticipation that there were going to be lots of rate cuts coming in 2024. That seems to be less the case now. So my question is, what are you looking for in terms of the number and magnitude of rate cuts in 2024? And will the fact that there are likely to be fewer rate cuts be deleterious to equities?
Yes, I think in terms of our expectations, we're similar to Kathy. We're not quite abandoning 3 cuts, but we think certainly the risks are more skewed towards fewer cuts than more at this point. And we think it's really that we've made no progress on that second stage of disinflation. The first part was really about supply chains healing, energy prices coming down, commodity prices writ large, profit margins coming down as well. But we just haven't made any progress on that second stage, which is shelter finally coming in as we expect and core services coming back to a level that's consistent with what the Fed thinks. And I think the big problem for the kind of the panoply of data today is really that we had retail sales data that came in quite weak. And so if it's the story about strong demand that we'd had year to date, alongside slightly elevated inflation, that's still a pretty benign backdrop. But if you kind of shift back towards that more stagflation.
So can stocks keep moving up if inflation and interest rates aren't moving down dramatically?
I think it's going to be more difficult here, given the run-up that we've had and kind of that a lot of equity markets seem pretty fully valued by our take at this point.
Let me ask the same question to you, Steve. How dependent do you think, from an economic standpoint, are the equity markets to a decline in inflation and a decline in interest rates?
Until today, they haven't been. I don't know if in the back they can get together the January 25 Fed funds contract. What you'll see is that's the mark that I use to figure out where they think the Fed's going to be at the end of the year. And that number has been creeping up. At the same time, and that's been for most of January and February. At the same time, what's happened to the stocks over that time? They've gone up as well. So there's a real question, I think there's the Fed funds target rate. There's a real question, Tyler, as to the extent to which the market cares that much about those rate cuts coming as long as earnings are happening. And my understanding is that the earnings forecasts have gone up over time, which essentially makes stocks less expensive. So I, in the first order, always keep my eye on earnings before I even look at the Fed. Of course, Fed's going to take drastic action. It ends up mattering more for the market than the earnings does. But that's not where we're at right now. We're having an argument over 1, 2, or 3 cuts and when they may happen. 75, 50 basis points. It's going to matter a lot to some companies, not a whole lot to a bunch of others. I think the key here that I'm really interested in is what's happening with profit margins. This chart, this data today in the PPI suggests profit margins are in fact coming down, which is good news for the inflation numbers. And I don't know the extent to which that translates into the earnings that are reported by companies in the months ahead.
Kathy, let me turn back to you and ask what I guess on the surface is a fairly simple question, but maybe a hard one to answer. And that is, should we really be concerned, and should the Fed really be concerned, if inflation is moving down and it's there in the 2.7, 2.8, 2.9% range, not at 2%, which is what the Fed has said. For much of the past 15 years, we couldn't even get to 2% inflation. Now we're a little bit above it. What would be so bad about inflation at 2.8% as opposed to 2%?
Well, it is a good question, and in practical terms, there's not a lot of impact really. I think on companies and consumers, but because the Federal Reserve has targeted 2%, they can't abandon that because that would be really worrisome to the markets, right? And say that, oh well, now they're being less vigilant about inflation, but in reality, not a big difference, in my opinion.
Tyler, can I just chime in real quick? There's something called the sacrifice ratio, which is what you'll give up of something to get something else. And the question becomes for the Fed, I think the thing you're hinting at in your question is, what would you give up in terms of the unemployment rate? What would you give up in terms of growth to get down to 2%? And is it at the end of the day worth it? The Fed might say, you know what, if we stick at 2.8, well, why not? Will the inflation expectations creep up to 3.5 or higher? Where some might say, you know what, given what you have to give up to get to 2, it's probably not worth it.
It's probably not worth it. In other words, if I have to keep rates so high or be restrictive to force it down to 2%, the cost of that might be too great. Interesting point. Steve Leisman, thanks very much. Kathy Bostjancic, thank you as well. Jake, you have to stay after class, okay? We're going to keep you around and talk a little bit more about the markets right now. We're going to pivot to markets and chat a little bit about this. Let's drill down on one of the more rate-sensitive sectors. That would be technology. Still outperforming the broader market, and within tech, it is still all about the Magnificent Seven. CNBC's index up another 16% this year as AI continues to fuel gains. NVIDIA, well, we cannot go. The over-under on mentioning NVIDIA is within, we've gone 13 minutes. I think that's a record for CNBC. Up 78%. Some firms believe that the run may not be over. Wedbush raising its price target for NVIDIA to $1,000 ahead of its AI conference next week. Meanwhile, Barclays writing in a note that big tech valuations reflect high-quality earnings growth, plus the scarcity of that growth elsewhere in the equity market. So multiples are extended, it says, relative to other U.S. equities, but they are nowhere near post-COVID highs, let alone the extremes of the dot-com bubble. That's a lot, Jake, to digest. Why don't you jump in here and speak to me specifically about technology, its priciness, and the Mag 7.
Yeah, I mean, let's begin with NVIDIA. Clearly, 2023 is a story about incredibly strong fundamentals, upwards revisions to earnings, and that is really a remarkable trend. This is a giant company who now consensus expects for them to double revenues from $50 billion to nearly $100 billion. And that's an incredibly high bar. And if they meet that, I think that's perfectly reflected in the price here. But the risk is really, that's a monstrous leap for a very large company. And they're swallowing up almost all of kind of the economic gains from the semiconductor sector and the kind of the AI boom. And so at some point, we think those gains are going to be more dispersed. So you're starting to see AMD get more chatter. They're coming to the market with a GPU. You're seeing kind of a broadening out, whether it's Intel, Dell, other beneficiaries. And so how much will an NVIDIA capture of that market share in the AI space going forward? And so those are just remarkably high standards to beat. And we think that's in the price. And if they do it, well, that's good on them, but it's a difficult thing to do.
Speak to the question of this market resembling, to the extent it does or to the extent it doesn't, the market of 1999-2000. That was a period where technology and growth stocks were zooming ahead. The market was concentrated in a few stocks there. Dell comes to mind, others, Cisco comes to mind, others as well. Is that a fair analogy to today's market, or is today's market sufficiently different that we needn't worry about there being a bubble and a bursting of the bubble?
I think the biggest difference today, these are much higher quality companies than what we saw in 2000. Not in terms of their future prospects. Cisco obviously turned out to be an incredibly strong company. It has, a very long track record of success. But, NVIDIA is making tons of money. Microsoft's making tons of money. These are huge companies at scale that are very profitable and high quality and very long track records of execution. So that's really the biggest difference. So as a result, we don't think valuations are quite as stretched as we saw then, but they're certainly we're approaching that rather than kind of saying we're cheap here.
Where should I put my tax refund to work right now?
That's a difficult question. I think there's a lot of opportunities beyond the U.S. large cap sector. So whether that's U.S. small caps, where I think, if you really focus on profitable names, they're trading at a really large discount to large cap peers. You can see that in tech, you can see that in other industries as well. And there's also opportunities abroad. Japan's obviously had an incredibly strong year to date. And we think that's likely to continue. If you look at kind of their return on equity relative to whether it's the US and Europe, there's a lot of things they can do. They have the levers to pull in order to increase returns for shareholders. And we think they're taking those measures. We need to see them actually realize that, but they're at least talking the talk. Let's see if they can walk the walk.
How do you factor into your forecasts and your sector choices the election and global elections? There are a ton of them happening. There's one happening in, Russia later this week.
Yeah.
Big suspense there. But there are going to be lots of elections around the world, most especially here in the U.S.
I think it's really difficult right now to put a price on anything related to the election, but it's obviously something we can't escape from, and we're going to be continuing to follow it closely. But the difference now between 2016 and 2020 is we have a playbook for both of the leading candidates.
Yeah, I guess one way or another, the United States, it seems to me that the market is kind of playing past the election in lots of ways. We'll see whether that holds up. But right now, I think many investors might well come to the conclusion that the country's going to have a president that half the country doesn't like very much. Either way it goes. And so what am I going to do? Well, I've got to focus on the fundamentals of investing. That's profits, that's dividends, and that's a speculative premium that you're willing to pay for a stream of profits. Jake, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
Tyler.
for being with us. Harbor Capital Advisors. All right, coming up, TikTok may have found an unlikely buyer in former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. We'll tell you what a deal could look like and what it could mean for future social media regulation. Plus, an inside look at one company using artificial intelligence to help people design their future home. And the technology could change the field of architecture forever. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
or download the app.
Welcome back, everybody. The general election has officially started, the campaign run-up to it, but it is big tech taking center stage this week. The bill that would force the sale or ban TikTok now heading over to the Senate after passing the House by a large margin yesterday. And former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin has come forward as a potential buyer for TikTok. Here's what he told Squawk Box this morning.
I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
You're trying to buy TikTok?
I am, because this should be owned by U.S. businesses. There's no way that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something like this in China.
But TikTok is not the only technology company that poses a potential threat to the elections. AI-generated images and audio continue to misinform voters. Joining us now to discuss tech's impact on politics and the intersection of the two is Heidi Heitkamp, former North Dakota senator and a CNBC contributor, and Hao Li, CEO of AI art company Pinscreen. Welcome to you both. Senator, let me begin by asking you, why the urgency all of a sudden to ban or force the divestiture of TikTok from its Chinese parent, ByteDance?
You know, this is complete speculation on my part, but I think that the warning came through the Intel committee saying, look, you now have a direct pipeline to over half of Americans from the Chinese government coming into this election. It's time to do something fairly dramatic to address national security concerns. I know that there was a briefing in the SCIF. A lot of people came out in the House saying, oh, not much there. Let me tell you, I've been in those briefings. They don't tell a lot of the commoners who aren't on Intel committees or committees of jurisdiction much. And so I expect that given that Mark Warner and Marco Rubio have really come out strongly for this, both chair and vice chair of Intel, I think there's some information that the American public's not hearing directly.
We love when you speculate for us, Senator. That's just great. Hal, let me ask you, what is it about TikTok that makes it uniquely, in the view of some senators and congressmen and Mr. Biden, who said he'd sign this bill? What is it about TikTok that makes it so uniquely a threat compared with other Chinese-owned internet infrastructure that Americans do business with? I guess I get the difference here between a shopping platform and a platform like TikTok that is involved in transmitting and sharing content. So that content could, in and of itself, be nefarious content, I suppose. Let me ask you how, on the data question, doesn't the CCP...
Damn it, I meant to wash my hands. Sorry, I was feeding Abby. And let's see here. Display. Image. Camera. Bing, bada, boom. Okay. Do I have any Red Bull left? Sweet. I do.
I suppose.
Let's see here.
Now, on the data question.
Come on. Oh, it got back above it. Look, gang. Look how it got back above it.
Is data reaching back to the CCP?
You can jerk.
Doesn't the CCP already have all the data it might want from the users of TikTok?
What?
Well, I think
you can never have enough data. Ask a data broker that. Half the motherfuckers selling subscriptions in the stock market are data brokers.
You can, really understand what the behavior.
They like to give you little cookies on your computer, so they know what y'all do.
To certain
here, let me put a little cookie on your computer. Let me just throw this right here in your little modem. That's your hard drive. And I know everything you do.
Senator, if you were back in the Senate today, what would you be
All right, so you see how I thought that it regained that level there.
That may be controlled by
let's see here.
or domiciled.
Give me one. I gotta make some room on my desk.
Or maybe in the Middle East or
so
somewhere. What would you be asking?
Uno
and where would you
momento.
come down on this idea of banning or forcing the divestiture of TikTok?
Well, first off, take a look at how TikTok has responded to these threats. They basically asked their user base, which is half the American public, please weigh in, please tell your congressman. That's very threatening to people who sit in that room, who all of a sudden will get tons of calls saying, why are you doing this? I think the other piece of this that you would look at if you were in the United States Senate is what's the potential for mischief? I think on the privacy of the data that basically ByteDance already has. I mean, that cat is out of the bag.
Right, exactly.
It's in China.
Yeah, no, that was what I was thinking there. I mean, you were closing the barn door after the animals have all fled. Let me ask you as a technologist, if you were to solve this issue in a way that is responsible for national security interests, for privacy interests, for the clear interests of small businesses, which use TikTok as a platform to help them make money, what would the responsible solution be from where you sit?
Right. So I think, first of all, I think that a ban, I mean, supposedly a ban would be like a very extreme measure. Forcing it to sale may, also seems a little extreme in my opinion. I think it's important to impose regulations that could cause harm to the public. But I think, it is important, first of all, I mean, it really depends what problem we're trying to solve, right? If it's disinformation, if it's manipulation of elections, then I really think the right solution is to, put campaigns and force, these companies to put on extra information to warn people and to educate people that, they need to fact check information, right? We need to control, how people are receiving their information. The problem, I think, is if we target, companies like TikTok, then
All right,
there is a fair,
let's see here.
fair market competition.
Yeah. Who gives a shiz? Who give a shiz? Anybody who, you're pretty close, man. You're working your way up. If anybody's still holding UVXY, you slowly getting there. 60, 59, 58 would have been 100% for me, but I am all out of those. I think we could see a second half of the day downside. You got some nice volume there. We are now underneath this level. I think I'm going to go after it. Let's look at the 3 minute. At least down the... It sucks because it's only about $1. I would use the 15 minute for an entry. If you can. If it gives it to you. I know that it... Look, it's just going to break. You fucking jerk. No. Auto zoom, not range. Man, that's a beautiful entry there.
So you say it can copy an architect's style, but isn't it eventually going to put them out of business?
Well, that is actually possible. Yeah, Ballard says
That might be it. This might send off some triggers, guys. You might, if this thing really goes, you might get your 100% out of UVXY. Yeah, it is. It's trying to, but Wiz, we have support here. I feel like at 512. I don't think she's gonna break 512 on the first try. I really don't, and it's like a few cents away. The measurement that I have would take us down to 508, but I don't think we're going there today. Something would have to really... I think we would need a catalyst to get there. Not to say that we can't get there tomorrow or have a little gap down or something, but this is exactly what they were doing with Tesla. Remember when we brought up Tesla yesterday and I was really tired and I just never took it on that bounce back and it just sold off all day. You know, and it didn't sell off that much. I don't know if anybody was short Tesla yesterday, but it only sold off, I think, $4 or $5, maybe $6 from high to low. I'm talking high to low. So I think we're gonna get. I want to see where we wake up. I want to see what happens. Honestly, that bear flag. I think is where I have it at. Takes us right to that trend line. I think. Right. Yeah, look. It takes us right to the trend line. Okay, now it was up there. See, I did it here at the bottom of the flag. I don't know what happened then. Unless I did it from up here, because that's where the move started from pre-market. I think that may be what I did. So that may be where we're going. Yeah, look. Let's see. Yeah, look, just about 510. I don't know where this line came from. I don't know why the hell that's there. Yeah, I don't think we...
Am I still on target to have enough for retirement? Am I saving enough? Is the economy turning? Can I afford her college?
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier.
Yeah, I just didn't know where I would, I just didn't remember where I did it from, because it just looked like it was way too much. Shit. Excuse my French.
Cancer is the leading cause of cancer-related deaths. Now Bioaffinity, a NASDAQ company, is commercializing CyPath Lung, a groundbreaking, non-invasive early detection...
So catch on to this, all right? If we start getting, like, if we don't have a catalyst, and we're going to get some down moves or even upside, like, just like Tesla yesterday, that's exactly what they've been selling this off, where you just got to sit in it. Or either wait and try to time the entry, like, with, you know, kind of wait out the consolidation. But look at the reversal. Look at that reversal. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. They're trying not to pay anybody, is what it is. They're trying to help out the sellers of premium.
According to a new report, former President Trump authorized the CIA back in 2019 to launch a secret campaign on Chinese social media sites designed to turn public opinion in China against Xi Jinping's government. Reuters quotes 3 former officials who say the CIA narratives were based in fact, despite being released by operatives under false cover, and that they were a response to years of aggressive efforts by China to increase its global influence. A fire erupted inside
Oh, who gives a shit?
today, adding more chaos to the Capitol.
I don't even know how half of this shit makes the news. I really don't.
Unclear what started that blaze. And a hole-in-one to open the Players' Championship at TPC Sawgrass today. Ryan Fox hit the shot on the island green at the iconic 17th hole. The A's followed an eagle.
What is it? The Waste Management?
First pro ever to make back-to-back eagles on 16 and 17 in Sawgrass. And only the 13th player, Tyler, to make that hole-in-one on the 17th hole since way back in 1982.
Wow, that is just amazing. I don't know that I've ever
All right.
played golf, so there you go.
Yeah, don't look at me. I can barely hit it.
All right, coming up, shares of the snack maker Utz are up nearly 60% in 5 months. And Bank of America says there's more room to run. The analyst
Let's see what we got going on real quick. Let me just do a quick look at the heat map real quick. See what we got going on here. So pretty much everything red. You guys can see this is no coincidence. So this is giving you this is telling you safety. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon. Not so much Meta, but Google, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft in particular. Why? Liquidity. 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 It doesn't get any more clearer than that. That's for sure. Look, AMD. AMD's fallen. You gotta be shitting me. Alright. What do we have here? What do we have? What do we have? What type of room do we have? Do we have a lot of room here? Shit. 185. I can't believe it's already. Yeah, they're being so slick about it too. Pivot low, double top, and then you just roll it over. I had a feeling that's what they were going to do. Fucking assholes. Alright, where are the UVXYs that I'm not sure how many people are in them. I don't know. I think Bingo said he took it. I don't know if he's still in it or not. 46. I don't know if that's... $7.20. Damn, you're almost in the money, bro. Oh, yeah. Wait, how in the hell are they 45 cents? That's crazy. Because they were pushing... Wait, what's going on here? What in the... That's weird.
CNBC has the most affluent audience in television. For a lot of people, their ambition is to get wealthy. But money itself doesn't have any meaning. It's how you make it and what you do with it that gives it.
I know, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, just give me 1 second. So 44. It was still a sick move. Like you could still get rid of it for just under 50% right there. But I still think you can. I think you guys can edge out a little bit more in this. Might take you a little bit. I'm gonna look at AMD real quick.
What intrigued me most here was the idea that you see UTS potentially as an acquisition target. Who would the buyer be, and what would they bring to the party, apart from chips?
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. Great to see you again. Look, I think one of the big factors we've been talking about this year, coming into the year, was a need for a number of the large consumer packaged good companies, in particular the food companies, to be looking at potential strategic M&A. Now, in terms of us specifically, it's tough to nail down a target, but some of the companies we've identified who have really popular rhetoric, I guess, in the past few months about M&A targets have been a General Mills, potentially a Hershey, even a Mondelez. Guys who maybe look at UTS as an adjacency in a category, or salty snacks as an adjacency that they can add, where they bring kind of some more synergy targets to the party.
What do the fundamentals of the business tell you right now? They were part of a SPAC, as I recall. They had a lot of debt. They succeeded in paying down that debt. Walk us through some of the fundamentals. It looks like he's overdosed on chips. Let's see if he comes back.
fuck, I missed AMD. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I hate that I was up at 3 o'clock this morning and got tired again. I'm so sick and tired of being tired. Like, literally. Literally. So tired of it, man. It's fucking bull crap. Let's see here. What we got going on here? What we got going on here? Damn, bro. I need to get these fucking views up. I don't know. I wish I knew how to run a good show. I might give this stream up in a little bit. I don't know what to do. Open widget. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bit. We recommend you use the audio stream bitrate of 128. Okay. Vid.
And speaking of technology, one market strategist says while the rally in NVIDIA stalls, there's another tech play that's getting ready to rip. And he sees the stock doubling from here. Find out what it is. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to cnbc.com/pro pick. Barclays outperformed this week, making the long-term bull.
Amazon? Sure. Why not? Absolutely. The shizzle, my nizzle. Alright. I'm okay.
Weight Watchers itself hired a law firm in preparation for debt talks. It's worth noting that on its most recent earnings call, the CFO said there were no liquidity issues and fundamentals were in order. Nevertheless, Weight Watchers at $1.89. We'll be right back.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
I'm the richest guy in the world. I have inherited the best traditions. I have a great boss. It's me. I have people I can count on.
I have time to give.
And a million stories to share.
If that's not rich, I don't know what is.
The key to being rich is knowing what counts.
We empower those who act. Those who
Alright, so here we go. We're getting a bounce back to that level. The level as in the whatchamacallit here. Look, are we going to break back above that? What are we doing here? Let's see. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. I don't know what the hell that is. Dude, what are all these lines on my chart? Okay, guys, I think that's a nice... I think this is a nice entry. Hold on, what? Why did that look different than... Oh, because that's higher. Okay, let's see.
Their own KPI.
Tyler, thanks so much. And Peter, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Kate, how are you?
Good, good. So as Tyler mentioned, the company introducing this new brand identity and ad campaign that's really kind of aimed at bringing meat eaters and flexitarians into the fold in a bigger way. Why are you going this route?
Well, I mean, the addressable market's huge, Kate, right? You're talking, close to $1.4 trillion globally, right? Total animal products, chicken, beef, pork, globally. So the addressable market's huge. And I think that the product was always designed to appeal to meat eaters. This is a meat alternative product. Taste, texture, flavor, the way it sizzles, the way it cooks. And also, when you look at the health benefits, 0 cholesterol, 50% less saturated fat, excellent source of protein, it brings good health benefits to people. The animal welfare side, you're not killing animals. And then, of course, the planet welfare side, you're avoiding GHG, you're using less water, land, removing less trees. So in totality, from an addressable market perspective, it makes sense to kind of go after, for lack of a better term, or invite meat eaters to try the product. And then also from a mission perspective, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And as Tyler mentioned earlier, one of your biggest competitors, Beyond Meat, also just launched a new ad campaign in recent weeks based on health messaging. It seems to me, in watching the categories kind of undergoing a reset right now. Why is this needed at this moment?
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot of things that are misconstrued around the nutritional aspects of plant-based meat. And there's been a lot of things thrown out, faux, fake, processed, and some of those have stuck. But all of those have caused consumer confusion. So I think it is time to kind of set the record straight. I don't think it's about rhetoric. I don't think it's about, death to the cattle industry or animal agriculture will be dead. None of that makes sense. This is about inviting meat eaters to try our product, not insulting meat eaters. And we stand behind our product. It's delicious and it's nutritious. And so that's first and foremost. Now, if you happen to be worried about animal welfare and planet welfare, that's also great too. But first and foremost, we are a food company making delicious and nutritious food that we want you to try. We think it's great. And we've been innovating. We have a whole chicken portfolio. We have beef products. We have indulgent beef, which is even thicker, juicier, meatier. So we have a lot of things for people to try. And we think they stand up really great against animal meat. In fact, people prefer our chicken nuggets and tenders and patties to animal chicken tenders.
And you also have quite a few restaurant menu offerings at places like Burger King, Starbucks. I'm curious if you can tell our viewers how your restaurant offerings are performing. Do you see more customer resistance there or in retail channels? Which is bringing more success at the moment?
Well, we see less and less, resistance actually. And we're really proud of our food service. And that's just a few of them, by the way. And we have a lot of independent restaurants too that perform really well and that are great that were on the menu. We have over 45,000 food service locations, but there's, 1.4 million food service locations. So a lot of people talk about the death of the category or, it hasn't even started yet. We are in first gear. And so we're number one in food service with 45,000 locations, but there's 1.4 million. So there's a lot more to go. But, we love our performance at Burger King. In fact, we're testing new things with Burger King right now. We love our performance at Starbucks, as do they. So food service is a great vehicle for both the brand and also volume. But retail, we're up 10% year to date. We're the only one growing in the entire plant-based meat category. So we're growing in units, we're growing in dollar sales, and we're growing in market share. And so I was just going to say really quick same thing on retail, right? We have probably, 800 TDPs out of 8,000 total distribution points. So we have so much more to go.
Certainly. Peter, I'm so sorry we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on for this news.
All right, Peter, Kate, thank you very much. That does it for The Exchange. Contessa Brewer getting ready across the way for Power Lunch. I'll join her on the other side of this break.
We still have a long day. There's still a few hours left. I really wish I knew how to draw a crowd. It's one thing I'm not good at.
This is Remington. He's a member of the family for sure. We always fed them kibble. It just seemed like the thing to do. But he was getting picky. We heard about the farmer's dog.
All right, folks, welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Contessa Brewer, glad you can be here. Glad you can be here. I'm Tyler Matheson. A new contender emerges to solve the TikTok drama. Former Treasury Secretary and New York Community Bank savior Steven Mnuchin says he will lead a group to buy the app from its Chinese owner.
Plus, a trio of real estate stories here, the impact of rent stabilization, using AI to build homes, and using sports stadiums, if it's Latin, it should be stadia, to build real estate empires. But first, a check on the markets. Stocks lower today following a hotter than expected PPI. You've got wholesale prices rising 0.6% in February compared to an, an estimate of 0.3. There you're seeing the Dow Industrials down 0.33%. You've got the S&P 500 down 1/3 as well, 0.33%. And NASDAQ Composite up 0.14%. Tesla, the worst performer in the NASDAQ 100 today, continuing its slide. It's down 20% so far in March and off by almost 4% today. NVIDIA right behind it. That stock has been down the 4 of the last 5 days, and it's off almost 3% as we speak, Tyler.
All right, let's start with the big news reported on Squawk Box this morning, actually broken on Squawk Box this morning. Former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin says he is putting together a group to buy TikTok. He says it will cost a lot, but he thinks he can make it happen.
It's worth a lot of money, let me just say. I think the number one issue that needs to be solved is the technology transfer. And if we can figure out a way to solve that, which I think we can, then, I think the price is some large amount of money up front and probably a big earn out. Because you're right, the business, my understanding is, does not make money today.
And does that require the rollover of the current investing group into your group? And are they, will they be part of that?
I have spoken to some of the existing investors. I would propose that they would roll over, the U.S. investors, and my guess is they would.
All right, let's get to Emily Wilkins in Washington now for more. Hi, Emily.
Hey, Tyler. Well, yeah, what we just saw from Mnuchin is what lawmakers want. They want someone to buy TikTok, ideally an American group. Mnuchin laid out some of the realities of this potential sale. He does think that China will be willing to sell so long as there's not this transfer of technology. And that means that the app would basically need to be rebuilt in the U.S. He also warned that TikTok shouldn't be owned by another major tech company, antitrust concerns there. And of course, he's not the only one looking to buy TikTok. The Wall Street Journal reported that Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick is looking for partners to buy TikTok with him, and I'd be surprised if we don't hear some more names as the saga continues. Of course, to sell to anyone, the bill still needs to pass the Senate. That, of course, bill would force TikTok to either divest from parent company ByteDance or be banned in the U.S. And while the bill might have flown through the House, don't expect the same thing in the Senate. It's been endorsed by the heads of the Senate Intelligence Committee, but Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has not promised a vote. And several lawmakers have said that they want to make some changes to the bill. Plus, TikTok has really ramped up its efforts after it was caught off guard when the House released their bill the other week. ByteDance has a powerful team of DC insiders who are
I'm still here, guys. I was thinking about. It just sucks, man. I called Google out. I was thinking about Google this morning, and then.
According to Open Secrets. And then TikTok's CEO Shozi
I feel like I just missed it.
Posting a
Like I
message
just
on the
literally
video
missed
app
it.
Yesterday,
Literally.
vowing to fight to keep the app in the U.S. Although he didn't address a
What's it up?
potential sale. Listen to
3%.
what he had to say.
Let's look at the daily chart. See what type of moves
we
it
will not stop
brings
fighting
on.
and advocating for you. We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform that we have built with you. We believe we can
What is
overcome
this?
this together.
So we broke out. What is
And
that?
today, the Chinese Commerce Ministry said they will, quote, take all necessary measures to resolutely safeguard our legitimate rights and interests.
43,
Guys,
38.
it seems like we are a far away right now from getting any sort of finale on this TikTok bill. But
50.
again, I think this is what lawmakers
like
were hoping to
$5.
see. They were hoping to see buyers. They were hoping to see interest.
And what
we'll
if
just
we
have to
did
see how
today?
this plays out.
Is there any speculation over what the price tag for this acquisition, if there is an acquisition, might be, and how one would justify paying that price for a company that, as former Secretary Mnuchin said, to his understanding, doesn't make money?
I think it's a great question. I mean, ByteDance, TikTok's parent company, is valued at billions. I don't have the direct number in front of me, but of course, TikTok would be
50.
less. And I think the big question here, one of the
42,
real
43,
features
44,
of
45,
TikTok, one of the reasons it's
46.
successful as it is,
So we
is that it
couldn't
has
look,
this
look,
incredibly
46
powerful
right there.
algorithm that's really able
Looks
to
like
keep
that
people
is where we're
scrolling
heading.
through
That would be a
videos and
$5
staying on
move,
the app.
guys.
The question is, does that algorithm wind up coming
Here's
with
the thing.
TikTok? Does
It was
there
30
need to be a new
cents.
algorithm built? How much is that algorithm
We're paying
worth?
$10 more.
So
What's
I think
10
a
on
lot of
30?
questions in there right now as far as exactly
It's
what a
damn
sale
near
would look like and what the
50%.
price would be.
15 on 30 is
What you'd get in that
50%.
sale, as you point out, if you don't get the algorithm or some of the
You're
software
getting ready to pay a
behind it,
50% premium
what's-
just about.
What value are you really getting there? Emily, thank you very much.
Very
Emily
close to
Wilson.
paying.
Of course,
That's
Elon
why I'm
Musk spent
struggling
$44
to
billion
take this. I
for
was
Twitter,
trying to
and you have
figure out what I
wonder
wanted to do.
whether that pays
But I
off
think
and
we're
whether
going to
that
46. I
informs
think it's
the
safe to
people
say
who are willing
Google's
to go
going
in now and say,
46.
should we go in
The
and
thing
invest
is, you
here?
just got to watch out because you could just have one little turnaround
My next
and
guest
it
says a
yank
potential
all that
TikTok
premium
ban could
from
be a
you. So it
double-edged
ain't just as
sword
easy as
for the markets, posing both a risk and an opportunity for some U.S. companies.
test of the
Jack
low.
Kaplan
Let's
is
see,
the
where is that?
CIO and
ES?
founding partner at Crescent Capital.
You
Jack,
talking
good to see
boot?
Just
You
lay
talking
out the
boot?
case for me
ES?
here. What's the opportunity? What are the risks?
Sure. I mean, the opportunity would be for U.S. investors like Steve Mnuchin, but also large tech companies.
Oh,
like,
yeah. I was thinking about the long, too. It's kind of
social
funny.
media. I think
Let's do it. We
gaining
cleared
a
VWAP. Let's see if we
very
can't take them up
popular app,
517 long.
that could
I'm
be
going to
a
try
huge
it.
boom
I'm going
to,
to try it.
the
Man,
US
but that
company
volume's
there.
still pretty serious,
On the
though.
other hand, of course,
Let's look at the... Oh, yes. We got above it on the 15-minute, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me a little pullback. Give me a little pullback. I'm going for tomorrow 517 long.
Apple,
What's today, the 14th?
Nike, Starbucks that rely on
41
the
cents.
Chinese market.
Fuck, I gotta
as
log
a
in.
decent size of their share of their revenue.
You
I
think
might
that
miss this one,
exacerbates
guys.
the investing
I don't know yet. I'm not
tension
looking at it.
at
I'm
all
trying to
that
log
we're
in.
seeing
I gotta
already
take all this.
between the
I gotta
United States
get
and
my
China
other computer
over
up here.
chips and
I gotta
tariffs
get the
and other things
MacBook
that
up
we've
here,
seen unfold in the
or
last 6
whatever you
years.
call it, Apple computer.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't encourage it. You know, as we want to.
Or transfer everything to this and
again,
start
a
trading on
double-edged
this,
sword
so I
in
can
terms
just click of the mouse and I'm good to
right?
go.
You have 60%
There's been so
of
much I said that I was
using the app,
going to get done, and I think
yet
today might be the
does
day I
pose
start doing what I
security.
wanted to do.
When you look at the potential for a group of investors to go in and buy
Alright,
this,
let's see. What are we
we've heard
gonna
Emily
do?
say that largely on Capitol Hill,
what we
Maybe
gonna
on Wall Street
do?
too, that there's a discounting of the chance for Meta or X, or maybe even
Okay,
other the
again,
big Alphabet,
tomorrow
Microsoft, and
calls
others to
on the
come in
S&Ps.
and take over TikTok
517
because of
for
the
tomorrow.
antitrust sentiment that's running
what I'm
through
looking at.
Washington D.C. right now. Would you give their
Where are the
how much
Qs at? I
chance
think
would
the
you
Qs are
give
starting
a
to.
big
We're
tech
trying to
company of being able to
start
go
to
in and
lead.
purchase TikTok?
Y'all want no
Well, if I
problems, you
recall,
just
Microsoft was
I got that song in my head now.
a sizable bidder. I think it was TikTok.
Kanye and his daughter.
Maybe a year or two ago, when the same kind of
yeah, look at the Qs, man.
conversation
They're up
developed.
here. The Qs are up here.
It really depends.
Y'all
The thing
want
about
no
it
problems,
is yes, Congress is very wary of big tech for a lot of good reasons. Certainly, we've allowed these
Oh, wait, hold on.
mega companies to get even bigger.
Qs,
The interesting
yeah.
thing is that a lot
We're above
of
that
these
pivot high. We're working our
donors
way above
has
it.
now been really downstream, and in fact, mega cap donors, big
Oh, they're
company
tied up.
donors, there are much
The Dow
smaller
lagging.
of Senate and
IWM. So
congressional,
tech is starting to lead again.
candidacies,
So we
campaigns
got a little
than-
bit of a
than they have been.
rotation
And so
today.
perhaps all of that together suggests maybe it's a broader group. But either way, having a TikTok as a domestic company, I think would be a boon to the U.S.
Let me turn you just a little bit to get your reaction
had
to
a
this
flag
morning's
here,
inflation
I
number, what it
thought.
might mean for the course of interest rates in 2024, and then
Oh no, it's
what
right
it
here.
means for the
The
kinds of
orange.
stocks you favor
Yeah,
right now
watch
and why.
the
Sure. So
Watch
yeah,
this
as I said,
wedge here.
You know, we've gone
I
now
would.
from
I would watch
debating
that
between
level
5 and
during
6
the
rate
day.
cuts this year to between 2 and 3. We had not only a strong PPI report suggesting that inflation is a little more stubborn than we expected, but we also had a weaker than expected retail sales report. So not a great combination. But I think that
It is if you like
the way we're
volatility.
playing it
That's
is, look,
exactly
we
the
love
picture I
private
painted
credit.
early this
Private
morning.
credit is
I said,
direct
let's get a
lending to
lower
big
than
market
expected
companies,
initial jobless
floating
claims
rate,
and a
it
higher than
resets
expected
every quarter,
PPI.
so the higher the overnight rate stays,
And the
the
market
better
still
private
wanna
credit
bounce.
will continue to be. It's currently yielding between 12 and 12.5%.
All right, let's go back to the SPY real quick.
On the other hand, once we start
See, I
to
kinda
get
wanna
sense
watch-
that the Fed is
I'll
gonna
put the
start cutting
Qs over
interest rates, and
here
I do believe
on
they
this
will.
side.
I mean, real rates are as high as they've been in more than 20 years. Then we think that financials, ex-regional banks, will benefit the most. So we actually think REITs, which have gotten absolutely hammered in 2022, really didn't. I mean, they bounced back a little bit in 23, but way sold to the downside relative to private markets. I think is a great opportunity. And once liquidity starts to filter back into the market and borrowing becomes easier, I think these REITs and a lot of
I might just have to
real estate
enter
related
these.
companies will benefit.
Federal Realty, Essex Property Trust, Franklin Resources, the big money management
Yo,
company among your
no
choices. Jack
problem, you
Ablin,
just
thank you.
talking.
Thank you.
You bet. Coming up, doing the due diligence when it
Dude,
comes to
they're already
artificial
50
intelligence. We'll
bucks.
speak to the CEO of one firm that helps companies
bro.
navigate AI risks and rewards and the regulatory issues therein. And as we head to break, a quick power check. On the positive side, Train Technologies, negative, Enphase Energy. Power lunch will be right back.
I don't know what to do. Is it like 2 o'clock, 2:30? Okay, it's 2 o'clock. Fuck. I don't know what to do, gang. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Helping you discover untapped possibilities and relentlessly working with you.
Like, I just think I could get a pullback. I would like to try and get a pullback. You don't want no problem, you just talking. That's the thing with options, you gotta buy right. So we're above this level here. Volume's trying to fall out of bed. Let's see here.
The biggest earnings, biggest announcements, the data and the perspective. You get the first preview and the first analysis that's going to move the market the next day. Closing bell over time, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Okay, so 516. Really, I think we can get this all the way back up to 517, 518, honestly. Just talking.
When I was your age, we never had anything like this. What? Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi that works all over the house, even the basement. The basement. So I can finally feel
Bounce off the weekly open. Yeah.
Do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi with wall-to-wall coverage on all your devices, even when everyone is online.
Maybe we'll even get married one day. I wonder what I'll be doing. Probably still living here with mom and dad.
Fast, reliable speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Artificial intelligence is everywhere these
Yep.
days, but efforts to regulate it are really just beginning to pick up steam. Yesterday, the European Union's Parliament approved the world's first major set of ground rules governing AI. So, what exactly is this going to mean for companies using
That's ridiculous.
AI in Europe, and could the U.S. do something similar? Let's ask Navrina Singh. She's the founder and CEO of Credo AI, a platform that helps companies manage AI risks. Navrina, welcome. Good to have you with us. I heard about the passage of this bill in the European Parliament yesterday on the BBC. What does it do? What is its goal? And what is the risk here, as is true with a lot of AI regulation, that the technology will outrun the regulations?
Covered.
Just talking.
Welcome back to Power Lunch.
Let's
Artificial
see.
intelligence
I
is
think-
everywhere
I
these
think we're
days,
gonna
but
do
efforts
it.
to regulate it are really just beginning to pick up steam.
I'm
Yesterday,
I'm just
the
kind of
European
worried
Union's
about that
Parliament approved the
516
world's first
level.
major
But
set
I feel
of
like we're
ground
getting an
rules
increase in
governing AI.
volume.
So what exactly is this going to mean for companies using AI in Europe, and could the U.S. do something similar? Let's ask Navrina Singh. She's the
Come on,
founder
give me
and
the
CEO
pullback,
of
baby.
Credo AI,
Give me the
a
pullback.
platform that helps companies manage AI risks. Navrina, welcome. Good to have you with us. I heard about the passage of this bill in the European Parliament yesterday on the BBC. What does it do? What is its goal? And what is the risk here, as is true with a lot of AI regulation, that the technology will outrun the regulations and the regulators?
Tyler, thank you so much for having me. At Credo AI, we've been on a mission to ensure that AI is always in service of humanity. And what that means is we have a governance platform that provides that continuous oversight and accountability across all the organizations and their AI. Yesterday was a
Bro,
pretty
is it
historic
really
moment with this really landmark regulation passed by the European Parliament. Now, what that means
trying to
is
hold. Come on,
any
just break it.
artificial
Break it, break it, break
intelligence
it, break
that
it,
is
break
going
it,
to be
1-9.
deployed in Europe will need to go through pretty strict scrutiny under this law. Obviously, if you are a European provider of AI systems, and even if you're deploying these AI systems outside of Europe, you can imagine that there's going to be pretty massive implications.
So let me interrupt, if I might, Navrina, and ask you, so a U.S. company doing business and using AI in Europe will be affected by these regulations. Tell me whether I'm right or wrong on that. And second, what do the regulations do? What are the safeguards that are being put in place?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are a multinational or United States company operating in EU and are launching products which are powered by artificial intelligence, yes, you will need to comply with this new EU AI Act. As you can imagine, this act is going to take a couple of years to really, start to come into enforcement, especially on the compliance side. But what at minimum it's mandating is a couple of core requirements. One is transparency requirements. Where is your data coming from? How have you tested these systems? What is the impact of these systems on different users? Secondly, it requires a very comprehensive risk management framework associated with any AI that is going to get launched in Europe. And what that means is, obviously, if you have an artificial intelligence application which is high risk, it requires higher level of scrutiny and oversight before it goes on the European market. And
All right,
lastly, what
let's
is
see
really
here.
critical is a need for quality management
I
system
have it
is
up.
key part of this Europe's Artificial Intelligence
I am
Act as
going
well. And there is going
to
to be conformity assessments and notification associated with any application that is going to be put on the European
that
market.
sucks.
None of that.
Oh, go ahead, please.
None of that seems though that onerous. It seems fairly common
see
sense.
here.
And yet I know that there were big business leaders that pushed back and said that if Europe passed this, it would put European businesses at a disadvantage competitively globally. I'm just curious. We've seen Europe lead the way in other ways. For instance, every time I go on a website now, I get asked whether I want these cookies to track me or not. That was
Oh, look,
led
they're talking
by
about the
something
cookies.
that Europe did, but
We've
now
been talking
I
about
benefit
cookies
from it
too.
in the United States.
That's so funny.
Give me a sense of what you think the impact will be competitively, or does this just sort of
Here,
lay the groundwork
sir,
for
would you
everyone
like some
else around the world?
cookies?
You know,
Sure.
that's a great question, Contessa. I think this is going to have a similar
Okay,
Brussels effect
here you go.
to
They just have a
GDPR.
GPS
So
in
if you
them and they
recall way back in
tell me how you
2018
feel.
when the privacy
They tell me what you
legislation was
think.
passed by Europe,
Are
we
you sure you're
saw,
going to want me to know that?
landmark shifts across the globe, including in
Oh my
California
gosh.
with the launch of
Are
the
you kidding
PPI,
me?
and then in other countries
Did I
like
seriously
Brazil,
not get
privacy
this entry,
regulations.
bro?
So, I think a couple of things to pay attention to here is first, any organization, any enterprise that is looking to use, deploy, build artificial intelligence will require continuous oversight and accountability. And one of the best ways to build trust is by using the frameworks that are being laid out in the EU AI Act. So is it onerous and cumbersome? I don't think so. I think it is necessary to build that trust with this powerful technology, which is pretty much becoming the infrastructure of our entire society.
So you do not see, to pick up on Contessa's point, these regulations as excessively onerous. I assume there will be some costs involved here one way or another, but let me cut back to the chase. Will this be a model for global regulation, for regulation in the United States or not?
I think this similar to GDPR, there is
All right, there we
hopes
go.
that there's going to be Brussels effects.
Here we
That
go.
means
We're
that
close.
other,
I'm just watching level
countries
2
are
and
going to adopt a similar model. In United States, for us, it's been a big focus on innovation. We are going to see and are already seeing a lot of state and local regulations that are very aligned with the AI Act's risk management approach already show up. The other thing I do want to emphasize is last year, NIST, which is the National Institute of Science and Technology, launched one of the comprehensive AI standards around risk management. It's called the AI RMF. So, Tyler, to just bring it home, we are already seeing that happen across standards, across local and state
I almost got in
regulations,
it. I almost took
and we
it.
are going to see maybe something at the federal level, especially around privacy, show up.
Just feels like we're weak.
Credo AI, Navrina Singh, thank you.
Is rent stabilization destabilizing parts of the economy? The practice protects a lot of
This feels
renters,
like we're
of course,
really,
but
really weak.
could it create problems for the market?
Yo,
We're gonna dive into the
no
details
problems.
ahead on Power Lunch.
Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab. NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes or get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit for the people.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is a butt dial. Well, somebody's butt. Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
We had to take out our old gas heating. That was a huge project. I was so overwhelmed, so I started contacting people off of Angie to work with people that knew what they were doing. It was a game changer.
Get started today at Angie.com.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beats by Human blood pressure support supplements to the test. And the numbers tell the story. We have over 70,000 5-star ratings and reviews.
I feel like it's going to break down through VWAP. Well, the volume is pretty low. You just got to see where that 15-minute trade line is. It's right here. So a bounce would help bring that up. You don't want just.
Jim.
The mining company Lithium America is jumping today on the back of a hefty loan from the Department of Energy. Pippa Stevens here with the details. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, well, so shares are up more than 10% after the company said it secured a $2.26 billion conditional loan from the DOE to build a lithium processing plant that sits next to its Thacker Pass mine in Nevada. This comes on the heels of a push to develop domestic supply chains for critical minerals. And the financing comes from DOE's Loan Programs Office, which was supercharged under the Inflation Reduction Act. Lithium America's processing plant is actually more expensive than the mine itself. And while the company did raise its cost estimate for the facility, the loan covers more than 3/4 of the total, with TD Cowen noting the loan basically de-risks any overhang around financing. The company has broken ground at Thacker Pass, which is the largest lithium reserve in North America, but production isn't slated to begin until 2027. Once up and running, Lithium Americas said it can initially supply 800,000 electric vehicles. And last year, GM invested, giving them exclusive offtake rights for up to 15 years. But this, of course, comes as lithium prices have all but collapsed, falling 80% since the 2022 high.
Wow. And is it apparent that there's buyers for all of the lithium that will come out of the new mining enterprises?
So GM has the exclusive offtake agreement for 15 years for phase one. And this is all about having a domestic supply chain. And so the idea is that if you have secure, reliable provider, there will definitely be buyers on the other hand. We've seen all these OEMs go straight to the source, just
if
like
you
this.
dig it, they will come.
All right. You can dig it. All right. Let's get over to Bertha Coombs, CNBC News Update. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Tyler. A judge ruled today an Australian computer scientist who claims that he invented Bitcoin lied about his identity. Craig White claimed that he had authored the 2008 white paper, The Foundational Text of Bitcoin, published under the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. But the judge said today, after a 2-month trial, that the evidence that he is not Satoshi is overwhelming. A conglomerate of cryptocurrency companies had sued Wright over his claims. The group called today's ruling a win for developers. A March snowstorm is expected to dump up to a foot of snow on Denver today, and even more in the nearby Rocky Mountains. The storm already forcing cancellations of hundreds of flights. A large stretch of Interstate 70 is shut down. A winter storm warning is in place until Friday morning. And the voting is now open for the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The 1979 classic Asteroids is the oldest game up for nomination to be inducted this year. It's competing against other well-known contenders, including Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, SimCity, and Guitar Hero. And Contessa, because I know you're wondering, Miss Pac-Man was inducted last year, and classic games like Pong were inducted back in 2015.
No, that was not at all what I was wondering. What I was wondering is, where's Tetris in all of this?
Tetris was inducted back in 2015, along with Mario Brothers.
Okay, well, Mario Brothers, and now, and mine.
Bertha knows her game history here.
Well, I wanted to look it up because I thought, what about those games, right?
Yeah.
Now I've got news from my day that I can actually bring home and talk about over dinner tonight.
There you go.
That's great. Thank you, Bertha.
All right, coming up, one of the factors keeping inflation high, auto insurance premiums. Bad news for consumers, but good news for the stocks involved. We will discuss next.
Is that the hold? Come on. Just keeping my eye on this 15-minute chart. Just doesn't feel right.
Take your business further with America's largest 5G network.
Want Ethereum exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with symbol ETHE. Grayscale Ethereum Trust, the world's largest Ethereum fund. ETHE. Ethereum investing begins here.
Want to jumpstart your side hustle? Learn the skills to earn passive income online with CNBC Make It's new online course. Expert advice, real-life success stories. Introductory offer ends April 12th. Get it now at cnbcmakeit.com/passive income.
Have you ever been injured on a job? Your boss says,
You'll be fine. Just walk it off.
forget your boss. Call Pond Lehocky Giordano. With some of the largest workers' compensation results in the country, we know the playbook for injury law. It's how Pond Lehocky Giordano recovered billions of dollars for over 100,000 injured clients. And we know we can do the same.
Yeah, she's struggling to hold. You guys can see that. It's struggling to hold up there. At least that's what it feels like.
So we think you deserve a better betting experience. Every time you bet at Fanatics Sportsbook, win or lose, you get up to 5% of your wager back in fan cash. Spend it on jerseys, bonus bets, and more. And for a limited time, bet and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets over 10 days. Welcome to the most rewarding sportsbook.
All right, there's the Dow Industrials off 147 points at 38,893, down a third of a percent. There's your Dow check at this hour. S&P down about a similar amount in percentage terms earlier today. After the break, investing in a sports team is like investing in an entire ecosystem. Merch sales, All right, there's the Dow Industrials off 147 points at 38,893, down a third of a percent. There's your Dow check at this hour. S&P down about a similar amount in percentage terms earlier today. After the break, investing in a sports team is like investing in an entire ecosystem. Ticket sales, merch sales, and one often overlooked aspect, that would be real estate. It is an increasingly important part of the equation. That discussion is next.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Tuesday's CPI showed a 3.2% rise in costs compared to a year ago, marginally higher than what Wall Street expected. Despite the modest increase, some metrics surged compared to where they were a year ago. Auto insurance premiums shot up more than 20% compared to 12 months ago, and it was the second biggest jump in the CPI behind only frozen, non-carbonated juices and drinks, which, you know, your car insurance matters a lot more than your frozen orange juice. Third highest increase was admissions to sporting events, up a mere 11% over the past year. Here to discuss the impact that car insurance rates are having on the consumer and the investing opportunities in car insurance as well, Andrew Kligerman. He's a managing director at TD Cowen, specializing in insurance and insurtech space. Andrew, good to see you. The interesting thing is when we're looking at the car insurance rates soaring, and surely people who have to buy it have noticed, we have not seen necessarily commensurate earnings. For instance, Allstate has had a series of disappointing earnings reports because of how much they're paying out for lost costs.
Right. So think about it this way. You talk about the CPI now being up in that 3 to 4% zone, but think about the economic inflation over the last few years, and let's think about the economic inflation to insurance components. There was a point about a year and a half or two ago that used car prices were up 40+%. And on top of that, we had labor inflation, that, you know, mechanics in particular, that was up 10%. Medical was a little more moderate. Used car parts were up dramatically. So
rental cars, that went up pretty dramatically.
Massively, right. So insurance, auto insurance in particular, home insurance too, right? Construction, terrible. So they got a disproportionately bad proponent of economic inflation in a high economic inflation environment. Now, overlay social inflation. There are now litigation
When you say,
funds.
right, I was going to say this is insurance jargon for really the rising costs of lawsuits, litigation,
Right.
verdicts, and settlements.
Horrible, Contessa. I mean, we look at charts on personal lines where social inflation is 3, 4, 5 points higher than what we would see in just your traditional loss costs. So there are a lot of issues out there with social inflation.
In some places, we know that Florida, for instance, has tried to grapple with the issue of litigation and the cost it means to insurance. But in the meantime, then let's flip that script a bit, Andrew, and talk about the opportunities for investors, because you have Allstate and Progressive both up 40% over the last 12 months. Why?
Correct. So here, it's kind of a tale of two worlds. So I'll start with Allstate, though. They have been losing money in auto insurance for the good part of 3 years. And they've been diligently going to regulators and asking for price increases. But, you know, you've got, you know, a lot of these regulators, and it goes state by state, they're elected by, you know, the consumers. So they're not going to give you the rate right away. And what we saw was this massive move in loss costs, economic and social, at the same time not quite getting enough rate. Finally, the tougher states, California, New York, New Jersey, have come through. Allstate in December got 30% in California, roughly 20 in New Jersey, and 14.5 in New York.
And that's why people are seeing their bills going up when it comes to auto insurance. Andrew, I'm going to have to leave it there.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining us on the Newsline today. And check out shares of New York Community Bank. It's lost 2/3 of its value in the past 3 months. Among other problems, NYCB is the poster child for a growing problem facing the real estate industry and the banks which lend them money. Leslie Picker is at an apartment building in Manhattan to explain why. Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Contessa. Yeah, this is what an apartment can look like when a tenant moves out of a rent-stabilized unit after living here for nearly 30 years. At that time, this apartment went for $775 per month. For a full year, though, it sat vacant because the landlord says it needs $50,000 worth of renovations just to bring it up to code. Since 2019, many such renovations have been unaffordable for some landlords because of a New York law that caps rent-stabilized increases at 3% in order to tackle housing affordability in the city. As a result, though, property values have plummeted 60 to 70% over the last 5 years, a degradation that is now trickling down to the property lenders, New York Community Bancorp being the poster child of this phenomenon. The landlord of this unit said he's, quote, getting squeezed because his revenue is declining with some apartments no longer habitable, all while his taxes, his insurance, and his interest rates are going up.
You're seeing foreclosures left and right. You're seeing banks going under. It's something must be done. The status quo is not tolerable. We are watching our buildings disintegrate before our eyes. There's no money to be put into it.
A recent report by D.A. Davidson found NYCB is the most exposed, as well as Flushing Financial, Dime Community, Northfield, and Valley National. Now, a new study from the city comptroller released this week said that the 2019 law has not led to an increase in vacancies or distress among rent-stabilized housing. The city says the number of vacant rent-stabilized apartment unavailable to be rented actually declined 39% between 2021 and 2023, guys.
Leslie, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate that.
All righty, the owner of the Washington Wizards and Washington Capitals, Ted Leonsis, is abandoning the city to move to Northern Virginia in an effort to build a sports and entertainment empire. The move becoming a common one now among team owners as they try and monetize their businesses. And they turn to real estate development, adding luxury apartments and shopping malls to bring in extra cash and drive up the value of their franchises. Joining us on set is real estate mogul Elon Braca. He's CEO of IB Global. Welcome, Elon. Good to have you with us. Walk us through this move, I think most especially of Stan Kroenke in Los Angeles with the SoFi Stadium and the associated development in that area. Multi-billion-dollar deal where it's basically a real estate play with a football team or two of them thrown in.
Absolutely. So the game is basically when you're buying an arena like that, it's an experience. They own an experience. And they're making sure there will be an experience around it, just to build a security for themselves to start, obviously for their investment. But when you think about it, it's actually, they can create multiply because they owns all the area around.
They buy up the land around the
Which
stadium
is cheap before.
To bring in retail. It's cheap before. It's often not in the most desirable neighborhoods,
Absolutely.
by the way.
Absolutely. And then they create, because in general, in real estate, it's a longer play. 7, 10 years, you probably can double your money. You get a solid income, you get appreciation. When you create a play like that, you can double your money with 2 to 3 years. When this is kind of money coming in, it's very difficult to do it when you have billions of dollars.
Do retailers and residents want to live in that kind of proximity to a large stadium venue like that with its associated traffic and rowdiness that may come on the 10 days a year, man? I wouldn't want to be near some stadiums.
How about baseball stadiums? It's a lot more than 10 a year.
Absolutely. So think about it, what it's come with it, right? The best restaurant, the nicest bars, the experience that's come with it. So, and then when the land is become more valuable, more investors coming in. So now you have apartment building that looks much better, and you have more a younger crowd that's joining, and all of a sudden you have a different place when you look at it before. So the plan is just coming in, buy it in the beginning, for very cheap, and then create an experience around it, and people joining into the experience. Because
it reminds me of the family, the Adelson family, the heirs to Sheldon Adelson's Las Vegas Sands, buying into and a majority stake in the Dallas Mavericks. Now the plan is, yes, they're going to have this team, but also there are real estate development plans around it. And they're doing it even for maybe lobbying reasons to demonstrate their commitment to the community so that Texas will give them a gaming license. When you look at the integrated nature of some of these developments in these resorts, can you do an old-fashioned stadium? When I worked in Milwaukee, I watched them build a brand new stadium with nothing but parking lots around it. Can you do that in this day and age?
No, it's remind me the retail. It's the retail. If you see the retail market, the bad retails are still bad, and the good retails are the retail with experience. So the retail market not really dead for the good ones. So the same things here. You know, we are not anymore just real estate alone. When you look at buildings today, even office building, the best office buildings is the one with the amenities, the Class A building, the one that's giving you different experience.
What are the risks, though, of focusing even more on one neighborhood, and especially if you're looking at a neighborhood that is not a desirable currently neighborhood?
What is the risk? Obviously, you're buying, at the time that you're buying, it's cheap for a reason. The risk and rewards. So you're buying it and you believe on the dream that you're going to make it happen. And the execution level, I think it's probably the biggest risk. Can you actually execute it? It's tons of loans and a lot of people needs to believe that you can deliver it. So this is, I think, is the biggest risk.
I think of an example of the Washington Nationals who built a stadium down in what was used to be called the Navy Yards of D.C. in southwest D.C., which was not a particularly livable neighborhood. It was industrial, it was warehouses, and so on and so forth. But that stadium, in attracting people, has attracted retail, restaurants, and apartments, and it is now quite spiffy. It's really quite nice.
Right. Look at what we have and I agree with you totally. And look what we're having in New York City. All the billionaire row on 57th Street. Some of the stars, sports stars, starting to buy in one or two buildings, and all of a sudden the building changed the price per square foot, the volume of sales. So the influential power of having a sport team, or be part of a sport team, it's very powerful. And they utilize it, by investing in the specific places before everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
So they're catching it, and it's a great return.
There's no way for a public investor, an ordinary investor, to play in this game, is there?
I think it's a very big, there is only few of them can play it.
Although,
on this level, I think there is only few.
Although, if you look at Bally's, which owns it owns property, or actually it's GLPI, it has a REIT in Las Vegas. They're going to get the new A's stadium. They're redoing the whole casino with a baseball stadium. It's publicly traded.
That would be a way to do
stock.
it.
Howard Hughes
That's what I'm asking.
Has an integrated development with apartments and retail. They have a minor league baseball stadium out in Summerlin, Nevada. That's a publicly traded stock, so you can get exposure.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, great. Elon, thank you.
No, it's a pleasure.
Yeah,
thank you for
good to have you here.
Up next, Biden's administration likely stepping into the middle of a major steel merger. We'll discuss that and more. Which camera am I on? 3 Stock Lunch.
All right, time for today's Three Stock Lunch, where we take a look at three big movers of the day. Here with our trades, Ava Otto, CIO of ER Shares. Up first, Ava, is Robinhood. Shares of that company jumping on some positive headlines, including better than expected trading volumes in February. Shares are up more than 40% so far this year. Your trade on the hood.
It is a buy. They're having a great day today, up about 7%, even though the general market is down on inflation news. They did announce an increase in their net assets under custody of 16%. That's only in the last month. That's a huge increase, and it's following the approval of the crypto ETFs. Now, their revenue growth is extraordinary. They have a 37% revenue growth. Compared to their peers of -6%, it's an amazing growth story. It is not profitable yet, but they are making progress with their margins and also their margins, and also they're cutting down their SG&A costs. They're gaining economies of scale, and that shows. And so we might even see them turn profitable next year, which will be another major catalyst. But as of now, we are seeing them enjoy the fruits of crypto trading, and we still think there's room to run.
Up next, we have Citigroup. Citi's getting an upgrade by Goldman Sachs to buy from neutral and raised its price target. The analyst says Citi can both grow its revenue and deliver on expense reductions. Ava, what's your trade on this one?
I'll disagree with that one, and I have it as a hold because one of the reasons why they upgraded it is that their PE ratio is better than the competitors, but it's slightly better, and to us it doesn't justify a buy in this case. We need to mention that this is a company that has fallen from grace. It has come down, the stock has come down 90% in the last 20 years. Unfortunately, their best days are behind them. It's a large bureaucratic company. Their revenue growth is extremely low. It's well below peers. It's actually almost zero. And their income growth is -38%, another extremely low metric. I wouldn't buy based on this. However, they do have a dividend yield of 3.7%. So investors who are interested in dividend yields might want to get into the stock for the dividend yield. But if you're interested in appreciation and growth, this is not a company that we would encourage investors to buy.
All right, let's move on to the last one, which is U.S. Steel. President Biden expected to oppose an acquisition by the Japanese company Nippon Steel, expressing, quote, serious concerns. U.S. Steel trading a little bit lower today. What do we think of U.S. Steel, Ava?
It is a sell. This was, the ticker symbol is X. This was the original X well before Twitter even existed. It dates back to 1901 with the famous entrepreneur Andrew Carnegie. It's a sad story. This was a great U.S. story, a great U.S. entrepreneurial company. It was the #1 steel producer globally. Now it's the number 27 steel producer. And unfortunately, in this market, if you don't have economies of scale, it's really hard to compete. So I think they're in a downward trend. And in fact, they're not even a large cap anymore. They are a $9 billion market cap company. And today, for example, Microsoft is moving more than U.S. Steel is even worth. And as you said, there was a rumor for a potential acquisition. It looks like the Biden administration will block that acquisition to save U.S. jobs. It's a political decision. We have an election year. And we also need to remember it's a short-term decision because, unfortunately, if this company doesn't get acquired, it won't be there in the long term. It's a sell.
It's a sell. All right. Pretty clear point of view there, Ava. Thank you very much, Ava Ottos. We appreciate it.
Still to come, refund fraud rampant. More Power Lunch next.
Okay, I'm trying to look at UVXY again. Can always hedge it. What time is it? 2:57. 2:57. So we have the $7 calls again, right back at $30. We've already rinsed these out. Let's see, delta of 50. Delta of 50.
Dividends. The stock up 15% today, on track for a record close. Turns out that there is a market right now for tennis rackets and sports gear and new tennis shoes.
I think as spring comes along, a lot of people getting out, loading up on baseball gear, tennis, golf, and so on and so forth. Let's move on to the EV maker Fisker, reportedly hiring restructuring advisors to assist with a potential bankruptcy filing. The company has been struggling with growing its sales and stagnant EV demand in the U.S. It is tough if
Fuck. Come on. Fuck, I'm gonna be paying up for it now.
A little more than 2 minutes left in this hour. We have lots more stories you want to know, so let's get to it. Dick's Sporting Goods beating earnings estimates, raising guidance and its dividends. The stock up 15% today, on track for a record close. Turns out that there's a market right now for tennis rackets and sports gear and new tennis shoes.
I think as spring comes along, a lot of people getting out, loading up on baseball gear, tennis, golf, and so on and so forth. Let's move on to the EV maker Fisker, reportedly hiring restructuring advisors to assist with a potential bankruptcy filing. The company has been struggling with growing its sales and stagnant EV demand in the U.S. It is tough if you are not the number 1, 2, or 3 company in this area.
Shit.
And they clearly have not been
I
able to
took it.
crack that one.
Very competitive landscape. All right, Bob Iger's return to Disney brought investor excitement. You can't say the same for Kevin Plank's return to Under Armour. Shares lower when it was announced that Plank was returning to
I did
the
not mean to do
CEO
that.
role. It's got to be disconcerting internally if you see the announcement and then this is the investor reaction.
Yeah, no, that is a low price stock. I'd like to look at a 10-year on that stock. Do we have it? Do we have a 10-year chart on Under Armour? I'd love to take a look at that. Wonder if that company is one that will be
I gotta pee.
There you go. Let's look at 10 years. No, that's what is that? That's year to date, down 17%. Anyhow, there you go.
All right.
We got a few seconds left. The market's we got refund fraud.
UVXY.
Here. Fraud groups organized
get
like
a
businesses
break?
are exploiting lenient refund
Can we
policies
get
and
a
robbing
break?
retailers of
Can we
billions of
get
dollars
a
year.
break?
In a suit brought in late
Can we
2023
get a
against
break?
dozens
Can
of
we
alleged
get a
fraudsters,
break?
Amazon said consumers
Hold
have to
up.
bear the brunt of increased
Hold
costs,
up.
decreased inventory and service, a disruption that
Hold up.
impacts genuine customers. So
They've got it. They're making a lot of money off of ripping off
Are you
Amazon
kidding
and others.
me?
All right, and finally, former CNN host Don Lemon alleging that Elon Musk canceled his new talk show on X before the first episode even aired. Lemon claims Musk was upset over an interview between the two on Friday, and so bada bing, bada boom. If you've got the emperor and the emperor says no, that's the way it goes.
All right, thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell starts now.
Damn right.
All right, welcome to
I
Closing
take
Bell.
it, dog.
We're live from Post
Let's
9
go,
here at New York Stock
baby.
Exchange. This make or break hour
Let's
begins.
go.
The story for stocks, whether today's inflation report is at all and how to
Damn
play
right,
the
boy.
markets in the
You
weeks
trying to
ahead.
shit
We're
out
gonna
of that
ask our
shit.
experts over the final stretch, including
Ha!
Light Street
Dick
Glenn Cater.
with a
He'll join
moot.
us in just a little
Half
bit.
of
Get
it
the
off.
rundown on all things tech.
Half off already.
Mr. Cater, in the meantime,
Already,
your
gang.
scorecard
Half
with 60
off.
minutes to go and regulation
Half
looks like
off,
this.
chat.
Momentum
Half
traders
off.
once
You
again
already
up
know what
on
it
its heels
is.
today. It's
Half
names
off.
like Nvidia, Meta, and AMD, among others.
Now I can't
facing more
lose money.
selling today.
Break even at worst. No, not a break even, but
As another firm gets more negative on that name,
50% on
it is
half
now
my
the worst
half my
performing stock in the
shiz.
S&P 500 year to date,
Just
losing another
rinse and
5%
repeat,
today.
baby. Rinse and
it's barely
repeat.
hanging on to 160 as you saw. Tough day for small caps too. As that hot PPI
Copper
set
spike
rates
yesterday. I
up.
haven't really watched it.
Lower.
See, people. I think people take too much into that. You know, there could be like things going on around the industry on why it's doing that. Do you know? Did you see if any mines got like collapsed and closed down? And you know, people always tie that stuff to like recession this, recession that. Like, yeah, we get energy high, copper go high. We could. It's just to me. To me, it is.
Now you get into this environment where it's about
Yeah, that was a quick 30 to 38. Quick freaking 25, 30% right there.
Nothing more exciting than doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
what was I going to say?
within the market, they're looking at all the losers year to date and saying,
so,
okay, is it time to pivot in that direction? And I think
I feel like no matter what,
the playbook seems to be
GDP is going to come down. I don't care what anybody says. They're talking soft landing this, soft landing that. You know, these companies have already came out and said that they're laying off. It's going to take time. They're going to run through the drug test first. If they're still making sales weekly, they may not cut as fast as they thought they were. They're putting out the warnings. Two, I think we're going to get GDP to cool down. It may not be until next fall. It may not be until next winter. You know, it usually takes a year and a half, about like 14 to 16 months roughly. That's not adding in $2 trillion, $7 trillion actually, of liquidity to like slosh around the system to like slow things down. Like, it would take a while for that money to run dry. But two, I love how we're not able to get off of this level. I think we're going to get another push down. We got to start leaving that level there. I think no matter what, GDP is going to come down, which, you know, unemployment will, you know, should pull back to a decent level, and then they'll start quantitative easing again. And then you'll get your recession scare. So no matter what, these prices can go up and down. I just think they could stay the same and I would still feel the same. They could go up and I'm still going to feel the same. I'm expecting GDP to slow down, but it's going to take time. You know what I mean? It could be until next winter. You know what I mean? Time flies. Remember that. Time does go by quick and it takes a while for things to happen. So that's my opinion. It's hard to time things like that because you don't, you know, because then you're trying to figure out, what does $7 trillion do? What does another $1.5 trillion that they're talking about, you know, that Biden's trying to get get approved again? He's trying to get another $1 trillion some dollars approved. Like, they just went and hung out at the billions for like a little bit, and then here we are. We're talking trillions now. Not hundreds of billions, but we just left billions and went to trillions. So, but it's all good, you know. It's what they've always done. This isn't anything new. They can say that they're kicking the can around. They can really do whatever they want. You know, they really can. And so can as long as the other countries are participating, right? As long as you have Europe, Japan, Germany, and Australia and stuff, they got you back, then we're good. You know, it's so funny because the other countries are going to do the same too. So there's always going to be money. There's always going to be spending more. Every president, they use it as a like, oh, look what he spent. Look what he spent. But every single president spends more than the last. It's just the way, you know, it's just what it's been. If we get to like, man, do I want to hold some of these overnight? I want to see the type of volume we have. See, it's a little early. It's 3 o'clock right now. We still have a little bit of day left. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. And we'll see what we can't finish out this day strong and maybe carry a position overnight.
Hot inflation report.
Yeah, Scott, you tell me about that part. Ask Joe. I mean, if you look at, for example, let's go back and think about what's happened since the beginning of the year, which is really not that long ago, even though it does feel that way. You go back to look at, for example, the S&P. It has been fairly straight up over that period of time, a pretty decent rally since that period of time. And now let's look at the January 2025 Fed funds contract. That has been up too. When that contract's up, it means less cutting, more Fed funds for the end of the year. So far over time, the market does not seem that exercise. There you go, Scott. So you can see it's 457 now. We were as low as, what, 3.6? So do the math for me. That's almost 200 basis points or a little bit less than that of cuts were built in. And now it's what, about 80 or 70 basis points built in. So a lot of cutting has gone away.
I wish I could get another 30
so that's one thing.
here. I wish I could get another like $30 entry point. I wish we could get a bounce and reject like 514, something like that.
The inflation numbers. I was just looking down at my spreadsheet. I was calculating how much inflation.
I'd like to be able to get like a pullback and or like get the SPY itself.
0.16 since the
it's not
on
gonna let me
average
do
since
it, though.
inflation started falling in September of 2022. The last couple months, Scott, I'll tell you what they were. They were
like I'm trying to hold a reasonable size. I just think that here's what I'm looking at, Wiz. I think we still need to come up and retest this area. Is why I think we're not really getting the flushing in. Like 516, that support level. We just like left it. You know what I mean? We never tested it.
Show us the June probability.
You got a little bit of resistance up there at 517. I think
CPI. I don't know what they're doing at this very moment. I'm presumably
we got to be careful because you could start to see this thing circle itself back up to 516.
The eyes are on the prize, and the prize
Maybe not though. Maybe not. I don't know.
Tell us.
Dude, how is...
If you take a look of a great producer who does this stuff, and the probabilities are 60% now for June. So
why are my AirPods not charging?
It's down 10 points, which really just tells you,
bro,
hey,
that's not going to be a good
market
look.
Out there, there's a debate out there as to whether or not June happens. Remember that May contract, which is now. You pick your stocks as long as the fundamentals underneath it seem to be holding up. Yeah, Steve, you hang with me. Let's bring in
Hold on, let me see here.
This year. And I'm just really
okay,
interested.
so it looks like it's charging now.
From what I can tell, listening to all of the smart stock guys on our air, is that earnings have come up to replace whatever or most of what is thought to have been lost by the Fed cutting rates. And
no, I do not want to connect. Oh, it is 100%. Oh my god. Alright, cool. I got worried that they weren't charging, but my case isn't charging. My case ain't charging. Yeah, fuck, I wish we could listen to music. I might just start a Discord or something so we can listen to music and shit and actually have some real fun.
Stock market has had its eyes on the prize. The prize is June, July, September, right? We're expecting 3 rate cuts. As long as we think that's going to happen, we can look through CPI and PPI.
30,
yes,
40,
well,
that's another
what the market's
50%.
telling you, but the rotation underneath, to Joe's point, is
I
telling
think I
you
gotta,
that there are pockets of this market
I
that
think
are
I'm gonna
totally dependent
get some nice
on
volume.
cuts. The small caps, the longer duration names, and those non-earners out there.
So does that mean
those names are really in trouble?
Okay.
And because
that means I can't buy those until they cut, because I've had this debate.
I feel like I want to take some off here,
people lately,
and I'll leave it on.
Today, as to those who suggest you cannot buy small cap stocks until the Fed actually cuts. The argument thrown back at me was, what, are you going to wait until the news actually happens? Don't you want to get ahead of that? How do you respond?
Well, as investors,
it's
you have to get ahead of it. But I'd say this about small caps in particular. You've got 48% are non-earners. The debt is floating rate. It's coming due within the next couple of years. And if there's
it's only
hint
311.
that rate cuts are pushed out,
This
this
could
is
get
the
real
area
ugly
where you're
real
going to see
quick.
the most damage. So if you look out 2 years, are they okay? Maybe. Depends how long your time horizon is. But in the end, I want to buy earnings increases, okay? We just had an earnings season. I want to buy the stocks that have a moat, and I want to buy the companies that have cash flow, and I want to buy the companies that don't have to refinance their debt right away. And ultimately, that is large cap America. It is not the small cap index. And by the way, the S&P, the market cap is 14 times that of the Russell. It's almost impossible to rotate out of the S&P into the Russell and try to get a catch-up trade with all that capital.
If not, now when?
The big challenge for me is the regional banks. The regional banks
Looks,
are
it looks
everything.
like
We have a reverse
512
repo facility
is
that's
where we're
winding
headed.
down below 500 billion.
I mean, obviously,
How far
right?
is the Federal Reserve
Obviously,
willing
the
to
levels
let
are
that go?
pretty
Are they gonna let it
pretty
go to 100
clear.
billion, 150 billion, or we could have a liquidity crisis? For me, at the next meeting, the Federal Reserve, more importantly than whether it's going to be June or July, they have to address what they're going to do. Are they going to begin to taper the maturities they'd allow to securities to mature off the balance sheet? Are they going to say 60 billion treasuries? No, we're only going to 30 billion. They have to address a liquidity problem.
All right, I don't want to get into the weeds of the balance sheet right now. What I do want to focus on is why we assume. Sorry, Steve. I'm coming back to you in a minute. I don't want to get into the weeds of that conversation. I don't want to get in the weeds of that
Whenever
conversation.
you're ready.
I'm right, Steve.
What I do want to get into is the idea of why, whenever we talk about small caps,
I was wondering if that was me or if it was.
Are you telling me there's no other small cap stocks that can work in this environment? None. I'm not saying you have to buy
It
the
was
Russell 2000.
CNBC. It wasn't me.
You never use the word none. I said at the beginning of the show, it's a very narrow subset of 2000. You look at the Russell 2000 index. Look, everyone always says S&P 600.
Looking at it.
Okay, S&P 600 is a better index. Why? Because the S&P 600 has more quality, more profitable Russell names. Okay, yeah. Where's the Russell? Where's the S&P 600 year to date?
The Russell 600 is weaker than the Russell 2000 is this week.
Okay.
This week.
So
and year to date.
At the heart of the weakness is the stress in the regional banks.
Okay.
Full stop.
All right, Steve Leisman, the last mile, so to speak. I do hear a lot that it's going to be the hardest. And I'm wondering how you think.
That's
based
still
on your
some nice
conversations,
volume
reporting,
to
and whatever
crank into
else,
the
your
downside.
intuition on
We
what
start
you
getting the
think
bid on
policymakers are thinking
UVXY.
about
The
the
bid
last
starts
mile,
getting up to like
whether they might be
45,
surprised
50.
to find
I'm going to
it
start throwing some
stickier
limit
than they
orders out
expected it to be,
for
or
the other
maybe
half
it
of this
won't be.
position.
What do you think?
Because I think I can get another
This
entry.
is one of those interesting areas, Scott, where theory comes up against practice.
I
Theoretically, there should be
mean,
no
we
reason
did
why
kind
that
of
last
test this
percentage point is
level.
tougher.
Kinda.
There's a potential difference in the source of that disinflation. For example, a lot of the disinflation we've had so far seems to be supply side. You might have reached a limit to the extent to which you could have.
Because I think we'll be inside
inflationary
this range
improvement through the
again.
supply side,
Right?
and the
We'll be in
rest
that
of the chunk
range.
comes from
Just
the
like we were
policy
stuck
restraint the
between
Fed
that
has put out
range.
there. Now, that could mean that you get.
I'm kind of
worse
liking having to
economic
like leave
outcomes, lower
positions
GDP,
on.
higher unemployment as a result
it's
of
gonna
that.
try and
But you
bounce.
still should achieve that goal of getting that last
Weekly
percentage point in.
open.
The Fed believes right now, Scott, that it is.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured that's what you were talking about.
Slowing down the economy. One of the questions that I think the
Yeah,
Fed
that's a
has to
good
ask
look
itself
on
is,
that.
How much is it willing to give up in terms of
See if we can
economic growth
surpass
in order
that.
to get to that last percentage point? And just one question, maybe if I could, to Joe. I think the
Please.
market trades on two things relative to the Fed. The first is the actual policy rate.
It's good to
That's
look
out
at
there.
those.
Okay, the
It
Fed's
really
gonna be
is.
at
It's really good to look at
5.38, That's
those.
fine. The Fed is going to do X with its balance sheet. By the way, it is going to talk about the balance sheet at the upcoming meeting. But there's a second trade. And that second trade is always, to me, the more interesting. The one that is the extent to which the market is trading on the belief that the Fed is making a mistake. The way I look at the
Wow,
market and
yes,
the Fed
just
right now,
went
they
red.
seem very
That's
well
like it's
aligned,
flipping back and
it doesn't
forth.
appear as if there is the
And we ain't got
Fed
nothing
mistake
there.
trade
So
in
that's
any of
telling
these
you right
numbers.
there,
It
we got a
reveals
little bit of
more
room
in stocks
down.
right now. Am I missing something, Joe?
You're not missing something, and I think that's exactly why, to Scott's point at the top of the show, the market decline in mid caps, in large caps, is not that precipitous. There's enough strength to offset on a day when Nvidia and the semiconductors
Offset,
and
onset?
AI
Onset,
names
offset.
are weak. There's enough
Offset
strength
ain't
to
onset?
offset though. So I think the market sees exactly what
That
you're
shit was
speaking
hilarious.
towards. And that's where I go back
All right,
to
yeah,
my
you've already
comments with all
broke
due
it. You got a
respect.
little
I think
wedge
there's
right
too
there.
many
You're
people
trying to
out there
hang on to
trying
that
go from each economic data point, trying to
519.6.
figure out the month in which the Federal Reserve is gonna deliver the first
519.60,
rate cut.
whatever you want.
They're going to deliver a rate cut at some
yeah,
point in 2024.
519.6.
That's what you need to know. And to your point, the earnings are good enough that allows us
Trying
as
to hang on
investors
to that
wait.
little pivot
By the
area
way,
there.
The S&P mid-cap.
And the SPY, I'm pretty sure, is already through
we seem
that.
to only talk about large cap or small cap.
Not
the,
yet.
The S&P mid-cap is up year
It's
to date.
almost.
It's 5%.
That's 512 for the
5%.
SPY.
So it has competed, if you will, with the NASDAQ, with the S&P 500, and it's far outdone. the Russell 2000, but I still hear, Alicia, you suggesting this is like a go big or go home market right now.
I mean, we like mid caps, by the way, because there are great companies there on their way to large
Yeah,
cap.
519.
Right?
She's on her way to 519.
Are you immune to rates in your business? And can you
Look,
earn through it?
43,
So a lot of the mid-caps
47.
can. So it's actually been a fairly good index this year. The other interesting thing is what is actually going on with commodities? Commodities are telling us that, in fact, the fears of a global slowdown may not actually be happening. Copper's at a high, and oil has quietly moved up 10 points in the last couple of months. And so it's telling you that growth is probably better than expected. And with that, stock markets like earnings and growth. And that can outpower whether it's 2 cuts or 3 cuts. That will be more important. Earnings will be much more important than actually how many cuts or when the Fed cuts. And to Joe's point about QT, I know it's in the weeds, but it is very bullish.
Yeah, we're not going there.
We're not going there. Okay, we're not going there. But in my heart, it's bullish when they start.
Don't go there, Steve. Don't do it.
No, I'm not going to go there. I want to second your emotion on this. I'll tell you why.
Thank you.
If we're having a discussion about the balance sheet and in the weeds of the balance sheet, it's because the Fed
Come
screwed
on,
up.
let's do this.
This should go on in the background. Joe should not have to worry his pretty little head about what the Fed is doing with the balance sheet. Let it go away. The Fed is going to stop sometime this year. Shouldn't be a discussion we have to have. If we do, the Fed messed up.
Get it.
Right.
Let's get it.
In other words, viewers, don't worry. We ain't going there.
Look at that reversal.
At least not yet, because we don't have to. Because we don't have to. So lastly to you, Steve, should we expect
That's a nice
reasonably
reversal.
benign meeting next week?
Yeah, I think Powell's going to try to keep all the flexibility he can. I think he's going to say maybe a modest victory lap in the sense that I told you guys this was going to be bumpy. I told you guys it was not a straight
There we
line.
go. Starting to break out. Let's go. We're going to finally get 100% on that UVXY. I did exactly what we wanted to do. Say, get back in this thing at a lower price.
I don't think he's going to give up his general forecast or the general forecast of the Fed that he believes inflation is going to come down.
I still feel like...
You asked me earlier, is the last mile harder? One thing that's not going to be harder is if we finally get the housing numbers to come down.
I'm going to take that other half off right there. We're going to get the 512. That's only going to send me to like 50. Yeah, I got to get out of this thing. It's like, I'm going to get back in it. Try and get it back in at a higher price. Look at the volume coming in.
And he didn't seem too concerned about this
That's
at
some
all
that's some
last week on
pretty
the
high
Hill
volume
either,
there.
which I think is important to note
So
after we already
I
had a
am
look at some
out of
the
that
data. So, Steve, thanks so
UVXY
much. We'll
right
see,
now.
obviously, as we head into a very
I'll
busy
get back
week
into
ahead.
it.
As
It'll
our senior
even if it
economic
goes
reporter,
higher,
Steve
I don't
Rosen,
care.
Elisa, thank you
I've
very
already
much for
taken
being with us.
profit
Well took
twice
care
on
of.
this
We
thing.
stayed on
Pulled
the road
out
as well. All right, we did.
pretty much
Thank you.
50%
Let's send it to Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names
on
moving
a
into
full
the close.
position.
Christina.
25 twice. Got 50 twice on half of a position.
Said that its February trading volume surged 41% from the same time
If
last
that
year.
makes any
Robinhood also
sense.
reported adding, yes, $6.5
Makes sense in my
billion
brain.
in
Maybe
crypto
it
volume.
adds up,
That's
maybe it
about
doesn't, but
86% higher than last year, which earned the company a glowing initiation from Bernstein.
Beautiful.
Bernstein expects a, quote, monster of a crypto cycle this year and next year. You can see shares are up almost 5%. And tobacco giant Altria said it's planning to sell some of its 10% stake in Anheuser-Busch InBev. Trading was briefly suspended in Bud shares this morning as details of the sale emerged. The beer company, though, you can see down almost 6%, 5.5%, let's call it that. And yeah, I was going to read your line for some reason, but back to you.
You can go ahead. If you're so inclined, please be my guest.
I don't know why. After trading resumed this afternoon, that was an extra line for me. Yeah.
All right, there you go. I'll see you in a little bit. We're just
Shit.
getting started. Next, a moment of truth for the momentum trade. Top tech investor Glenn Kacher of Light Street is back.
Part of me
He'll give
wants
us his
to
top 5
buy
names in the AI space and why he says they're worth watching right now.
bit.
We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CBC. Dow's down 275.
I can't even see, man. This thing is too damn small. Damn it. Excuse my French.
What do you mean? Stress are mind-blowing. They collect hundreds of data points like HRV and REM sleep, so you know all you need for recovery. You are I'm an investor.
You know, I'm sure UVXY will go higher. It may even go to 100%, but I just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't need to, like, find out if it's going to or not. I'm just gonna keep doing that, so because it's gonna put me back in the driver's seat till I can find a trade. Sorry guys, I know I'm switching things around here. Yeah, I wanna follow you just talking.
Jensen's Market, our newly expanded cafe, brings our made-to-order sandwiches and all-day breakfast menu outdoors.
Our ovens are busy making fresh bread daily. Our produce is local, fresh, and hand-selected.
Our meats are the finest on the market and cut to order.
Our chefs offer an extensive selection of already prepared meal options.
And we can cater any event.
Make your next special occasion delicious.
Any way you slice it, Jensen's Market does one thing better than all the rest. Cater to you.
My name is Oli Shade, and some of my favorite moments throughout my life are watching sports with my dad. Now I work at Comcast as part of the team that created our AI highlights technology, which uses AI to detect the major plays in a sports game, giving millions of fans like my dad and me new ways of catching up on their favorite sport.
Yeah, when I follow you just talking.
Raising more questions now about the health of the high-flying momentum trade. But is this just a temporary pause before another push higher for tech and the mega caps? Let's ask Lake Street Capital founder and CIO Glenn Kacher. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Hey, Scott, thanks.
I mean, I'm zeroing in here on your AI5, right? You gave it that name. It's AMD, it's NVIDIA, Taiwan Semi, Broadcom, and Microsoft. It's looking a little dicey over the last handful of days for a lot of these stocks. How concerned might you be about the near-term direction for them?
Yeah, you know, stocks go up and down, right? And
Man, it's already 324. Fuck. Alright, what do we have here? What's weak? What is weak?
All right, we're back. NVIDIA under pressure again today on pace now for its fourth down day out of the last five and raising more questions now about the health of the high-flying momentum trade. But is this just a temporary pause before another push higher for tech and the mega caps? Let's ask Light Street Capital founder and CIO Glenn Kacher. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Oh, no.
Hey, Scott, thanks.
I mean, I'm zeroing in here on your AI5, right? You gave it that name. It's AMD, it's NVIDIA, Taiwan Semi, Broadcom, and Microsoft. It's looking a little dicey over the last handful of days for a lot of these stocks. How concerned might you be about the near-term direction for them?
Yeah, you know, stocks go up and down, right? And I think over a long period of time, that's how we're invested. That's how we bet. I think the question for investors is it 1995 or is it 1999 in terms of where we are in the investment cycle for building out an AI infrastructure? We'd argue it looks, you know, very much like 1995. We're just at the beginning of this investment cycle. Even though we're seeing massive CapEx, there's way more still in front of us. Valuations are reasonable in these stocks, and those that are trading out of the semiconductor group at this point in time, we think they're way too early in exiting.
I mean, what if it's 95 for, you know, the nascent stages of a new technological revolution as we build out the infrastructure, but some of these stocks started to act like it was 99?
Well, I don't think so.
That's so funny.
You know, there's still tremendous way to go. NVIDIA's actually gotten cheaper over the last year in terms of multiples, and you know, you look at the multiples for Broadcom, for TSMC, even AMD. You know, we're comfortable.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Owning large positions in these companies. I think at the same time you have to think about investor positioning. The largest investors in the world, those in managing endowments and foundations, have gorged themselves on both venture and private equity to get their technology exposure over the last, 15, 20 years. And the reality is there's no semiconductor exposure in those funds. PE and VC don't really invest in the sector. So if you want to invest in semiconductors, if you want to invest in the massive infrastructure build, you've got to own positions in the public semiconductor companies, and those leading AI are the ones that I've put in the AI 5.
I know you sort of, you say, well, stocks go up and stocks go down, and of course that's true. So I don't sense great concern in your voice as you say that. But do you think a broader correction in the chip space could be in the offing? Look, a lot of these stocks just went to the moon, riding what essentially feels like an NVIDIA halo effect.
Look,
I'd love for them to come
fucking
down more.
Frank.
We'll buy more. And so, we're incredibly convicted in our position that this is the beginning of a tremendous cycle. And so that only would work to our advantage if the stocks come down.
I'm looking at another stock, which I don't know that you own, but I'm sure you have an opinion on, like seemingly everybody does, and it's Tesla, which in front of me today is down 5%. Today it's down 8% this week. The chart looks terrible. The stock looks broken. How would you assess it for those who were used
all right,
to
what are we gonna
almost
what am I what are we
going
gonna
in
do
one
here?
direction as well?
Yeah. What are we gonna do here?
Yeah, that's a great question. We did
Look at that volume, man. I still think a 517 SPY call or something is probably on the table, but I don't know.
We're in a difficult spot.
I don't know. I want to get played. Maybe we test VWAP. Maybe we'll look for like a daily 515. We
on street numbers.
daily 515. All right, 514, 514 for a daily. Let's go, 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 go. All right, 514 calls. I'm in. I'm in. Hold on. No, I'm not in. I got to see this volume real quick. I need to see the volume. What do we have going on right here? I want it, though. I want it. Yeah, I want a 514, baby. Trade options.
Those stocks are doing pretty well. And at the same time, I think the long term is still very interesting for EVs. I think long term we're going to see an EV S curve in terms of replacing traditional ICE cars in the long term.
What are you going to do?
In the short term, the view or
all right, I'm in it.
Going out, essentially,
I'm in it. I got it. I'm in 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 it. All right, I'm in it. Damn it! It's going to come down even further. Shat hole.
OEMs, that's a huge gap, and I think at this point.
Come on, give me a run up to VWAP. Let's take it. Let's take a little run up to VWAP. That's some really nice volume there. 15-minute trade line at least, something. All right. Know the trade. I am not sure what futures are doing right now, but I would not mind a.
We invest based on fundamentals and based on what the
I would not mind.
That are being
Shit, I could have got 9-10 cents. All right, so look, these deltas are crazy. I need y'all to know that. These deltas are crazy. We've already earned the right to take some risk. 3 minute. I want to make sure I'm not like. Make sure that I. Shit, man, I screwed myself. No, not really. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'd be all right. So I'm trying to scalp along here.
It's too hard right now to analyze.
I probably should have went with yesterday.
That are that small.
Yo, well, no problem. You just.
In a lot of small cap stocks, so you
oh, nice. I did do okay then. Heck yeah.
But really, what I'm arguing is we want to go where the fundamentals are best and where stocks are where we like the fundamentals and they're not fully appreciated. It doesn't matter.
What time is it? It's 3:30.
What the market cap is.
All right, it's good to catch up with you as always, Glenn. Thank you.
It's
Appreciate it.
3:30.
We'll see you soon.
Sure. Thank you very much.
That's Glenn Kacher from Light Street. Coming up, trading today's data. Stocks are slipping after this morning's inflation report. Hotter than expected PPI. As you know by now, yields are up. Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank, Chris Heisey, he is back. He's going to tell us the parts of the market he'd buy right now and where he thinks the rally's fate really
God
lies.
damn it.
He'll do that when closing bell comes right back.
I was hoping we were going to try and have a run back up to VWAP. Oh, lordy. Lordy, 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 lordy. Did I get sucked into that one? Delta sucks. Again. Delta ran up because of that candle. I'm still holding out because of the volume. You don't want no problem, you just can. Oh shit, it went up there and tested 513. I think that's what's going on here. We tried to get back up through... No, we did not try to get through that level. We did. We actually did. Damn it. I'm an idiot. I am a tard. Flip it and reverse it.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of
I knew it. God, I'm such an idiot. I'm such a goofball. I am such an idiot.
There's time to spend with family, time to enjoy with friends. There's always time to listen or lend a helping hand. Here, we have all the time in the world.
Just talking.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you and your family need.
I promise to put your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Come on, just give me a little, like, give me a little something here. Give me a little something. 330. Give me a little something, like on the flip back. Whatever that means. Give me a little something on the flip back. You know how the Southerners talk crazy? Dude, you gotta be kidding me. 7 cents already. These motherfuckers, bro. Look at the volume. It's like not even... Come on, buyers. Where y'all at? Stop being gay. Hopefully it didn't... I tried to make some weird sounds so it didn't... Come on, man. I don't want to cut this because I know we still have time. And I know I could still... Look at VWAP. VWAP is way up there at 514. 32. Yo, want no problem. You just talking. I guess it's going to close at the lows and not test VWAP again. This is ridiculous.
Very powerful.
Welcome back. Stocks are selling off as we head towards the close today. It's a tough
This is
day and a very
ridiculous.
tough one for the Russell 2000. That's leading the decline, and all of that coming after that hotter than expected inflation report.
Bro.
Down 2.5% today. That's the Russell 2000. You see it there. Chris Heisey of Maryland Bank of America Private Bank with me now. Joe Terranova, of course, of Virtus is here because we're having a conversation about small caps and the Russell a little bit earlier. Joe's a CNBC contributor, as you know.
That's horse
Chris,
shit.
it's good to see you again. I appreciate you being here.
That's
So
horse
what
shit,
should I
bro.
make of the Russell when I've
That's
heard
seriously
from more than
horse
one
shit.
person in the last
Like, you gotta be
34
kidding
and a
me,
half
bro.
minutes say no
You
way.
gotta be kidding me.
No way for the Russell right now. You say otherwise?
What a piece of shit, yo.
What your time frame is. I mean, if you're starting now and you're
Look at the time in sales. It's fucking ripping green, and it's gonna sit there and just completely break that level.
Great opportunity, and I think it's going to take some time. And
Unbelievable.
you know, just
1,000
listening to
shares
some of
to
the
the buy
programs before,
side.
it's
Let's
pretty
ignore all
obvious that
that.
they
Let's
have
ignore
some
those.
pressure
Look,
points
250,000 to the buy side. 250,000 shares to the buy side. And we're gonna act like that didn't just happen.
mechanism, and what we find in small caps is if you take a
Fucking
look at the
retard
individual
motherfuckers.
constituents, that's a much better way to think about investing in them.
You
If
gotta
you're just
be
going to
kidding
own
me.
the index, it's a little bit more difficult.
Give me the flip. All I want is a flip. Give me another test. We like. Let's go make a run right up to VWAP.
You get the anticipation of an event happening, therefore
That's
you're supposed
crazy.
to buy something, or, for that matter,
250,000
sell something
shares
before the actual event occurs. I raised that
offered to
issue
my
earlier
side, and it just
where
wants to
they
go
still
down on
say,
it.
no,
Like, get the fuck
it's
out of
too
here.
early. What if rates remain
Get out of
where they
here.
are
You're
for
not even
a
doing
period of time?
250,000
Who cares if
in a
they're gonna
single
cut rates? The
like
fact of the matter
roll
is this sector's
from
just
top to
too
bottom.
challenged right
Let
now in a
alone
higher
one
rate
order.
environment.
Look, 27,000 to the buy
Just,
side,
at the top of the index,
and it's just gonna
a higher
keep
rate
pulling back.
environment Balance sheets aren't as good. Not a lot of
This
companies
Delta needs to
growing,
get back up,
but
man.
that's at the full aggregate level.
Oh,
If you think
fucking
about
Delta's
where the
7.
Fed
Are
has
you
told us
fucking
they're going
kidding
to
me?
go, even if they
That's gonna
delay it a month
fuck me.
or 2 months or whatever, the rate cutting cycle tends to benefit the lower quality areas. If you find lower quality, higher
We
beta
still
with
ain't
actual
did
earnings
250,000
and
to
good
the
value,
sell side.
That's where we're looking at in small caps. Just saying small relative to
Yeah, I
large,
see
I
a
don't
little
think tells the full story.
270, 300,
That's
400,
fair, and I
100,
think
100,
most
100,
people would agree with you, but
1,000
Joe, you know,
here
the
and there.
premise, again, stocks are a discounting
Where's the
mechanism.
253,000
Look
candle? I
forward,
want to
go where
see
the
that
puck is
one.
eventually going. Buy these now, selectively, but nonetheless, buy them now. Don't wait.
Yeah,
I'm
they
still
go. They're going to
not
start
at the
selling.
point
They're not going to
where
give
I
us a
have
run to
enough
VWAP, I don't
confidence to
think.
buy companies that are reliant on debt.
Like,
and
come on,
companies
just
that I
give
can
us a little
define
bounce to
as
VWAP.
not
That's all we
profitable.
want. We want to be able to
40% of
scout.
The Russell 2000 index is not profitable, and I understand that Chris is saying don't buy the index. I agree with that. I think looking at the index itself is so detrimental to investors because the composition of it, Scott, is so remarkably different. Just look at the collective weighting of technology and communication services.
Look at
For the
those
Russell
huge orders
2000,
coming
you're
into the
talking
buy
about
side.
16%
Just
versus
steady
38%
1,000
for the
shares.
S&P. The
Aside
exposure
from the
in real
250,000 share
estate
order
is
that came
half
through,
in the
running
S&P
through there.
500 what it is in the Russell 2000. So here's
Talking
where
3
quality
digits and a comma.
absolutely needs to be applied. And in fact, the concentration concept of the Mag 7, I'd apply that to the Russell as well. Own a few small stocks in the Russell where you can find quality. In the last 5 years, the quality factor is up 67%, the growth factor is up 40%, the momentum factor is up 45%.
Nah, I
Find a few
took that
companies. I'll
off.
give you two names: EMCOR, EME.
No, I took
that's
it off and
exposure
took
to
some
infrastructure
profits.
spending, and Simpson
Okay, here we
Manufacturing,
go. This is
ticker
what I was.
symbol
I knew they were
SSD.
trying to fake us the
Russell
fuck out.
2000 companies,
There, look, Delta back at
industrial
15.
oriented,
Let's go.
quality companies.
Let's go.
What are we
Wait, that's a.
supposed to do with large cap tech?
I should
Because
sell this because I'm at a break even now.
conversation of whether we're
Should
in
I
the
keep
midst
this?
of
Should
or
I keep
the
this scalpel
beginning
one to the long side?
stages
It's a
of some
small
kind of
position.
meaningful rotation where we need to start looking outside of those, you know, large cap quality and momentum
Let's
names that have
go.
done so well.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think Joe just
Come on,
nails
give me
the
something
story
here.
on how to think about small
Come on, come on,
caps,
come on, come on, come on, come on, pump
in
it.
general, but just taking a look at technology.
All right,
on the
I
large
took
cap
it off.
side,
I
you
took
know,
that
you
off.
hit all three things:
Right there.
momentum, quality, and cash rich. So
I
you
can't
put
sit
those
through
three
that.
things
I'll
together, and
I'll
the
wait.
fact
I'll
that
wait.
the
I'll
technology
wait for
sector
like
actually is
345,
the reason
350, and see if
why
she wants to
earnings
give us a
growth
nice
is in the-
scalp. I
in
still
the
think it's
S&P
going
500.
higher. I
It's
wanted
the
to see us
exact
test
opposite
VWAP.
in 2022. What we're
I was
noticing
in the
right now is
514
the
calls.
in the technology
10
names
cents.
this last earnings quarter was right in line with the S&P.
Look,
So
12,
what does
13,
that tell
dude.
you for
I have a
next quarter?
feeling
Not sure
we're
yet.
going to
If it
run.
happens again,
We're going to get damn near to
there's other areas
514,
that
and we're
have a
going to
little
get
bit
one
higher
of those
boost to
days
them.
where
That's where
you
the
could have, once
rotation
again,
that
remember the
just
last
started
scalp we
getting
did?
going becomes a little
Remember the last
larger.
scalp? 4
It's gonna
cents to
be tough.
20 some
It's not
cents. You guys
just going
remember
from one
that?
side of the boat to the next. So what I would say is,
You know, I'm
as
not
we see
sure
Mag
because the
7
volume here
go to
isn't too
fabulous
hot,
4,
but
that means the other parts of the market are receiving some
you know,
of that
you're
movement.
profitable
We're starting
now.
to see a pickup in
That's 10 to
industrials,
14. That's 40.
financials,
That's even on the bid. That's
selectively
30.
in healthcare, some big
Fuck.
box
Even with
areas
commission, we'll call
in
it
retailing,
25%
and I
trade
think
right
that's
there.
very healthy.
That's a
It doesn't mean
30%
be
trade
short
hitting on the bid.
or under
Getting filled on the
benchmark,
bid.
in my opinion, technology. It just
That's
simply
what it's
means
supposed to
there's
be
wider
right there.
participation.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Chris, I appreciate it very much. That's Chris Heisey. Joe, thanks for sticking around. Joe Turnova coming up next behind the Tesla turbulence. That stock sinking to start the year. Now the
I
worst
still
performing
think, though,
S&P
we
stock
get a
year to date.
pullback,
So we're going to tell you
and
what's
we can
dragging
start
that
running.
name
I would
lower
like to
after
try and
break.
test
Closing
VWAP.
bell. Coming
We've
right back.
tested it a lot today. Yesterday, not so much. Right? You pulled back through it. It kind of just touched it here and then just left it. And then yesterday, consolidate. Look, today, boom, 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 boom. So it likes VWAP. All right? So she's been running up to VWAP. Dude, if I have to pay more than I pay, I'm going to be so pissed that I got rid of this fucking thing. I'm going to be so mad that I got rid of this. Look, Delta's 18 right now. Oh my god, these things are going to start paying here. here in a minute. Look, look, look. Get the flip. Look, look, watch. Wait, what just happened? Bro! What just happened? Look! They just went from 12, 13 cents to 45 cents, y'all. Look at the look at the deltas now, 48 cents. No, okay, that was me. I'm sorry. I was like, whoa, what happened? I moved. 22 cents now. 22 for Delta. 22. Holy shit, dude. Look, you're just gonna rip, hold it, rip. I knew that when there was an order for 200 and some thousand shares, it was on. It was on and popping. We're going to VWAP. If you can get this in the money, that's a killer fucking trade. That's a killer trade. There's still time. I kind of wanted to try it again, but after they just drained me for nearly 40% there, I kind of don't want to. And now that I'm paying up for it, I should have just held this thing. But I didn't know. I mean, we've clearly taken back 513, so if we can get a pullback to like 512.50, I might think about it. I wish I was in this right now. Not at 14, 15 cents though. Does it look like ES is going to bounce? Bro. Here it goes. I feel like it's going to start ripping. Here it goes. Here it goes. I just feel it. MDGL. Halted. MDGL halted. What time is it? It's 5:40 or 3:45. I can just see like a straight pump back up to VWAP. Back up to this hit. Back up to 514.
All right, welcome back. Tesla stock is sinking to start the year, down another 5% today. Phil LeBeau here with what's behind this drop and what seems to be a parade of negative commentary almost every week, Phil.
Yeah, and Scott, I'm not sure when it ends. So you have shares as Tesla now trading close to their 52-week low. They were about 160, I want to say, back in July of last year. And they have continued to slide.
If I can, I might try and get UVXY depending on the price and get it overnight.
Not just here in the United States, but worldwide.
There it goes. I knew it. I knew it. Did anybody take them? They're at 20 cents now. 514's 20 cents. That's 100%. That's 100% scalp there. If anybody took it and was able to hold it, listening to me saying, hey, I think this is still good for a VWAP test, at least a 514 test.
How much are they bringing it down? They were expecting EV global.
You just didn't sit through what I had to sit through. If you could have got in down there on that reversal.
Look, EV sales have been hurt by a couple of things. The biggest one being pricing. There's just not enough models that are coming in at an affordable price.
Let it pull back. Should pull back here.
Price, according to Cox Automotive last month,
no, she might just pump, but I still think you can get a little pullback. It already pulled back though. We're going to start working it. It's already pulled back. It should start working itself back up through this area.
And they are no longer ahead of hybrids in terms of sales. This is also according to Cox. You've got EVs at 7%.
I could be using that. I could be using that 20 cent right now.
I'm not sure what the catalyst is to say here's a bottom here, Scott, because the EV demand is not going to improve anytime soon. We don't have a major event coming up from Tesla. And when you look at the other EV stocks,
and it's gonna flush
there's little here that makes you say, yeah, I think we've built a bottom. Look at Fisker. I mean, we don't even have Fisker up here right now.
That's why you got to take it. Look, they just went from 22 cents to 10 cents. They just cut your ass in half.
And even BYD,
That's why you always take
yes,
it.
BYD is continuing to grow.
That's why I
as
was
is Tesla.
saying, man,
but
at
the
22
growth is not
cents, saying I
expected
could
to be as
really
strong
use
as we've
that.
seen in the past.
And that volume was kind of low. You wanted to see it started to go. I think people got scared that it wasn't going, and I started to notice that. Like you should have started to shoot like right up to that level up there, 513.50, and you didn't.
But also then you have disgruntled buyers who are like, well, I paid thousands of dollars more than what they're now going for. So it's like this storm of events
time is
around
it?
a stock that continues to drive lower.
5:47.
Right, and we're not going to have a
5:47.
from Tesla.
Fuck, I could have got another 10-cent entry, bro. I didn't even think about that. I have the options chain up right now, too. That was my opportunity right there.
Maybe next year, with this lower priced model that is expected, the Model
It's
2,
moving
but that's
really
not guaranteed.
weird there,
And
though.
so you have
It's struggling
a void
really
here.
badly
and
there.
It makes you wonder how many people who are in the EV market are saying, you know what, I don't like what's out there right
512
now. Whether it's Tesla or
is
any of the
8
other
cents.
EV companies, I don't like them at this price point. I want to see them come down much more. That is what I think is going to really need to be the catalyst.
513 is what you would
Phil,
want.
thank you. Phil LeBeau. Still ahead.
15
for Adobe
Delta.
earnings in overtime. Don't forget about that stock. It's up more than 70% over the past year. It has had a tough start to 2024, so we're going to tell you what's going on and what's really at stake when we come back.
Wait, give me... I might grab... How should I play this? Should I do it to UVXY or a SPY? You don't want no problems, you just talking. Still feel like if we could get a bounce, I may try. Let's see. Let's look at the Qs. And what are yields doing? We got 10 minutes left, guys and gals. I don't know, man. I'm still just like... I'm still curious to see if we're going to pull it back or not. I wonder if we open up flat tomorrow, or if we're going to get like this. I don't know if we're going to get a gap down. I feel like I want to try and get like some type of puts or calls for tomorrow, but part of me still feels like we may just open up flat. Like, or down to like 436 and you don't really get paid on them. Let's see, we're down Qs are down 0.5%. So the SPY is down more. No, they're even actually. They're even. Both down 0.5%. I wonder if we get a gap up tomorrow. Fuck, I'm torn. I'm torn. So that means me no put no position on overnight. I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get a little like gap up tomorrow to like 515. And then let's see. You know, no problem. $70, $40. There's no way. I mean, I could tie it with a UVXY. What do you guys think? You guys think calls or puts? What we doing? We doing calls or puts? Oh shit.
Well, the rally in NVIDIA stalling again today, but while that stock slips, there is one market strategist who says,
what do you guys think?
There's another tech play
Calls or
getting ready to
puts?
rip. You can head to cnbc.com/pro
Oh
tip
shit,
or
she's
scan the
already
QR
ripping
code on
it.
the screen
Look.
right now to find out
God damn
which
it.
stock could be set to break out.
Excuse my
Coming up,
French.
Ulta and Adobe are among the big
Look at
names
those.
reporting
I
at
should
OT.
have held
We're
them.
gonna tell you
Look,
what to watch for when the
36
numbers hit
cents.
the tape. We'll do
God
it next.
damn it. I knew we were going to VWAP, guys. I knew it. I seen that 256,000 odd order. Those 414s are now 40%. That's a 400% trade. 450%. 444%. From a 10-cent entry. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I should have did what I said I was going to do, and that was hold it for a freaking run up to VWAP because I knew we were going to do it. I'm like, yo, they're going to run this shit right back to VWAP at the last couple minutes of the day. The last 10 minutes, really. Fuck. And it was just going to be like out of nowhere. Well, can't say I didn't say anything. You just got to be careful, though. You know what I mean? Because anything could happen. But I felt like the confidence and the probability that we were going to go test VWAP again was pretty damn good.
Our chefs offer an extensive selection of already prepared meal options, and we can cater any event. Make your next special occasion delicious. Damn. The way you slice it, Jensen's Market does one thing better than all the rest.
I just entered those puts a little too early. And they really, like, messed with me a little bit. I had to sit through that. And getting back to break even. It's like, okay, I put it on. I didn't get the timing so right, but I still feel like we could get up there. I could have took half the position off. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans
Look at the volume.
help you find and unlock opportunities.
Look at the volume. Watch them start running it up from here. That's why I think we get like a little 516 gap up.
Makes trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting.
Brutal, man.
It lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders.
I don't know.
Miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan
Dude,
Stanley. Trade commission-free
are you kidding me?
minimums.
Now the closing bell market zone, CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus, we are watching two earnings reports in overtime. Courtney Reagan on Ulta, Christina Partsinevelos on Adobe. That's going to be closely watched.
Yo, look at the volume, bro. Look at that volume.
Some of those losses off at least from the Dow. We have definitely a negative breath day. This is one of those times the rotational magic
Look at that volume.
faltered a little bit here.
That volume's pretty serious. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we give it a try?
It's getting noticed. I wouldn't say we've kind of jumped the rails at all here. We're still
Wait, what am I looking at? The SPY? 5-6. Okay, I got weird there for a minute. It was really weird.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day.
Dude, what is that? What is that scalp we were in there? Dude, that thing's got to be at least 500% now. Yeah, it's 500%. 10 cents to 50 cents, dude. That's a huge trade, guys. You got to be able to. Man, I wish I could teach people to sniff that shit out.
the rotational magic that's been in place for a while faltered a little bit here. The rise in yields, we're just bumping up against on the 10-year, that 3-month range. It's getting noticed. I wouldn't say we've kind of jumped the rails at all here. We're still less than 1% off the highs, but we were set up.
I wish I had the. I
based
wish I had the.
on elevated
You know what to
sentiment
go
and
long
positioning and this
right now
idea that
into
everybody
tomorrow.
thought the macro was going to stay quiet. I don't think it's gotten loud, but you've had to notice a couple of hotter inflation reports. You do have some anxiety ahead of expiration and the Fed next week, and really all we're talking about.
Look at that
is,
1 minute
will this
volume, man.
develop
I
into a
knew
purely
it.
routine
I knew we were gonna run up.
you know, which could even just go another couple percent and be done with.
430 gets your attention on the 10-year. There's no doubt.
And looking back, like right there, you can see how clear it is. Pull back, turn that resistance into support.
The beauty boom expected to continue to fuel Ulta. Expectations are for earnings to be at $7.53 a share on revenues of $3.529 billion. Comps expected to come in up more than 2%. Canaccord Genuity reiterating its buy, upping its price.
We still have a few minutes.
Results,
let's see if we pull it back. Let's do it. You want to shit 513 513 put. We might be able to hit a 513 put, bro. Shit, I gotta hurry up. Gotta do it now. I knew we were gonna have a little mix up here today. I knew today was gonna get a little whipsawy.
Back over to you.
All right, Ford, appreciate that very much. Christina Partsinovoulos watching Adobe, which is going to report an OT as well.
That Delta's only 9.
This year hasn't gotten the AI lift that others have.
Yeah, especially when you compare it to.
Yeah, I just still feel, I instinctively feel bullish. I'm not even gonna lie. I still feel a bit bullish. She might be headed up here to 515. I think the SPY's headed to 515 or trying to. What time is it? We got 2 minutes. They're going to close it right at VWAP, I guess.
10 minutes or so, especially with buy-side numbers ahead of street estimates for net new digital media annual reoccurring revenue. Say that 5 times fast. In other words,
I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I had a great day. If only we could have have a chat ripping and running here. We could all have some fun. Maybe I gotta find another teammate. Like, well, Wiz, I don't know where you're at. Where you work for, you know, you're at work and stuff. But I would really like to get something going. A podcast, like something.
Maybe on March 26th to calm some of those AI fears that OpenAI will be.
Maybe I'll maybe I gotta do. I'll have to figure out. Maybe I'll open up a TikTok or something and try and get some people on, and maybe I'll stream over on Twitch and Kick and Rumble and get them all connected up tonight. I'll get all that started tonight. Damn, that's a really nice hold of VWAP. Like, it's not showing you any signs of weakness at all. Where the here, let me get rid of this and just do like a 5. No, not 15. 5. Okay, so tomorrow's
hitting a new all-time high, really showing that when the market plays defense, it wants Microsoft for the most part.
What did I say? Tomorrow's 516 puts? Yeah, they're already 40 cents. So they're up.
Can try to digest this rally. We'll see. I mean,
you know, like 35%. You're about to get 50% on those calls right now.
Effect is mostly about market breadth and not necessarily about the headline S&P 500.
Interesting that Apple and Alphabet continue to largely trade together.
Wow, what a finish, guys. Take this into tomorrow. They're buying the dips. You gotta buy, dude. Look, the 514s are at $1 from 10 cents. That's on 1,000 fucking %. Are you kidding me? Bro, they went to $1. That's insane. Are you kidding me? I knew. I'm like, yo, 414 is at VWAP. If we can get to VWAP, that's a fuck of a trade, bro. A fuck of a trade. 3 good ones today. Dude, I'm sorry, man. I wish I could have stayed the fuck in there. Excuse my language. You guys gotta understand that I timed it wrong, so I just got sucked when it pulled back on this candle here. This was my entry right here on the pullback, and then I had to sit through all of this here. So it was like I was down 40% and I'm like, shit. And then it gives me back my money and I'm like, okay, what do I want to do here? You know what I'm saying? So I didn't get the timing right. I should have waited. If I'd have waited, I'd have still been in that trade because the goal was VWAP. I should have took half off. I didn't even think about it because it had distracted me psychologically from drawing me down 40-some %. And then having to fight back, and I didn't even think about that. I don't know. Is OPEX tomorrow? Or we already did it. That was last week, I thought, right? OPEX was last week, I thought. I know Futures just started a new contract, I thought. I don't know, man. Probably. I think they're buying the dip. It is. Oh, okay. Shit. Or excuse my language. So look, remember what I told you? I think we still have a shot at possibly some downside. Look at the chart from today. Like even looking at the 15-minute chart. Look what it looks like we're doing. Let me turn pre-market off. It looks like we're going right back to where I circled. That we never took resistance at up here. To me, it looks like we're going to run another test back up to 516, 518, and then what we do from there is like it's all, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what we do from there. Let's see. That's the Fed day. That's the day after Fed day. So that's why I put my anchors there. We'll have to wait and see. We still held the 9 EMA on the daily chart. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Yeah, we went right down into Friday's close. Last Friday's close. And then where we, like you said, where we opened up on the SPY didn't get there, but the ES did. Quadwitch tomorrow. It should be interesting. What I'll look for is 516. Let's see. We came up, we pulled back. I mean, technically we stepped it up higher. Technically we held this level. Maybe tomorrow if you pull back into 514 again, you get that 514 long to 518. Or do we gap up? Do we come in with a gap up? I don't know. I'm still trying to get over the fact that my 514 calls are $1.16 now, $1.15. We're in the money. That was such a nice setup for a scalp. It really was. I'm like, VWAP is up there at 514. It just made sense. Everything about it made sense. There was enough time on the clock. They were 10 cents a piece. Delta was like a freaking 20 or 30, so you were getting 2-3 times your money on $1. Like, I'm like, yo, I could get, I'm only $1.50 away. Everything about that scalp made sense, and that's why I felt like it was going to happen too. Just everything, Adobe, you're right, and whatchamacallit. I appreciate that. I almost forgot because of all the excitement. Let's do this. Boom. Adobe. You know what? I'm going to put the SPY over here. SPY, Adobe, and Alta, right? And Alta. Let's see here. Let me turn my stuff on real quick. Bang. Alta. Oh, shit. Shoot. Yeah, I gotta watch my mouth. I keep cussing too much. It's ridiculous. It's so disrespectful. Let's see here. Boom, boom.
Pulling here though, $528.11.
Shit. I'm sorry, guys.
Adobe sees Q2 revenue of $5.25 to $5.3 billion.
Okay. I just want to note that we have Adobe earnings, PagerDuty, and Ulta all out.
Wow. And Alta's out.
Pulling here here now, $525.65, down about $45 on Adobe.
I'm not sure what this
Adobe
means.
announcing new $25 billion share buyback.
Adobe share buyback. I don't know what they said. How much?
Adobe sees Q2 adjusted earnings $4.36 to $4.40.
You guys can hear that, right?
Bravo Echo shares off the lows now at $533. That's ADB. Adobe.
That's crazy. So Alta's doing pretty well.
Shares of Ulta Beauty, ULTA, spiking $605, up $40 at the high for Ulta. Ulta board approving
Dude, that's
new
crazy.
$2 million share buyback.
2 million share buyback for Alta.
Lima Tango Alpha.
EPS $8 a share, which was a beat, a 750 estimate. Sales 3.55 billion, beat 3.53 billion estimate. Awesome, good shit. Oh, it's fall. It's taking it back. It's taking it back. It's taking it back. Let me give it to you real quick. It's taking it back. EPS $4.48. $4.48 was a beat versus an estimate of $4.38. Sales $5.18 billion versus a $5.14 billion. So yes, something is going on there. They beat revenue, they beat bottom and top. Revenue 5.25. Yes, they lowered guidance. They said they see Q2 guidance 5.25 billion to 5.3 billion versus the estimate of hold on. Adobe sees Q2 revenue 5.25 billion to 5.3 billion versus 5.3 billion estimate. Adjusted EPS, okay, so 5.2 to 5.3. So they're expecting like the same but just under. Because the original estimate was 5.3 billion, but they're still saying 5.25 billion, 5.3. So they're saying $500,000 or 500 million. They could be shy by 500 million for whatever reason. 25 billion share repurchase program. I thought I heard that right. I didn't want to say it on the live stream. I'm like, I think I heard a billion there. 25 billion. I don't know. Adobe reports record revenue for Q1. I don't know. Could be a buying opportunity, maybe. I think, I would need it a little bit cheaper in my opinion, but I think Adobe's got, a lot going. I think Adobe's like a lot of Adobe's success, it could see triple it. I think you're going to get a lot of people that, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's me that was late. But I love using some of this stuff. Like, I don't use Adobe, but if I could, I would. I mean, I could. I just don't feel like buying it. Because I learned on GIP, and I'm like, okay, I could take the time to buy it, then I have to learn it, which I probably will. I will buy Adobe. I will be doing it here soon for a couple things. There's just other things that I'm like more focused on right now, and so yeah. Like DaVinci, I think they tried to buy DaVinci, and I'm still been trying to work on that. Tesla Holdings swing low. Yeah, it's just really weak. I should have gotten short today with it, but I think today I was a little like, I don't know what it was. I was just like, look at this. This was a nice trade, 170 to 160. That's a beaut of a trade. That's a beaut of a trade. I did okay today. I did pretty damn good though. It just I did it in stages, which is okay. The market moved in stages too, but I did try to get short, or tried, like as in was getting in my stuff and putting it into order, but I was late because that dotted line was where I was talking about going short. I do remember that. You can see it right off the bell where I'm like, yo, we go right up in here. Here's the short. I do remember that.
$1.38 versus a loss of $2.22 in the same period a year ago, 2022. That's India.
That's all I got, gang.
November Tango Sandy.
Let's see, Tesla Holdings. Let's see. Let me see here. May swing low.
They approved a share buyback
From
program.
May.
$25 million of its common stock, the Oscar November Tango Foxtrot, ONTF.
Let's see.
That's from an 8K filing.
You mean April? I think it was back in April. I think this low was from April. So what I have is I have this area being a bit of support right here for a few reasons at 160. 160 is also that pivot high from back here. Yeah, that pivot high there. So what I think is, I think it's going back down to the gap. You still have a gap down here from last January when you gapped up off of that reversal there. All right, way down here. I think so. I do. So I kind of wanted to get, it gave me the opportunity today. I wanted to get short, you know, on a bounce back. It gave it to us today, but I didn't pay it any mind. Especially with the numbers coming out the way they were. I was like, dude, like, I might just look at the Qs and find something that's on the highs if the market's going to pull back. You know, so I did watch it on the open. I just couldn't get in. So, and I wasn't too sure with I don't know, like where she was going, like if we were just going to go to 165, like, because I look at that and I'm like, a 172 to 165, that's worth it, kinda, but I don't know, because you never know if it's going to stop at 165 and then just like kind of like just hang out, or if it's going to go down to 160. But it's hitting our levels. It feels like this is its trend. We consolidated, right? We consolidated. Now, boom, boom. You're getting your day two continuation there. What else? There was another stock that was kind of doing the same thing.
Want Ethereum exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with symbol ETHE. Grayscale Ethereum Trust, the world's largest Ethereum fund.
That is crazy to see that. Just Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon. And energy. Sorry. And energy. That's so funny. To just see it clear as day what's going on there. All the big boys hiding in the liquidity. It's so funny.
Ready for the big meeting?
Uh,
I just need to reply to 40 emails.
Every day your team gets sucked into endless writing tasks, and every day hours disappear for everyone.
I remember that. That's so funny too. They put the fucking dummy in there. Look. It's so funny.
That's why 7,000 teams. Grammarly for business. Easier said than done.
Alright, y'all. I'm out of here. I am out of here. I gotta get something to eat. I'm hungry. Hopefully tomorrow's another good day. Let's make it another good one. I think, today was a pretty good day. We made money. I didn't make as much as I wanted to, but I just had to get in the driver's seat, really. I kind of wish I would have went and grabbed a few calls, but I can't depend on that. I don't want to give anything back. Damn, we are suffering right here, though. 515 is a tough level right now. You guys have a great night. I will, maybe we'll put out a watch list later. And, or something. We'll see. See what happens. Oh, it is. It is a classic. I might have to watch that tonight. Now that you say that. And we're thinking about that, but...
The street looks like was looking for 461-ish million. You're guiding to 440. So what's your take on not just the quarter, but how things look from here?
Well, John, first to your point, let me start about Q1. And again, record quarter, tremendous profitability as it relates.
That is crazy. All right, y'all, I'm out. You guys have a great night. I think I changed the stuff here, but I'll have to figure it out. Let's see what happens here. You guys have a good one. I'll see y'all tomorrow.